dream drifts away and your world comes crashing down, there's a new dream with your name. It will lift you from the ground, so rise up and take it. I promise that you'll make it. Yeah. I promise that you'll make it. Yeah. Mama told me the sun shines brighter right after the rain, and she showed me the love grows stronger right after the pain. And I know the smiles glow wider when trouble has gone, and together we'll walk through the fire. You're never alone. Mama told me the sun shines brighter right after the rain, and she showed me the love grows stronger right after the pain. And I know the smiles glow wider when when trouble has gone, and together we'll walk through the fire. You're never alone.
Is this moment real, or am I living a dream? I feel my heart bursting, pulling hard at my seams. If you stay here a little bit longer, I can give you everything I am. Oh, if you stay. Oh, if you stay. If you stay.
When I first saw you, fireworks in my sky. I wanna have our own secrets, just you and I. If you stay here a little bit longer, I can give you everything I am. Oh, if you stay. Oh, if you stay. Just lie here a little bit longer. I can tell you all my crazy plans. Oh, if you stay. Oh, if you stay. If you stay. If you stay.
Yo, walk in the club, head to the back, VIP, Louis, cognac, DJ booth like the 4th of July, light show strobing, ladies look fly. I was on a mission, looking for the right one, caught the eye of a girl like the bright sun. She had a look that I can't describe. Get down to the funk, it's time to get live.
Let's funk it up, come on. 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 Let's funk it up, come on.
4th of July. Light show strobing, ladies look fly. I was on a mission, looking for the right one. Caught the eye of a girl like the bright sun. She had a look that I can't describe. Get down to the funk, it's time to get live.
Let's funk it up, come on. 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 Let's funk it up, come on.
Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queensbridge, the Bronx, Staten Island, Long Island, Uptown, Downtown. Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queensbridge, the Bronx, Staten Island, Long Island, Uptown, Downtown.
Here we go. Let's rock. Let's roll. Uptown, downtown, New York, Brooklyn. Stick them in, street to rock. Up, down, funky stuff. Girls in the dance floor, feel the groove. Get on down, you got nothing to prove. Yeah, let's get down. Let's get down to the funky sound. Say with the car wash, give you a look, but I didn't say hi. Cut off jeans, oh my. One drip down your thigh. Say with the car wash, give you a look, but I didn't say hi. Cut off jeans, oh my. One drip down your side. Rock, rock, get on down, everybody, let's raise the roof.
Turn it up, raise the roof, everybody get down tonight. Turn it up, raise the roof, we're gonna rock to the morning light. Turn it up, raise the roof, everybody get down tonight. Turn it up, raise the roof, we're gonna rock to the morning light.
Here we go. Let's rock. Let's roll. Uptown, downtown, New York, Brooklyn. Say with the car wash, give you a look, but I didn't say hi. Cut off jeans, oh my. One drip down your thigh. Stick them in, street to rock. Up, down, funky stuff. Girls in the dance floor, feel the groove. Get on down, you got nothing to prove. East, west. Rock, rock, get on down, everybody, let's raise the roof.
Turn it up, raise the roof, everybody get down tonight. Turn it up, raise the roof, we're gonna rock to the morning light. Turn it up, raise the roof, everybody get down tonight. Turn it up, raise the roof, we're gonna rock to the morning light.
I know that you're good for me, and I know that I'm good for you. The things you would do for me are the things I would do for you. I know that you're good for me, and I know that I'm good for you. The things you would do for me are the things I would do for you.
Get down, funk you up. Everybody get down to the funky stuff.
Give it to me, give it to me. Give it to me, baby.
Get down, funk you up. Everybody get down to the funky stuff.
Give it to me, give it to me. Give it to me, baby.
I know that you're good for me, and I know that I'm good for you.
get down to the funky stuff. Get down, funk you up. Everybody get down to the funky stuff.
I know that you're good for me, and I know that I'm good for you. The things you would do for me are the things I would do for you. I know that you're good for me, and I know that I'm good for you. The things you would do for me are the things I would do for you.
Take my hand, come along with me. Open up your eyes, tell me everything you see. The sun, moon, and stars, girl, it's all for you. I wanna give you the world, so tell me what I gotta do. I'm on top of the world, I'm on top of the world, I'm enjoying the view. I'm on top of the world, I'm on top of the world, and I'm thinking of you. Keep smiling, girl. It's just you and I taking over the world. Keep smiling, girl. It's just you and I taking over the world. Take my hand, come along with me. Open up your eyes, tell me everything you see. The sun, moon, and stars, girl, it's all for you. I wanna give you the world, so tell me what I gotta do. I'm on top of the world, I'm on top of the world, I'm enjoying the view. I'm on top of the world, I'm on top of the world, and I'm thinking of you. Keep smiling, girl. It's just you and I taking over the world. Keep smiling, girl. It's just you and I taking over the world.
I want my voice in your ear.
When my beat banging off the building, I wanna see your hands reaching for the ceiling. I want your feet moving until you can't take another step out on my dance floor. I want your body hot, fire burning up the spot, shaking fast, fast like you're going into shock. I want your feet moving until you can't take another step out on my dance floor. I want my voice in your ear. Are you hearing me clear? I'm taking over your mind. I want you lost, boy, stuck in a trance, burn it up, tear it down all night. I want you jumping, pumping, hurting, something, loving every way that I groove. I want you, need you to move.
Don't know if I'm fading, but your movements got me open, and the music got me feeling so right. And I seen you from a distance, wondering if you be with it, cause I want you to take me there all night. We can just turn up, keep it right here. Show the thing up, move it right there. Then slowly, put it right there. Just put it right there, just put it right there. Or live life, it's all about us. Turning up till we can't get enough. Live fast, stop bringing your life. Let me show you what it's like, let me show you what it looks like. Kissing me, 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 girls keep kissing me, 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 kissing me. Girl, I can see it in your body. This ain't your first time being naughty, but it might just be the last time for real. Cause I can't take it any longer. The way you move make me feel stronger, and I know just how this ends for us too. So we can just turn up, keep it right here. Show the thing up, move it right there. Then slowly, put it right there. Just put it right there, just put it right there. Oh, live life, it's all about us. Turning up till we can't get enough. Live fast, stop bringing your life. I'ma show you what it's like, I'ma show you what it looks like. Kissing me, 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 girls keep kissing me, 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 kissing me. Even when I wake up, baby, you know I always find my way. Right next to your heart, I know you never fall, and you gon' always be my baby. Because you show me what love is now, and I don't ever have to guess now. I put it on my heart, I give you everything, and baby, you gon' always be my best friend. Through the rain and the dark of night, even when the sun don't shine, you and me gon' be here, babe, 'cause we shine, we shine. Baby, you and I, baby, we gon' make it to the end of time. This loving is forever, you should know by now. And I'ma always love you 'cause it's you and I, ooh, baby, you and I, baby, we gon' be here to the end of time. This loving is forever, you should know by now. And I'ma always love you 'cause it's you and I, ooh, now we can run away, babe, wherever you wanna go. My heart is in your hand, just take me where you are, and we can go far now. Two hearts beating now, to the rhythm of one now. Love you for who you are, you making me a man, you always understand. Through the rain and the dark of night, even when the sun don't shine, you and me gon' be here, babe, 'cause we shine, we shine. Baby, you and I, baby, we gon' make it to the end of time. This loving is forever, you should know by now. And I'ma always love you 'cause it's you and I, ooh, baby, you and I, baby, we gon' be here to the end of time. This loving is forever, you should know by now. And I'ma always love you 'cause it's you and I, ooh,
To us last night, we almost hit a red light, but I don't wanna stop to see us go. The love we had was airtight, but then you left by midnight, and I ain't get to see your face anymore. Here we go again. I thought I had a friend, but you always leave when it rains. And when I'm on the edge, you turn around again and tell me life just ain't the same. Round and round and round we go. Same old song, we're going nowhere, nowhere. Round and round we go. Same old song, we're going nowhere, nowhere. We always do the same things. We always play the same games. And it will never stop till we say no more. We try to do it your way, but always get the same thing. So tell me, do you know what we're fighting for? Here we go again. I thought I had a friend, but you always leave when it rains. And when I'm on the edge, you turn around again and tell me life just ain't the same. Round and round we go. Same old song, we're going nowhere, nowhere. Round and round we go. Same old song, we're going nowhere, nowhere.
Hope's on the other side of mountains. We gotta climb, and clouds move until the dawn of a brand new day. Still moves into the past of dark days that couldn't last, and doubt gives away to passion. A brand new day. Hope brings true. Hope brings true. A brand new day. Hope brings true. Hope rings true. Hope's on the other side of mountains. We gotta climb, and clouds move until the dawn of a brand new day. Still moves into the past of dark days that couldn't last, and doubt gives away to passion. A brand new day. Hope brings true. Hope brings true. A brand new day. Hope brings true. Hope brings true. A brand new day. When the fear falls numb inside, and the tears you've cried run dry, tomorrow brings new life. Ooh, ooh, a new day is on the rise. Ooh, ooh.
I wanna see you smile again. Now the storm is over. Your best chapter begins. You're gonna win. I wanna see you smile again. I wanna see you smile again. Now the storm is over. Your best chapter begins. You're gonna win. I wanna see you smile again. Yeah, oh, 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 oh. Yeah, oh, 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 oh. Your best chapter begins. You're gonna win. I wanna see you smile again. I wanna see you smile again. Now the storm is over. Your best chapter begins. You're gonna win. I wanna see you smile again. I wanna see you smile again. Now the storm is over. Your best chapter begins. You're gonna win. I wanna see you smile again. Yeah, oh, 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 oh. Yeah, oh, 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 oh. Your best chapter begins. You're gonna win. I wanna see you smile again.
Times are strange, but the hope won't fade. I'll be okay. We'll be okay. The walls they cave, still the strong remain. You'll be okay. We'll be okay. Times are strange, but the hope won't fade. I'll be okay. We'll be okay. The walls they cave, still the strong remain. You'll be okay. We'll be okay. dream drifts away and your world comes crashing down, there's a new dream with your name. It will lift you from the ground, so rise up and take it. I promise that you'll make it. Yeah. Oh, when a dream drifts away and your world comes crashing down, there's a new dream with your name. It will lift you from the ground, so rise up and take it. I promise that you'll make it. Yeah. Mama told me the sun shines brighter right after the rain, and she showed me the love grows stronger right after the pain. And I know the smiles glow wider when trouble has gone, and together we'll walk through the fire. You're never alone. Mama told me the sun shines brighter right after the rain, and she showed me the love grows stronger right after the pain. And I know the smiles glow wider when trouble has gone, and and together we'll walk through the fire. You're never alone.
Is this moment real or am I living a dream? I feel my heart bursting, pulling hard at my seams. If you stay here a little bit longer, I can give you everything I am. Oh, if you stay. Oh, if you stay. If you stay.
When I first saw you were fireworks in my sky. I wanna have our own secrets, just you and I. If you stay here a little bit longer, I can give you everything I am. Oh, if you stay. Oh, if you stay. Just lie here a little bit longer. I can tell you all my crazy plans. Oh, if you stay. Oh, if you stay. If you stay. If you stay.
Yo, walk in the club, head to the back. VIP, Louis, cognac. DJ booth like the 4th of July. Light show strobing, ladies look fly. I was on a mission, looking for the right one. Caught the eye of a girl like the bright sun. She had a look that I can't describe. Get down to the funk, it's time to get live.
Let's funk it up, come on. 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 Let's funk it up, come on.
get down. Let's get down to the funky sound.
Say what the car was, give you a look, but I didn't say hi. Cut off jeans, oh my, water drip down your thigh. Say what the car was, give you a look, but I didn't say hi. Cut off jeans, oh my, water drip down your thigh. Get on down, everybody, let's raise the roof.
Turn it up, raise the roof. Everybody get down tonight. Turn it up, raise the roof. We're gonna rock to the morning light. Turn it up, raise the roof. Everybody get down tonight. Turn it up, raise the roof. We're gonna rock to the morning light.
Here we go. Let's rock. Let's roll. Uptown, downtown, New York, Brooklyn.
Say what the car was, give you a look, but I didn't say hi. Cut off jeans, oh my, water drip down your thigh. Stick with me, straight to rock, up, down, funky stuff. Girls on the dance floor, feel the groove. Get on down, you got nothing to prove.
East, west.
Get on down, everybody, let's raise the roof.
Turn it up, raise the roof. Everybody get down tonight. Turn it up, raise the roof. We're gonna rock to the morning light. Turn it up, raise the roof. Everybody get down tonight. Turn it up, raise the roof. We're gonna rock to the morning light.
I know that you're good for me, and I know that I'm good for you. The things you would do for me are the things I would do for you. I know that you're good for me, and I know that I'm good for you. The things you would do for me are the things I would do for you.
Get down, funk you up. Everybody get down to the funky stuff.
Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, baby.
Get down, funk you up. Everybody get down to the funky stuff.
Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, baby. I know that you're good for me, and I know that I'm good for you. The things you would do for me are the things I would do for you. I know that you're good for me, and I know that I'm good for you. The things you would do for me are the things I would do for you. Give it to me. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, give it to me. Give it to me, baby.
Get down, funk you up. Everybody get down to the funky stuff. Get down, funk you up. Everybody get down to the funky stuff.
I know that you're good for me, and I know that I'm good for you. The things you would do for me are the things I would do for you. I know that you're good for me, and I know that I'm good for you. The things you would do for me are the things I would do for you. Take my
voice in your ear.
For the ceiling, I want your feet moving until you can't take another step out on my dance floor. I want your body hot, fire burning up the spot, shaking fast, fast like you're going into shock. I want your feet moving until you can't take another step out on my dance
Welcome, everybody, to the TF Tizzle Open Championship. My name is Munchballs. I'm joined by Dagda as we head into our final day. And what a day it is going to be, because not only do we have our Open Championship regional final, we also have some show matches coming your way.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what those show matches will bring. We get to see some of the more famous people in our streamers and that like coming on board to see what they can do playing against each other here today. And definitely even some of the coaches from like EDG. We got a couple of World of Warcraft pros who are joining as well. So
Warcraft 3 pros. Warcraft 3 pros.
Warcraft 3. Sorry,
not World of
Warcraft 3,
Warcraft.
yes.
We'll get to that in a moment. First, let's look at what happened yesterday in our redemption bracket. We can glance over our standings as our top 4 from yesterday made it through into today. We had Uliuchi, Achen, Hushin, and Qinghua making it through in the end.
Yeah, and we have obviously a lot of these guys who are battling out quite a lot. I'm glad that some of these guys got through, like Qinghua, who tied in that first place on day number 1, but wasn't quite able to get through just with placements and stuff. So delighted to still see he made it through just about to our final day.
And I have to say, I'm a little bit heartbroken for Liluo, because he was tied on that spot, but ended up down in 6th place at the end because of the tiebreakers. That is a rough way to go down at the end of the day. But we got some highlights from yesterday's games as well. And we had some interesting competitions. And I have to say, across the course of this tournament, I've been surprised at the prevalence of this Cybernetics composition that was not something that I was expecting to be the very tip top of the meta.
Yeah, it really has come into its own, especially when we look towards the changes, this is going back a little while now, but the changes that came through where obviously with Vayne coming in, it makes it a little bit easier to hit those 6 cybernetics. And then people were like, wait, well, now I'm able to get this nice mid game that allows me to get to my level 9 where I'm getting this echo more consistently with those high health. So it's working out quite well for a lot of players. Stuff that I'm surprised that we haven't seen a huge amount of is the likes of that space pirate, especially with how uncontested it has been. I thought we might see a couple of people go for it, but being that reliant on the gangplank, teams just aren't, our players even just aren't really looking for it because of how inconsistent it can be.
And it feels like the part of the success of this Cybernetics comp is so many players trying to run things like the Syndras, like your Victors on the backline. Aurelia, when she gets Infiltrator buff, Echo as well, just jumping straight into those backlines and annihilating these mech compositions.
Yeah, and that's the thing, especially the mechs do really poorly against it, especially if you're looking at something like a Vayne who can get a couple of those Giant Slayers just whittling away at that health bar super quickly. So it makes it a little bit easier to deal with that. And as we talked about, consistency in TFT is oftentimes the big difference maker. So when teams are players even, I'm going to keep saying teams, players consistently are running this mech style, it makes it a lot easier to teeter off into something like a Vayne that can work their way through it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it makes sense that you keep saying team, because this is team fight
Team
tactics,
fight
not
tactics,
player
yeah.
fight tactics. But in case you missed the last couple of days of what's been going on, let's quickly go over the rules of how everything at TOC is going to be working for you. So we've had our first couple of days, which were Group A and Group B, to decide who's making it through to the finals. The redemption bracket came through, which was the middle of the pack from each of Group A and Group B, fighting it out in essentially the lower bracket of the tournament. And now today, we go into our regional finals.
Exactly, and I'm very excited to see how our regional finals are going to pan out, because as you can see on your screen, the match format is that there's going to be 8 players here who will need to pick up at least 16 points. When you get to those 16 points, you will need to get a first place finish, and that will then be crowned our champion. The next 2 qualification points for that Galaxy's Championship is going to be the highest combined points during the finals, and then when we look at the highest average points per match during the finals as well. So there's still a lot to play for, so even if you don't get the quote-unquote first place finish, you can still get yourself into that TFT Galaxy's Championship.
Yeah, we do have 3 slots available, and it's not necessarily just the top 3 in the standings because of that 3rd seed being on average points. So it's going to change things up, and we'll have a look as the day goes on how that's going to go. And importantly, we could have quite a few games today because of the fact that you have to finish in first to end the tournament. So it could be a little bit up in the air. We'll have to wait and see how it's all going to go down. These are your tiebreaker rules as well as we get on in. So much of it down to how consistently you place in the top 3.
Yeah, and that's the big thing here is just your consistency is going to be the name of the game, especially when we look towards those top 1 or 2 slots. You really want to be nailing them because obviously 10 points already to kick things off makes it a lot easier to hit those 16 points, then move in towards your first place. But I think the big thing is, the most interesting part is when you start to see people hit that 16 point, what happens? Because you have the names of those players that are suddenly looking for that first place. So if you're sitting down in 6th, 7th, you're like, right, I'm not going to make it this time. I can start griefing the top guys. I can start taking those items. I can start taking the different units that they need. So there's a lot more mind games that go into this that I'm excited to see.
And I think there's 2 sides to that as well, because there's the mind games in trying to grief other people, stopping them getting to the 16 points. But also, there are different compositions that you run when you just want to get top 4 to when you're like, I'm going to win this game.
Exactly.
I'm going to place first. So we'll see how things are going to change over the course of the day. But let's look at the players that have made it to our finals, because there are 8 players left out there, and only 3 of them can make it at the end of the day.
Which is kind of nuts. But we do have Zhuanzi kicking things off. Alpha Go, Tomato, Godlike, Wu Liu Qi, Archin, Hushin, and Qinghua. I've been practicing.
Perfect. Perfect.
I like the way you gifted that one over to me. It was like, Rob, you're on this one.
Yeah, I just let you take that one away. Don't worry about it. I'm excited for Tomato, though. Tomato, I think, one of my favorite players, not just because of the name, but also he was incredibly consistent in Group B. Same with Godlike. Both of them doing an excellent job. Godlike had a really rough final game, but Tomato was like, if I remember correctly, it was top 3 every time.
Yeah, and I'm excited to look at Zhuanzi and Qinghua, both guys from Group A. Zhuanzi, because certainly that Blade Masters player, we consistently saw him trying to get that 3-star Yi, and it was so exciting to see if he could actually get those items that he really needed. But also looking at Qinghua, I think one of our most flexible players from Group A, and I'm excited to see if he can still run that coming into today.
Yeah, Hushin as well was one of the players that was close to making it through from Group B directly to the finals. It ended up in, I think, 3rd or 4th place, and then made it through in the redemption bracket in the end. But Zhuangzi, I think the most impressive thing about this guy, first off, made it straight through in the first day in Group A, but only 400 games played. That is insane.
Yeah, he has very quickly taken to TFT and has already made it to Challenger on the Ionian server. So it's not like the games are actually an indication of his skill. This guy looked absolutely incredible and picked up multiple first place finishes on Group A's day. AlphaGo then is the next one. You can see definitely looking towards those Cybernetics, those Blade Masters here as well. So we keeping our eye on him to see if he starts to go towards them once again.
Yeah, and I think he shows a really great comparison of what the games played stat usually looks like, right? It's in the thousands, his top 3 rate in the 40% as well. So excited to see what AlphaGo can do today. But as we move on with our players, Tomato, this is the guy that I'm hyped about. Also a relatively low amount of games played, still going to be quadruple what we're seeing out of our first player. But even still, very exciting player to watch.
And I love the flexibility that we see in his compositions there. You got the mech, you got the cybernetics, you're looking at rebels as well with that Aurelion Sol, even going towards something like the Star Guardian. So it's that flexibility that has proven so strong throughout this tournament.
We'll see if he's going to be able to keep up across the course of today. Godlike as well, our second player from Group B. And Godlike is quite an aggressive player from what we saw. He is the kind of guy that wants to keep his win streak. He is happy to spend his economy early in order to keep himself pushing forwards.
Yeah, and it's great to see him coming back in as well. Former LPL pro, used to play on LMQ when he was Ackerman, then came back over towards the LPL as well. So seeing him come over into TFT is great.
Yeah, 2013 Worlds finalist as well on Starhorn Royal Club. So this guy, he's been around. This guy has a good amount of experience to work with, and looking like he could bring it over to TFT as well. Wu Liuqi as well, stepping forwards. And, I mean, you can see it in his bio there. He's been fighting for 8th or 7th all weekend long. It's not been working out for him at all, and he somehow ended up in the finals instead.
Yeah, I mean, look, sometimes you just don't achieve your goals, but it works out great for you in the end. Either way, I'm excited to see what 567 Wu Liuqi can do, and I'm looking forward to seeing if he can get his hands on those cybernetics once again.
Yeah, Achen as well coming in from Group A, who had to go through the redemption bracket in the end. And I'm just excited at the fact that we get 2 Space Pirates in those top 5 champions. Because we have seen so little Space Pirates. Please, Achen, bring it out.
He was actually
today.
one of the players who played a lot of Darkstar at the start of the day. So one of the few players that was consistently going for this 6 Darkstar composition. So I'll be looking forward to seeing if Achen decides to go towards that once again and trying to go for the placement rather than that, super high finish.
Yeah, and Hushin, this is a guy that when you look at his top 3 rate, much higher than most of the players. It's averaging about 40%. This guy's closer to 50, so we'll see if he can keep that up over the course of today. And then we have Qinghua as well, veteran League of Legends player who's challenger season 6 through 8. So now trying to move the strategic side of being a challenger player over to TFT.
Yeah, and we talked about how flexible Qinghua has been throughout the days. We saw him play this Astro Sniper composition, Protector Sorks, and it was a little bit unfortunate for him at the end of the day where he did tie in first on day number 1, but because he didn't have that high placement, ended up dropping into the 3rd place, had to battle his way through the redemption day, and has once again found himself here.
And that's rough when you have to go in the redemption bracket from 3rd place, and especially off of Group A, because if I remember correctly, we had a 3-way tie for 2nd place. So 2 of those players equalizing in points, but just going out on a tiebreaker, having to play an entire extra day now into the finals. But we're about ready to get things kicked off, not with our actual TOC regional finals, but with our show match. So we're going to head over to the stage and get everyone introduced, get this underway. So I'm going to pass it over to Wendy with our translation.
Hi guys, this is Wendy for translation. After 3 days of first competition, today we will welcome 8 players competing for the championship. But before the start of our final, we have a surprise for you guys. We have invited Zhu Zhen and Chen He. So welcome. Hi everybody.
大家怎么样？这么热情吗？对，真的是哇！觉得非常热闹，很多很多的人。
So you can feel very good atmosphere. There's so many people like watching us on the screen. We can experience that enthusiasm in front of the screen. So I have a question for 2 of you. Do you play TFT? It's like a thing that I must done every day. It's like the false meal.
真哥把我带进这个英雄联盟，好，我把真哥。
Zhuzhen brought me into the world of League of Legends, and I taught him how to play TFT.
我知道，其实二位之前也是在综艺当中有
And
在兑现过。
Also in the League of Legends variety show, you play together.
两个人一起玩云顶之弈。
So have you played TFT together as well? Who performs better? Definitely not me. You guys are too humble. In the beginning, I was a little better than him, but now 7th and 8th place are my home. I always secure the 8th place and then fight for the 7th.
太谦虚了。那我们今天呢，其实也要看到两位在我们的场上。
And for today, you are going to compete on the stage, but our rules today is a bit different. There's some special guests come to the arena. I'm not used to it, so it's not a head-to-head solo game today. Because TFT requires 8 candidates. So 2 of you have to guess our guests and then choose whether you want them to join your team. And there are 4 people in each group, but the group with the first place will win today's game. So there will be 1 champion, other 7 people will just be the background. And also we'll have some punishment. So you have to make sure to discuss your strategies carefully. Actually for Chen He, as long as you let him eat more food, it's already a punishment because he's on a diet. But weight loss is always a tough journey. So now let's see who's the first special guest. I will give you some hints. The first hint, that person's height is over 180 centimeters. The range is a bit too wide. That person has participated in TFT international tournaments. I will choose him. If he can participate in the international tournaments, he must be a mastery of this game. We don't have one around us like can participate in the international tournament, so he must be very strong in this game. And also the third hint is an indispensable member of the team. Oh, if both of you want him to join your team, according to the rules, the guest will choose which team he wants to join. So let's welcome our first guest. Wow, the first guest is our little legend.
这个有东西的。哇！我可以让看把镜头给你。
其实我在想，我们的小小英雄应该怎么玩呢
I'm very curious of how can our little legend play the game. This bro must eat a lot. And also his height is over 180 centimeters. But why he just stand here directly? That means he have chosen Chen He's team. So have you made your choice already?
你的意思说吃一点吗？现在不可以吃啊，吃一点，可以。可以。这个你看，这个肯定是告诉企鹅啊，在这个地盘，企鹅你敢赢吗
？And we got the little legend. So how do you dare to win? After all, he's a dealer, so maybe your team is favored by the dealer.
其实他没有1.8米，他的头盔。
And actually, I don't think he is like 180 in height. It's mainly because of his helmet. It's also part of him. So, thank you, our little legend. And then let's move on to the second one. That person used to be a professional player, or used to be. Then maybe he should be quite old. The second hint. You may earn something from me, but I will never lose. That is a famous quote. And maintain 10 years challenger cannot give me fame, but the throw in the game makes me famous. So he must come from a place called Wuhu. I really want him. Previously, we have recorded a League of Legends New Year special program. He and I were partner, but since Chen He really wanted him, so I will pass him to you. And actually, the average age of our team is relatively young. So we need an elder to guide us. 五湖大司马 Uncle Ma is suitable here.
是有年龄感的，他可以做一个我们的指挥，有他在我心里觉得特
He
别
can
稳。
be a command for our whole team. I can feel very stable with him. And guess how old is 五湖大司马?
让我想想看，大司马比我小一点，看
Let me think about it. I think he looks older than me, but should be a bit younger than me. So maybe born in 1980. So maybe you can ask him in a moment. Let's welcome 五湖大司马.
耶！
哎呦，马老师，哎呦，马老师今天轻装上阵呀，哎呀，舒服。
怎么第一件是哎？
I feel you're quite relaxing. And what's the matter? We just put our hands together as soon as he came on the stage. I think we're taller than before. I think maybe
发育的也好，你看。
I have a good farming
因为我们
right
之前
now.
录过节目哈。
哦，对，你们也。
And also we have recorded the variety show together as well.
跑到别人队伍里去了，但是我特别想找你，因为我觉得有你在，心里会特别稳。
But I know you are very stable. So by the way, how old are you?
朱真老师和您在讨论说
I heard you're like discussing my age on the backstage. So do I look old?
对，我是88年
I born in 1988.
那你是真的是跑得比较快，这个
88年你
发育的太好了，
你88年运营成这个样子，
So
运营的不好的。
You really have a good farming in the game.
多来我们直播间买点面膜啊，真的是。
对，马老师还是厉害的，其实真的是他有定军心的作用。
And Teacher Mark can really stabilize the mentality of the whole team.
真的吗？对啊，你们觉得我是高手吗？
对，你知道我们在比
So
赛前都是
do you really think so?
扮猪吃虎，这时候都是
You know, like we all like to press our opponents to pretend we are not that strong. So I want to ask 五湖大司马, do you think you can win the game? I have made some investigation before coming. I think we got a good chance to win. Actually, before coming, I have checked that 五湖大司马 is a challenger.
这个压力大了，完蛋。
So, 朱真, have you ever? How about your ranking? I'm still in the GOAT 3. So I have secured. And now, let's see who is our third guest. And I'm curious, how do our later legend play? We will know in a while. Now let's look forward to the next guest. The first one. Why you don't use your ultimate? Neither use your F4 and don't use your ultimate in the team fight. What are you doing? That's really what the coach will say. So it's also a master and also an elder. The second heat, he won the League of Legends International Championship. I basically know who he is, but for Chen He, although I cannot guess who he is, but with this high reputation, I want him. Since you want him, I will let him to you. Because I feel that as a coach, he may not have so much time to practice TFT. He's a meritorious coach and have countless champions. So how about 五湖大司马? After all, he's a coach. Even if he may not play TFT a lot, he will be affected as so many people around him will play TFT. And also he can provide some psychological consoling and feedbacks. And if you lose, it's all the coach's problem, so we want him. So let's welcome the third guest.
这个我不要。
阿布 ，EDG's coach。
为什么不要？哎呀，这个刚刚卖给我一个队员啊哈，这个刚刚你们俱乐部刚刚卖给我个队员。
Their team EDG sold me a player.
价钱不便宜。
And the price was not cheap before. But that player actually they sold to me as become our main force. He was very strong. And how's your TFT ability? Because this game is not dependent on mechanics. It's mainly for the brainstorming and strategies. I'm not bad in that part. Oh, I didn't take this into consideration. He must be very smart. So our side can play the macro. But for Zhu Zhen, you still have many opportunities to choose. And for the next one, the first hint is that person has casted LPL before. That's the same as us.
靠颜值吃饭，对不对？
But the range is very wide.
第二个提示啊，
And the
此
second
人
hint,
精通计算。
this person is proficient in calculations.
像没讲过一样的哈。
计算不重要吗？云顶之弈是要靠计算来
That's very
我
important.
看前两天 TOC 比赛，那个是雷霆老师吧？雷霆。 超级厉害，就给你一炮打出几百个。
And I know that some people can calculate the exact amount of damage caused by every skills in the TFT. But we got Abu, he can do the calculations. And I think calculating is very suitable for
计
TFT.
算我擅长算计。哎呀，那我感觉我就抢了吧。这个是我
I
感觉是
think
可以。
对，第三个都还没
this
说完，
person
就要决
suits
定要
me.
这个了。好，那我们来看看第三个提示。我从不
The
妥
last
协
hint.
速战
I
速决
never compromise. Let's finish this
啊
quickly.
对对对对。
This sentence is from some champion. It's Tylo. I think that person must have a very good personality, so I really want that person.
要不然待会儿都不用选了。
接下来看一看这一位嘉宾会是谁。有
So
请
let's welcome our next guest.
骚男，哎呀，来，气势上不能输。
Broadcaster 骚男。
打声招呼。
大家好，我是骚男。
对，哎呀，弹幕在飘啊，骚男终于来了啊！
骚男为什么取一个这样的名字呢？
对
Why did you take this ID?
可哥呀，对你产生更多的兴趣，想增加更多了解，
了解一下别人的这个队员吧哈。
名字啊，就是为了给大家一个印
This
象深刻。骚男
name is mainly to impress everyone because the name means like the man who can make the, who is a playmaker.
一定要骚，对吧？就是说。 本来是这样想的，到后来呢，人也骚，操作也骚。
It's like
啊，
所以人如其名，骚男骚男。
I really want to be the playmaker, so that's why I just chose the name.
团战可以输。
Like team fights can be lost, but my mechanics must be performed.
我想问问啊，你为什么是
That's
精
the
通计算
hidden
呢？
meaning of my ID. And why I'm proficient in calculating? Because I use a calculator to make sounds during my broadcasting. And also now TFT also needs a lot of calculations. So you need a calculator? No.
靠心算了就。
厉害了。
I can calculate in my
我
mind.
们的骚男加入主持人。
那我们放心了，有底了。
So welcome
好，
Sonan
我们来
again.
看看下一位嘉宾
And
会
for
是谁？
the
到底是进入谁的
next
战队呢？
guest.
下一位，哎，这个他的介绍还蛮奇怪的。
好，
一个
The
可能是很
first
酷的人。
introduction is
可能是很酷。
that person
对，这句话等于是没说。
might be cool.
谁不酷？每个人。
This sentence is
第二个提示。 我觉得说完之后，可能两位不想选了。
And the second one is after I said it, you guys may not want to choose him. It's unlucky son of esports. I don't want to select him. I can't feel luck right away.
不会受到发牌员的青睐。
对，实在不行，这个少一个人波比上也可以啊。
上波比。
下一个他是
And the third one is the
冠军选手。
TFT champion player in Guangdong Nursing
等
Home.
一下，因为我觉得有些时候呢，心态要放正。因为我们有些时候啊，就想到
Actually, mentality is very important. That sometimes we may think about like being old, so we can play in chess, and then relying on TFT for relaxing every day. So he must have a very good mentality. So I think actually we are like a nursing home. So I just want that person.
我们还是很年轻的。
好 ，OK。
好，我们来有请今天的下一位神秘
So
嘉
let's
宾。
welcome the next guest.
哎呀，来，广东的朋友，来。
这一看是很运动男孩的感觉嘛，对不对？怎么会
He
是
looks
养老院
like
这种风格呢？
athletic boy. But why you call you from the nursing home? Actually, professional players are getting younger and younger. So the peak age for the esports player is basically very young.
大家好，我是济南。
对，济南为什么要说自己养老院？
Why do you call yourself in a nursing home? Because my mechanic can only win the elderly in the game.
那边去，好不好？我还以为是心态好，
我以为是很厉害。
感觉是水平操作，只能是操作一些。
So it's not based on the mentality, but your mechanics, right? And I'm very curious, why you called yourself the hapless son or the unlucky? Because no matter what game I played, I'm always very unlucky.
加入到我这个队伍，感觉拥有我这个人也挺倒霉的，啊，也无所谓了。其实呢，我呢也找到一个锅，好吧？ 这个真的有问题就怪他啊！对对对，
是这样的吗？
But if we cannot get the victory, it's all because of him. But also we can make use of it. If I want some cars, I can just say I don't want him. I don't want that car, so I will just get it.
祝他们一定拿第一啊！
And also I wish Chen He's team to win.
这个开心吗？
司马哥说句话啊。
That curse will not
必须冠军。
work. We must be the champion.
负得正了，好不好？
好，我们来看一看，就是景然之后的下一位神秘嘉宾会是谁
So who's our
这位
next
可可
guest?
爱爱是个猛男，
It's
猛男
very
很可爱，是金刚芭比
cute,
吗？
对对对
but very strong.
对，我们这是一个什么比赛？我先问一下，怎么会是可爱的猛男要来参加？好，
I have no idea.
可可爱
不加引号的引号啊。
他的第二个提示
The
非
next
常
one.
与众不同。
That person is very different. I think this sentence is basically meaningless.
最后一个，哎，这个还是蛮一猜应该猜
The
得到。
next
长
one
相甜美
Have a
LPL
good
官方
looking
解
and
说
also an LPL official caster.
应该是个女孩子吧？
那不然是
So
个甜美
she
的
should
孩
be a
子
girl.
女生啊，
对。
那你们
怎么样
二位怎么选择呢？
那你说这我们哪一个不是长相甜美的 LPL？
But we are all the sweet-looking boys generally.
没有哪一个。
你看，
马老师娇羞的低下了头啊，是感觉对自己有点惭愧。你们要不要？你们要不要？
那我们肯定要啊，
要啊。
Do you want that, guys?
那我们来看看
We definitely want to fight for that beauty.
解说会是谁呢？有请。
So let's welcome
哎呀
our LPL caster.
真的是，
这个我们赢了。
童熙
吗？是比颜值赢了是吗？
We won already. At least we are the champion for appearance. Hi everyone, I'm
赢了是因
Tongxi.
为我是个吉祥物嘛。
对。
你一出来，我们在颜值上都已经完全取胜了哈。
对，你是
Because you are in our team, we are the champion for the appearance.
在性别上取胜了，你们那边男生不要老看我们这边好吗？
So please just
专门的那个防止
don't look us, especially guys over there. And we have some boards to separate you guys during the game to protect Tongxi from picking.
不是防别人，就是
Oh, you don't need to prevent others, just prevent Sonan is enough.
好，欢迎童熙加入陈浩老师的战队。我们的
So
第
welcome
7位也是我们
Tongxi.
最后一位，其实好像已经
And then we'll have our last guest.
啊，难道不选择吗？
And Chen He's team is full.
没得选了
啊，没得选了。
就给你
So I have no choice,
女
right?
生吗？
那来看看吧，
好
猜一猜，
好
是优秀的运动员，奥运火炬手。
He's an excellent
看来熬到最后熬对。
athlete and also the Olympic top bearer. And also he is an ancient gaming
我
god.
大概已经知道是谁了。
啊，已经猜到了是吗？
对对对。
I probably already know who he is.
哇，有东西的哈。
好，我们来看看最后一个提示，获得过无数冠军，中国电竞第一人。
可以。
He got lots of championship and also the pioneer in Chinese esports
没
history.
有没有没有没有。
是还要做队友，还
没有没有，
要做教练
就是
的。
捧他们一下嘛，对不对？我们阿布怎么可能放呢？我们的精神领袖好不好？
对。刚才呢，我感觉啊，想了一想，好像不是你刚才提示给我的，是我前两天看到联盟的公告的时候，
Besides the
我记得好像是
hints,
Sky 吧。
I saw the announcements a few days ago. He should be Sky,
我
right?
们最后的一位神秘嘉宾 Sky 登场。
So
有请
our
李老师，
last guest will be Sky.
哇塞，
太棒了！啊，对，跟赫哥打。来，那话筒给你，你跟他聊聊。
算了吧，这个嘴上功夫还是不行。
Instead of like talking, we'll just see in the real game.
还是可以，还是可以。
高手就是我不说话，我就是高手，
是吧？哎，你打云顶吗？
So are you playing TFT?
这个你吓到我了。
I also play this game.
感觉好像
你应该讲你玩一点吗 ？Sky 应该说，那这个是不玩的。
You also play it? That word seems not that confident.
真哥你放心，以后贺哥拿手。
I have talked with Sonan before this matchup.
啊，你要跟他请教怎么办？互相抢。
But Sonan only know one synergy. He can only play one lineup. So maybe the four of us can play the same synergy, the same lineup.
啊，对，不会的，开玩笑。这种
Oh, that's joking.
都是男枪。
Those words just want to confuse the opponent's
那我
team.
们的队员都已经站定了，而且人员都已经选好了。接下来呢，
可以
两位
吃饭了。
开饭。那我们接下
So
来呢，有请我们两位队长。
all the guys are on the stage.
强有力的
Now let us the two captains to name the team. Let me ask the girl of our team.
好，我们就叫赫赫有名。
Okay, our name will be the famous team because my name is Chen He, so it's 赫赫有名. And
等于跟他又一起蒸蒸日上战队。
and for me, I'm 朱桢, so it's like 蒸蒸日上战队.
就有请我们
蒸蒸日上
的
team.
两支战队的队员进入到我们的对战席，准备对战。
And please enter
加油，来。
the galaxies and we will start the game.
小企鹅就小企鹅就。
啊，这边还要加个油，这边已经散了。
你就不说，蒸蒸
And let's do the.
好
We'll definitely win.
他们连团建都没有。哎呀，放心了。
哦，我们的小小英雄也要加入
And
到
the
吗。
little legend, you want to join as well?
好的，那我们接下来呢，就把画面交
And
给我们
now
的解说席。
let's back to the caster's desk.
Thanks so much, Wendy, for the translation, as always. And I don't know if we could call him a little legend. He's a pretty big legend on that stage right there. But I have to say, this entire thing, I've just been looking at that Feather Knight. I just want to cuddle him.
I know. It looks a bit like we were saying when we saw him. It's like, oh, man, I hope he dabs. I just want to see him dab. I just want to see him.
I want to see if he can pull off the sound effect.
Yeah,
It's
the
tough.
little chirp.
Oh, today is going to be full of shenanigans, Dagda. Or
It really
especially
is.
the next two games are going to be full of
Yeah.
shenanigans. I'm really curious what kind of strategies, in quotation marks, we see come out for this show match.
Well, I mean,
because
if you
we-
look at Seonan, they said he knows one synergy, so I don't know how confident I am in him.
And we got Tugshi on the stage as well, another
Yeah.
LPL caster
Yeah.
who may or may not be too familiar with teamfight tactics. I feel in a similar boat.
Yeah.
Definitely myself, Lyric and Hysterics have been in that boat over the last couple of days. Dagda is here with me today to bridge the gap.
Yeah. Out of the forecasters, I'm definitely the one who's more involved in TFT.
You're
I'll
the,
put
you're
it
the
as-
PP god of TFT.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus! I don't know if I'm that high now. That's taking it a step too far. I don't know if I can take on that.
This is
title.
no time for modesty, Dagda. We need you to carry this broadcast, okay? This is your moment. This is your moment of glory. We'll see if it's the moment of glory for anyone on this stage as well. I have to say, let's take a moment here, Dagda. Put in some early predictions. I'm going to put my money down on the line. I reckon Woohoo Dasima has this one. I've just got a feeling, man. That's the guy I'm
Are we going with
predicting.
teams? Are we going with players? What way are we going to do this?
Why not both?
Why not both?
I'll go Cheng Hu then.
Well, look,
because Dasima's got it.
I'm going to go the other side. I'm going to go Chujin, and I'm going to go with Sky. I mean, Sky, an ex-Warcraft 3 pro.
His
This
mechanics
guy,
are gonna be on
the
point.
mechanics are going to be on point.
The
But I mean,
Zephyr sniping, the
well, look,
Blitzcranks.
he just said, look, he can beat people that are in nursing homes with his mechanics, but
Which
his
is
mind is still
pretty
there.
insane.
So that's what we got to try and figure out, you know?
Look, I've seen some pretty quick-witted nursing home people.
Now,
So
I gotta just, as we get into this
Wait,
game,
you want to
real
talk about
quick,
TFT?
I just want to point out
I
to
was gonna
folks,
start talking about my
as you
granddad.
can see in the right-hand side of the screen, the names are in Chinese.
Yes.
And we don't read them. We've got a cheat sheet, but please bear with us if we have to quickly look and try and figure out
Yeah.
who we're looking at. But this is Tong Chi. This is going to be the LPL caster kicking us off here. And already you can see tier picked up, plus going to have that large rod. I mean, you can try and, oh, that's nice. Gets the double Fiora there. So if you want to, you can make that double Fiora, have the tier, add a Giant's Belt, and then if you're going for that Cybernetics build path, you've already got that redemption, which will work super well. But yeah, if you want to go back, sorry, to talking about your nursing homes, I'm totally fine.
No, that's all right. I'm just taking a moment there while you're talking to have a glance over. And we
Figure
are
out
going to
wherever
have the
it is,
names on the screen as well. So that's Abu that you can see on your screen. Ex-EDG coach. This is the guy that Clearlove replaced as the coach way back in the day on EDG. We'll see how he's going to do for himself. I've got a feeling he's on the winning team, though. He's on the same team as Woohoo Dasima, and I just got a feeling. So so you said Sky.
I think Sky.
You think the Warcraft 3 mechanics are going to...
Well, it's just the mindset.
There's no Blade Master in this game. That's the problem.
True. Well,
Blade Master's busted.
yeah. I think the thing is, like, I'm going to take Shikeke, who was Kitties, and Koro out of my equation here because they didn't have the best of times. But I definitely feel like if you look at a couple of our players, like Godlike, that mindset of a pro, just the dedication and having the mental aptitude for games, I think carries over a little bit. So
I will
we'll
say,
have to see.
someone was just scouting around there, and there was someone that had not picked up their first item just yet. which is not a great sign. I feel like picking up your first item is usually a pretty good thing to do to start the game.
Yeah.
I'm no expert actor, but that's always worked
So
for me.
it does kind of, it's kind of hard because obviously your econ works out great. If you want to just sell them all, you hit 10, like, as you can see there, right off the bat. So you're already getting a heap of econ in. And you just accept that you're going to go for the loss streak here, which could work out really well. We're looking at a Tien Ba Dong Ba right now. So I think, look, he's in an okay shape where we can start to look instead towards, okay, I'm going to hit my econ. Does have actually the double rage blade. Or sorry, the double recurve that could go towards a rapid fire cannon. So he may intentionally just lose these next few rounds, get towards an early pick on the carousel, try and see if he can pick up another recurve and that Negatron, and he could be in really good shape here.
I mean, he's already got a Shen for himself as well, so feeling pretty good to set that one up if he finds the opportunity. But we're starting things off with our two team leaders going head to head here, and it's been very one-sided indeed, Dagda.
Yeah. I mean, look, we're not getting very much out of these lads so far, but yeah, I think we'll have to see how, as the game starts to ramp up, how things are starting to kind of ease out, especially as you talked about with that guy who, I didn't see who it was who didn't get any of the early items, but definitely that can hurt your early game quite a bit.
So here, do we just go triple Nocturne there, or do you hold on to the gold?
I think you can. I think he was on 13 gold. It's not the worst idea to go the triple Nocturne, but don't forget, like, he actually wants to lose. So his idea here is to purposely tank his health so he can be first pick on the carousel. So putting a 2-star unit on the board isn't the best idea in that situation. So instead, he's just going to forego it and just look to ramp up instead, just through that gold.
I'm with you. So just hold on for now. Be willing to sandbag a few rounds. Just last as long as you can, so you take a little damage.
It's a double whammy. Like So the worst thing that can happen to you in these early stages is actually going like back and forth between a win and loss, because you don't want to be getting like one gold every other round. You want to be consistently losing, so you do ramp up in that loss streak, or consistently winning for the win streak, obviously. Win streak preferable, but if you can't do it, you're better off to just try and ramp through it, get the gold, get the econ sorted. And you can see as well that they were only picking up the Shens. They're only picking up Blade Masters, so they already realize what way they want to go.
I don't understand why these orbs are not being picked up. But, well, we have it here first. Officially, Dagda is saying publicly that he believes streaking is a correct thing to do. So, well.
In TFT.
Each to their own. Each to their own, Dagda. Yeah. It's not my style personally, but there you go.
Look, I love it, to be honest. I think it really does help in some situations.
Economically
speaking, yeah.
As long as you got someone to pay the bail anyway. Oh, dear. Well, we'll have to see. It's not going so hot to start this one off. I'm trying to figure out who it is that I'm looking at right here. That's Saunan, I believe.
It
who
is
currently on a 2-loss streak. He's currently only got 10 gold, though. And he's already out to 88 HP. He's losing a good bit of life there.
I do like that he's opting to go towards Protectors, though. He does have that early GA sitting on his bench and can start to go towards Nico items, so works out super, super well. Pop that GA onto her, something like Ionic Spark, and if you really want to round things out with a Warmogs, it could go just absolutely fantastic. So I think that'll be the game plan here, and again, losing, but it's a really good loss. There's only a single unit left on the board there, so he's doing an excellent job of balancing that narrow streak.
I was worried for him that he was going to win there. I was worried he was going to win a round, but luckily keeps it going, only loses 2 HP. So
Sky, you got to get moving.
He's doing the classic godlike, as we call it here in the TOC. The TFTOC.
Oh, interesting. So Tien, who's the guy who just picked up the Bard with that tier. So I thought we were going to see him go towards another recurve bow. He actually didn't. He's gone for that tier on the Bard, so instead looking to try and ramp early with this Bard and see if he can get a couple of levels. Honestly, if I've already got double recurve and there's a recurve presented in front of me, I think you just opt in towards Blade Master straight off the bat.
Pray for the Negatron cloak. See if you can get yourself that hurricane going. It's not going to happen though, Dags. It's not going to happen. He wants a Bard. He wants some meeps. He wants some XP. Just slam it on the board. Maybe give it a blue buff. See what works. Perhaps not. We'll see. We'll see, Dagda. One thing we have to bear in mind as well, like I know you guys in Twitch chat, you're probably already going mental like gymnastics to figure out the compositions here. This is a show match.
Yes.
So don't necessarily anticipate this is going to be perfect play.
It is probably Blade Masters though. This is Edward Baba that we're looking at. I imagine he is going to go double recurve, already has his 3-blade masters on the board, just using that Lowy to bypass him in the early stages since he did get that early 2-star Lowy. But if you're sitting on the bench, he's just looking for the E, looking towards that Aurelia, and then eventually he'll be able to swap out this Saya for that Riven in the later points. But I think definitely we've got a couple of players that could potentially go for that Blade Master combination.
So, while we're in the intergame, before we got any players making any major decisions, I do just want to quickly revisit nursing homes for a second. Because I just want to approach the idea that actually, in specifically TFT and card games, being good by a nursing home perspective is actually kind of an achievement. Because I don't know about you, Dagda, but my granddad is a chess grandmaster. Or at least he used to be a chess grandmaster.
I can tell you my granddad is not a chess grandmaster.
Whoa.
I think there's very few granddads who are chess grandmasters.
There are, well, you'd be surprised, actually, because it's an old game, and they've had a long time to play it.
Yeah,
so
I assume there's like a
say
limited number of chess
playing
grandmasters.
chess in a nursing home is like pretty high elo games. Like, that's pretty intense stuff. So maybe there's a bit of a TFT nursing home circuit going on. I could believe it.
Potentially. I mean, look, that's the idea for the offseason. That's what we'll get up and running with. On this board, though, quite surprised to see Sky running with this early Deathblade, especially when you're looking towards the had an Infinity Edge already. It looks like he could be eyeing up something like a Darkstar composition where he's already got the Mordekaiser, and then you could go in towards a Jhin with that Infinity Edge. But again, like as we said, this is a show match. This is not going to be the top end of players, so expect a few different plans here and there. Like that Bard already with the rapid fire cannon and the tier is great though.
Yeah, that is not going to be played on this round though.
Yeah, you don't get any of the
you don't
meeps
get
on.
the meeps,
Yeah, you don't
so
get the meeps in the creep round. So
it's you know not the optimal unit, but when you've got the items on, I feel like you're still just going to do better anyway.
This down in the bottom left corner like hurts me when you have one. The one like it. When you end up with just selling one meep, I get really annoyed. So what I'll actually do is I won't sell the meeps until I have an even number of them, because it just annoys me seeing one, because I'm like, it's a false sense of security. It's like, I am closer, but I still have to spend just as much gold to get to the level.
It took me a minute to figure out you were talking about the XP for a second there. You just said the one on the bottom left. I was like, the giant spell. Giant spell's pretty good, isn't it? Yeah, you're absolutely right, though. Having the odd XP always feels bad. But you know what? He's got time. He can fix this. We have the technology, Dagda. Let's take a look at the items, though, on the left, though, because we've got a dual gauntlet halfway down the scoreboard there as well.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see what the plan is for that dual gauntlet. Obviously, we haven't seen exactly what has been built there for Saunan, but I want to see exactly if we are going to go towards something like a Syndra, if he is playing the Sorcerer build, or if it is trying to see if he can get more recurves, go towards the...
Wait a second. Sorry,
I'm
interrupting you completely.
You're okay.
Bard's got 4 chrono on the go. He's going to be pumping meeps like no tomorrow. Give that man a Spear of Shojin. Goodness gracious me. I just want to see just hyper XP coming out. I don't know if he's going to win this round. He is on a loss streak, so he kind of wants to lose the round realistically, but that was actually relatively close. And this Caitlyn is going
I'd take one
pretty
more hit, though.
insane.
Yes,
If
okay, that's nice.
If the ult had hit Rumble, that was maybe winnable, honestly.
I don't know if it'll be winnable, but like as you said, you're fine to keep losing this. All you want to do is keep ramping up on these bards. I think if I was going to go for this bard, I'd sell the karma to buy the bard, keep myself at the 50 gold. At 3-2,
it's a show match, guys. Buy the bard.
Yeah, at the 3-2, this is
Doing
usually
it.
where you do level to level 6, but we'll have to see if that's what if Tiang Ba Dong Ba wants to go for.
He was hovering the karma. Come on, mate. You know you want to do it. Sell the karma, get us the bard. Come on, be a crowd pleaser.
Look, he's the leader of his team, right? He should be setting an example of, I'm going to hit level 9, I'm going to be the carry here, and trying to show his squad what he expects from them. So the fact he hasn't gone for this bard is just...
We've got to see the meme game. The meme game is what today is all about. So, most importantly, we need to be seeing whether or not he's going to be able to get an odd number of meeps. He needs to get at least one more meep this round.
Oh, he's done
there it is.
Perfect.
We're back on even XP.
That's what you want to see from the bard. I don't know. Maybe I'm just weird. It just really grinds me when I'm on
OCDs
it.
of the world are rejoicing with you, Dagda. Don't worry. You're not the only one here. That is 12 gold's worth of available XP right here. So you can see the level 2-6 coming out. I'm just going to call this guy Tua, because he's got Tua in his name. And that makes my life a lot easier. And I'm not going to lie.
You can just call him Tien if you want.
Ah, true.
Yeah.
Not FPX Tien,
Not
by the way.
FPX Tien, but
not
Tien
our
Ba
graphics
Dong Ba.
designer
Yeah,
Tien. Different Tien entirely. But yeah, he's, we'll call him Tien as we go through the day. He's one of our team leaders, though. I guess he's Cheng Hu? I don't know if that's correct, though. I'm not going to lie, guys. In terms of the rules of the show match, how the points are working, the fact that we've got teams on the go, I'm not 100% sure how this is going down.
Yeah, we'll figure it out as we go along. Either way, though, we're seeing the Blade Masters getting going for Edward Baba down here. Going to see if should be able to pick this one off. He's already sitting with the Megatron cloak, so looking for that recurve, then wanting to get at least a little bit of AP damage on towards, or sorry, AP items, the needlessly large rod on towards this early Master Yi. We'll have to see if he's able to pick it up here. Where is he sitting? So he's on. So he's going to be in that second last release, which doesn't work out too hot for him. I imagine that recurve will be gone, but we'll have to wait and see.
That's the thing. There have been plenty of carousel in the past that I've been in, where I see the perfect unit with the perfect item. It's going to get me 3-star and a perfect item. And everyone just ignores it. You can ping it like crazy. Everyone just ignores it anyway. I mean, you just get gifted a first place.
Yeah.
That's the dream.
That's how every game goes. The more you ping how much you want an item, the more you get it.
That's the kind of show match play I want to see. These are the kind of shenanigans that I signed up for.
It kind of upsets me that, like, in a show match we didn't get one of the different galaxies, like a trade sector or something along these, or a treasure trove, just to whack up the wackiness that you can go for.
Speaking of wackiness, actually, Dagda, I want to know, as the resident TFT aficionado, what's the best shenanigan build that we could see today? What's the build that you would like to see someone go for that's a little bit out there? At
the moment, I've been playing a lot because it's not a good comp. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not consistent in the slightest, but I'm having a lot of fun with Battlecast Hyper Roll. So basically what you do is you hit level 5, slow roll for your Aloys, for your Nocturnes, for Graves, 3-star as well, pick up those Kog'Maws, and when you get to, like, if your Kog'Maw has a red buff, a Runins, if you do hit that 3-star, you can even add like a static Shiv onto him, stuff like this as well. He hurts. And if you get towards those 6 Battlecast, it is absolutely obnoxious. And if it's happened to me once playing this composition, I got 2 needlessly large rods and I got 2 spatulas as well. So I got to create 2 Battlecast units, which got me to the 8 Battlecast, which meant I was dealing 1,000 damage every time that procced, or healing for 1,000. So I dealt a whole heap of damage, and when you got me below half health, I just shot right back up.
Redemptions galore, basically.
Yeah, it was disgustingly good.
Shenanigans definitely the word there. I played against a very similar composition where instead of going maximum battlecast, they managed to get a level 3 Kog'Maw, and they basically pretended Kog'Maw was Xayah, and went Pikachu and had 3 static shivs on a Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw was just blasting in all directions and electrocuting my whole team, and it was something. He ended up just getting annihilated by a Shaco in the end, but hey, he looked good while he did.
Well, I'm looking at Sky here. Looks like he is going for a little bit of shenanigans. Wants to see if he can pick up a lot of these snipers and go towards a 4-sniper build. Already got the Ashe sitting on the Jhin there as well. I'm curious as to what the plan is with that Nico at the front line, though, and what he exactly wants to do that for. It looks like
he's hoping it'll all.
It would be nice, but I also think he might have just picked up a Nico off of the carousel that combined, and now he's just like, oh, well, guess I got a 2-star Nico now.
So we'll have to see what the plan is, because we're getting to the point now where players are going to start to have to decide where they're going with these compositions. Everyone's getting to around 50 gold, or generally across the board here.
Well, I don't know what Tien Ba Dong Ba is going for.
It's a spatula.
It is a spatula. But spatulas definitely help in adding a little bit of craziness to your build. He does have the Spear Shojin and the Rapid Fire Cannon, which I'm kind of surprised at, especially as he talked about, like, you got perfect. He was the guy who got the perfect key items to begin with. But always an opportunity now, whenever I see Spear Shojin, to go towards something like a Janna late game. And because I believe he was the guy running that early Bard, does have a good amount of gold here. Surprised, though, he's level 6. Could have gone towards level 7 here, but actually opting to go for a little bit more of a hyper roll, so trying to finish off some of these early snipers. Sorry, not hyper roll, slow roll.
I mean, he's rolling hyper slow right now.
Yeah. I think he's looking for 6 chrono. That seems to be the game plan.
I'm down. I'm willing to watch a 6 chrono player. I am disappointed that he got rid of the bars. I'm not here for optimal play, Dagda. This is a show match. I'm here for the memes.
This Blitzcrank is great. I'm not gonna
I'm
lie.
loving it.
This is like Spears showed you. He
You know
is
what?
whacking people.
I take it back. If this was the replacement for Bard, I'm actually okay
Yeah,
with
this is
one.
great.
This is hilarious. This is even better. I'm okay with watching this instead of just him pumping out memes. Now into the shop, though, he's passed up.
Well, this is
oh,
Tong
this is a
Chi
different
now.
player.
This is
We
Tong
changed
Chi now.
players.
This is the LPL caster Tong Chi, and I mean she's already got a really strong build here. You're looking at that the Star Guardian's sorcerer build. Her Nico, she would love a BF sword. Add that for a GA, and then she's in a reasonably good spot. Maybe pick up something like a early Shroud for her as well, just to keep that Nico frontline there. But otherwise, late game she just swaps out that Poppy for that Janna, and she's actually looking really strong. Actually has the tier on her bench. She could combine the blue buff onto
That's
the Syndra,
Kind
which
of
is
strange that she
yeah.
has. Or am I just like, am I wrong?
No,
or is
no,
that
you're
weird
right.
that
That
she's
is
not
weird.
going
It
for
is
blue?
weird that she hasn't decided to add that on. But
I
either way,
certainly
she's still
would.
picking up the wins.
And as the resident punter here,
Yeah.
it's just along for the ride. I have the right to spout my opinions.
What we'll do is
It's
with
like
great
this is like one of
hand
those.
symbols.
This is like one of those football casts
Yeah.
where there's a fan alongside a commentator, and you have to like basically rein me in. Except I don't know any of the players, so I'm just like a fan that's not got any reins on. I'm just going in all directions.
Yeah.
I'm a rabid fan, as it were. You can tell by the foam coming out of my mouth. You can go with you can say that
I
wherever
was
you
just
want,
gonna say,
Doctor.
we just create hand signals so that then whenever we're talking, you can like double check with me if that's good, and then we'll be like, yeah, go with it.
So one question I do have, this is a serious question. So the Morella Nomicon that we've got on the Nico on the front line, how important is it to try and get a second level 2 Nico, swap it out, get the Morella Nomicon onto something else, or is it fine?
Morello's fine. Morello's fine on the Nico because you put her in the front line. Oftentimes she'll have multiple members who surround her, and then she's able to get this nice Morello Nomicon burst off. I just personally prefer the Onyx Spark because your whole team is so magic damage orientated that when you're able to reduce the amount of magic resist that's on those champions, it makes it a hell of a lot easier to just get through them. But it's not the worst thing in the world. We were looking at Abu there as well, who's gone for that just before we swapped over to Tien here. Abu is the old EDG coach before Clearlove came on, but he is going for a mech build. He's just basically looking to swap out that Syndra eventually, go towards the Victor, but otherwise he's actually got pretty good items. I think it's the double Titan's Resolve is pretty good. I just kind of sometimes prefer mixing it up a little bit, but he's got the Shroud, has the double Titan's Resolve, so I think he's in a pretty good spot.
I've just noticed Sao Nan, who's currently in 4th place, has 2 jeweled gauntlets and a GA. That feels pretty good. I believe he picked up a giant spell as well, so I'm curious what on earth direction he's going in. You have to assume that giant spell's going towards something like Morello.
I want to see this 3-star Blitzcrank. Like, that is all I want out of this game right now. He's even giving the karma buff to this Blitzcrank.
Give him a Ludens.
He's going to be whacking so fast. He's going to be
Give
having
him the
this
Ludens.
monster shield. This is going to be great.
Give him a Ludens, a Morello. I don't care. Just give him some more AP. Give him a death cap, honestly.
Double Spear Shojin. That's Star Guardian Blitzcrank. That's the thing I never knew I needed.
Oh,
he's in the right side.
switcheroo!
He's got the bop though.
You know
He's
what?
actually in a
He's
okay
all right.
spot.
He's
Yeah.
fine.
Ooh,
No, he's
maybe
not.
not.
He's not fine. Take
Victor
it
got
back.
him. There's the double dual gauntlet you were talking about, putting in work for this Victor. And the thing is, although it looks a bit weird seeing the rapid fire cannon on the Victor, when you think about it, attack speed directly correlates with the amount of mana that you can get on these champions, because you just auto attack faster, you're going to get mana quicker as well. So having that Victor with the rapid fire actually does work out in a lot of situations.
It's like the old conversation when TFT was still a newer game and people were first debating why you build certain items. That was always the conversation that came up with Static Shiv. It was like, sure, you are committing a tier to this attack speed, but in some ways, having attack speed is having mana regeneration. So if you couldn't find the right item, Static Shiv is always going to be okay on spellcasters, because you do still get yourself a bit of mana and you get yourself some of that attack speed as well. It's definitely not optimal, but it's, you know, when you're in the dire straits, that can work out. Just like this Blitzcrank is working out right now, pulling the chin over.
This is great. I mean, look, it's starting to not work out for Tien. I think he's kind of hit the point where it's just not going to be useful. But
I'm not talking results here.
I love the fact that he's gone for this stuff.
I'm here for the memes, Dagda, and I'm
he's
loving
so
it.
close. He needs 2 more Blitzcranks.
Come on. We've got to
All right.
pray to the cog gods that we get good items here for the Blitzcrank. I don't even know what good items for a Blitzcrank carry is,
He's
to be
got
honest.
6 chrono as well. Like, he's fully all in on, I'm going to smack you with this Blitzcrank.
I feel like we need something on this river, honestly. We need to get a secondary carry going.
He could just slam the Murillo onto the Rivens. The Riven, it works super well because that last winch slash does so much damage.
And the shield scales so well.
Off of AP, yeah. And if he does get a tier here, just give her a blue buff. She has 25 mana to ult, so having the 20 mana already there.
Force of nature.
Okay, yeah. I just fun. Yeah, go for the Force of Nature. The thing is, though, he can't actually combine. Like, I was wondering if he's going to combine it on someone. Okay, he's going to go with the Caitlyn. So basically, like, the Force of Nature works even if it's not connected to a unit. So I was curious to see if he'd, like, buy one, use the Force of Nature, and then sell it. But
so this is the classic, right? He's in the position of all players that don't really play much TFT. They've got a boatload of items on the bench. Yeah. They're on 17 HP. They've got a whatever composition that they've somehow cobbled together. And now he's like, I guess I slam my items, because otherwise I'm dead anyway. So let's just see what happens.
I mean, he actually did combine the items in a good way. Like, I like what he's done here. It's just this composition just isn't quite going to work. He's going up against Edward Baba as well. Edward Baba with this Yi. The CC chain is not quite there, and that's going to be... Oh, so much damage he's going to take. Down to 4 HP. He's okay.
Now it's time for the comeback, Dagda.
I mean, look at him. He can see. He's discussing. He's talking tactics. He's making sure it's all good.
He's got a level 2 Caitlyn. That was the power spike we needed, Dagda. This is what we've been waiting for.
Please give me the Blitz. Please give us Blitz 3.
There
it is. Buy the Blitz. There we go. One more Blitz.
I thought he was gonna
You can do it. Come on. Come on. Give us it. Oh, yes, there we go.
All right.
All right.
Now,
that's the game changer. Now we get to see it.
This is the moment. This is the glorious, glorious moment. I would have loved to see him pick up the Lulu there, because he could have had 2 Mystic and 2 Celestial.
I actually don't know how much damage Blitz does. I know he does a lot. That Jinx is... it's Graves. Yeah, Graves gets 1 shot. Lulu's Mystic Celestial.
Yeah, I was...
But,
yeah.
Oh my god. Go on, Blitz. 1-man army. Let's go.
Come on. He's one-shotting people.
I know.
Oh my goodness. He's going to win around.
God.
This is it. This is the comp. If you're wondering at home what composition to run if you want to be a true baller, this is your composition right here. Tian showing us what it's all about.
And if he gets like a 3-star Shen here as well, like, that's going to be massive. He's 1 Shen away.
He's 1 away from a 3-star
Oh, look
Ezreal.
at his face. He wants to get this Wukong.
He wants the Wukong
Honestly,
so bad.
I'd sell the Ezreal and look for...
I don't know. He's 1 away from a 3-star Ezreal, though.
Oh,
and it's
no.
got
Lock
Morello.
it. All right, he's just going to lock it.
Yeah.
I imagine. But that one sucks.
But
so,
look how close the lobby is. He's like 1 death
I
away
know.
from 8th. He's
That's
1
why.
win away from 6th.
That's why I'm like, I think just getting the consistent placement here, like, I know getting the 3 stars is nice, but you need everything you can right now. He's up against Tong Shi, who's gone this Star Guardian Stork. She has no idea what she's in for. Blitz is still alive. This is actually going to work.
Dude,
holy crap.
The rapid fire cannon is actually clutch here, because it means he can play from range as well. He's just chilling the whole time.
I am playing this comp later. That is my entire goal.
I'm forcing this comp every game for the rest of my life until the new thing comes out in a couple of weeks. It's pretty close as well, the new update.
Yeah.
I can't wait to find out more.
Did he get the... Did he get the... Oh, he didn't go for the Shen. He could have got the Shen.
Yeah, but look, he's got a Rage Blade. Think about Blitzcrank, Dagda. Think about the speed at which he's going to be hooking people.
True.
You're not thinking on the right wavelength
Look,
here.
I'm
this
not.
is about the
I'm not
Blitzcrank, not the Shen.
Yeah, look, this is why he's playing and I'm sitting here a mere mortal cast.
This is why you're only Diamond, Dagda. Whereas I am sitting pretty. I think, well, actually right now, I think I'm probably Iron on the Chinese server. I guess I've probably decayed down to like Gold 4 on EU West. It's been a while. I've got a whole lot of ping going on.
Oh, the
there it
Ezreal!
is!
Oh, what are you going to do? What are you going to... Oh my god, he sold the Wukong. All right.
He never bought the Wukong. He locked the shop and then didn't buy the Wukong that he locked the shop for.
Oh.
Or did he just not lock the shop?
Maybe he didn't lock the shop. I think that was it.
Well, we got the rage.
Either way.
We got the rage
All
blade
right.
on the Blitzcrank. That's what I'm here for.
I'm ready to see what this hyper roll composition is worth. Like, I mean, if he can get the 3-star Shen, he's got a really strong front line. But it just needs the Wukong too as well. This Riven is going to be surprisingly tanky as well because she's able to get all these shields. So this Blitz is doing work.
Blitzcrank does leap damage. He hits for
Is
1337
this
magic
competition gonna
damage right
win?
now.
There's no way.
Can anything survive? That is the question.
I don't know.
The problem is, if we do have someone going like Shaco or whatever, it's possible that Blitzcrank just gets targeted at some point and gets one shot.
It's like actually in a decent position. Like it's hard for an infiltrator to get onto it, especially when you got the Karma there as well. The only thing is, as you said, like Blitz is not very good at self-peel because he's constantly yoinking people over towards him.
But luckily,
he's also
he one-shots everyone.
Exactly, but he's also targeting people really like the furthest person from him, so never really deals with things that are up close
The
and personal.
perfect anti-sniper composition.
True.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So I feel like, I was going to say I feel like we should look at the rest of the field here because this Victor is doing some work as well. This Assault going to be a bit of a pain. This is a close old round. It's going to go the way of Jinx.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there actually gets knocked out. So we are starting to figure out. We're into the top 3 now. That was a big round. That was a lot of people knocked out.
3
there.
people just died.
Yeah. So we do have still. It's Edward Baba that we're looking at.
Blitzcrank's gone.
Moment.
No.
Blitzcrank is out. Oh no.
How do we not
He was
watch
so
that round?
young. He was so young.
I wanted to watch that. I don't care about the rest of the players.
So
Just
we've
take
got
me
Abu
back.
who's still in as well. We're looking at Edward Baba, and then that last one is Tien as well, I believe.
So I just want to go back to remind everyone that Woohoo Dasima, who is the guy currently 2nd place, he was my prediction. He was the guy that I'm going for. All right. Oh, in fact, no, he's in 1st place. It's this guy, the guy on the screen. This is Woohoo Dasima. He was the guy I predicted at the start of the day, Dagda.
Yeah, well, I mean, hasn't got the perfect Yi items, but still pretty damn good. The Infinity Edge plus that Jewel Gauntlet means he's going to be critting a lot. Obviously, that increased attack speed. Red buff on the Aurelia is good. I know, although you can't really sprint around the red
I'm
buff.
looking at this shit.
It's more about just keeping her alive.
So we do have a in-game interview, apparently. So me and Dagda are going to shut up for a minute. We're going to listen to what the players have to say.
好，我们现在走到了陈赫老师的身边，因为我们平时
So
都
for
是不想接受
Chen
采访
He,
吗
do you want to receive an
我们其实
interview?
平时都是赛后可能
Usually
有个
we
冠军
only
的采
have
访
a
或是
post-game
这样的赛
interview
后
for the
采访但今
champion.
天我也想问一问，因为
But today's
锁血
special,
成功4滴血从第
you
7
have
名一直爬升
maintained
到了应
4
该是第5名吧，
HP
当时是
for
什
a
么样
long
的感受
time and then reached the 5th place. How do you feel? I think I should be the first
作为
place.
教练真的还是对
But
自
my
己的队员
teammate
下了一个狠
Abu,
手啊。
as a
相
coach,
信阿布是
smashed
他的
me
运
with
营
no
的。
mercy.
阿布如果没有拿第1名，我再下来就
He
打
should
他。
take the first
刚
place.
刚因为我没有
Otherwise, I would
OB
just give
到
him a
就是
punch.
陈赫老师最后的那个画面，所以最
We
后那
didn't
个
OB
人
your
交战
last
是跟阿布老师
match
交战的，对
matchup,
吗？
so you face
把
against
那
with
一段
Abu.
删掉。
Could
把那
you
一段
delete
完全删
my
掉啊阿
last
布现在打的还很快乐，还可能自己的手指啊，不知道干嘛。
可
my
能也没
last
有听到
matchup?
你们当时会有一些什么样的沟通？不过我看到一直都会有跟大司马老师就是沟通和说话嘛。现在
But
他是目前第一
I，
而且
thought
非常焦
you
灼的
have
是
a
第二就是我们
good
的朱真老师。你
communication
有没有
with
什么想
Wuhu
跟大司马
Dasima.
老师
So
就是说的加油的
and
话？
Wuhu
然后
Dasima
有
is
没
in
有
the
跟朱
first
真老
place
师说
right
的
now,
话
and Zhujian is in the second. So is there
朱真老师
anything you
走
want
到
to
今天
say
这
to
一
them?
步，就这一局走到这一步，已经是很不容易了。
It's really not easy for
他们
Zhujian
阿布
to
带
get
走了吗
here.
还差一点。但是
Oh,
我看过
Zhujian is
这人
going
了，
to
应该
win
是
Abu?
大司马赢啊。
But
肯定没
I
有
think
很
the
稳了
for the
很稳
lineup,
很
Wuhu
稳
Dasima
很稳
is
那这
going
个应该
is
不是
very
主打吧，应
stable.
该就是祝福。
没有
He'll
看过阵
going
容，
to
像我这么
win.
专业的这个游戏选手
And
啊。
so there should be a
没问题，相
blessing,
信
right? Yeah, trust
那
me.
相信
I'm
我
very
们的大司马老师
professional.
可以在这一局比赛当中获得胜利，让我们来看看到底谁
So
能够最
let's
终成为吃鸡
look
的人。
forward
而且
to
你
the
看，我
game's
刚才
result.
作为第5名提前退
And
出啊
also, although
我
I'm
带
the
走了对
fifth
方的
place,
井然实力
I
选手
took
啊，看到没
Jinran
有？只是
away.
一个布局而已，完全都是
We
布
have
局。
already
胜利者只有
planned.
一个，只要属于我们队，
The
我们全
victory
队就是胜利。
only have one person.
确实，
The
我觉得
victory
我
of
们这样
our
的一
whole
个战
team
术
is
的
the
准
most
备和我们的
important
这个
part.
赛制也确实需要有深思熟虑和布局。我
Yeah,
们再次感谢
definitely
陈
the
老师
strategy
接
is
受
very
我们的
important
场
for the
中采
team's
访
work.
接下来呢，我们把画面
And
给到
then
我
that's
们
the end
的
for the
解说。
interview.
Thanks very much, Wendy. As always, for the translation. And I love the aggressive leadership, we'll call it. It's like, he better get first or he's going to get a beat.
I mean, I'd do the same for anyone on my team, to be honest. You know, it's all about just punching them into line, making sure they're in great shape. But I was looking at, I didn't quite see who the player was. Already has that mech and a 3-star rumble as well. So it might have been a Wuhu Dasima who looked really damn strong. So, I mean, Munch, look, when we looked at our predictions for the start of the day, at least, The guy I predicted is currently an 8th, so I think your one's got a little bit better than mine so far.
It's going all right, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's in 10 HP though, so he's got a bit of work cut out. He can't lose another round, or I'm doomed here.
This is Edward Baba. So Woohoo Dasama is actually the guy in first, I believe. Yeah. So he's in first place at the moment, and I think he's the one who's running mech and did get 3-star rumble. So the mech, if you can get it uncontested like this, is absolutely incredible because you can 3-star so many of those frontline units, and your mech is a monster. You're going to see it just there. So well, actually, it's not. I think it's Abu actually who's running the mech. So he's in a really good spot. Titan's resolved. Plus having that shroud on that rumble means he's going to be really difficult to get through.
Yeah, so it is Abu on the mech. The guy we're looking at, the guy's screen we're on with the Master Yi, is going to be Edward Baba, and then the other player is going to be Woohoo Dasama, who is well and truly ahead. That's going to be another one biting the dust just there.
And this is finally where we get to see the Space Pirates build that we've been looking for so long. Woohoo Dasama does have all 4 Space Pirates. He is pumping out these items, as you can see. 3-star Jace as well. Jesus. So I think, yeah, Zelda, you want the upgrade there for the Gangplank. And already you can see double spear Shojin here.
As well, my goodness.
Yeah, well, that's what Space Pirate, that's why it's so good, is because you get so many of these extra items. You can see he's struggling to figure out what he does with it. I don't even know what you'd say to this. I mean, maybe just add on like a Thieves' Gloves onto someone just for the crack. But
I'd stick
I
on
don't
a
know.
rumble or something, maybe.
Yeah, look, overall,
shenanigans.
yeah, this is where Space Pirate's really strong. Even the items that he has on this Gangplank are so good. Like, watch this. This ult is going to be disgusting when it comes down. There we go.
That's the Echo ult coming in.
Well, I mean, everyone was kind of already dead.
It's
Thanks
kind of
to this
already
2-star
over.
Aurelian Sol. So, yeah, look, I think it's going to be all she wrote here. Woohoo Dasama gets the high roll, gets his 4 Space Pirates, and managed to pick up the win.
My question, Dagda, is who is she? What was she writing? And why was she writing TFT specifically?
好的，恭喜我们的大司马老师获得我们本次
So
第一局的冠军。
congratulations, Woohoo Dasama, going to win the game.
哎呀，
We play so good. We have all planned.
都是有设计的，是吧？
Everything is well planned.
哎呦，我们一通聊啊。
不过我确实觉得朱真老师之前有沟通过嘛，玩了很多局，
朱
今
生
天其实打得很好，很可
You play quite well today as well.
运营啊，这一路上过来说自己要做女团。
I think Zhu Zhen kept saying today that he wants to play the Star Guardian, but finally he just came to the Blade Master. We are in the trap.
他们其实也有位牌什么的，打到这样其实都没有。
Actually, according to our strategy, it's all my fault.
你看，我刚才从前面说我要做这个
I blame myself for the result.
司马老师还
And also,
不要
Woohoo Dasama,
来分析一下我这个。
he always talk about my Blitzcrank. So how do you feel about my performance? You're in the 7th place? Oh no, 5th place.
勾住了。
中期我说，哎，我好像没有对手了，我就发现，哎，怎么
In
有
the
个机器人把
middle
我
game,
教育了？
actually I think I'm dominant, but
但
then
是我有看
Chen
到
He's
最后
Blitzcrank is really hard to handle.
差一点点会被带走，但是大司马老师手下留情了，没有给他
And also
送走
Chen
有
He
没有
got the
小
4
小的
HP
布
at
局
that time, but
就是那一波，我说，哎，为
how
什么我
about
都能打得过？
teacher
就这个机器人
Dasima?
打不
How
过
do you
对
think
哎
about
应
that
该是有研究有套路的
Blitzcrank?
但也不可能临时。
I'm quite dominant at that time, but his Blitzcrank is still very hard
我也
to
想问一下阿
handle.
布老师怎么回事呢？
抬走了。
But finally, Abu took me away. Abu, what happened there? I didn't mean that.
都在拿机器人嘛，都卡了。
But I saw a lot of people have chosen Blitzcrank, so I prepared a trap crawl. And then I just met you.
就是没有碰到他，我那个时
So
候应该都
you're just in a bad luck, Chen He, right? I think because
我看他最近这
I
段时
just
间
cannot
一直在
win at that
超
time
人我
mark.
跟他们还说了，大家派发任务，每人认领两个
Actually,
机器人。
for Chen He, currently he always plays the one-punch
还是
Blitzcrank.
最终能够拿到第5名的好成绩。
But anyway, you are able to get the 5th place.
就是一直保持很长时间第一。
And also, Tongxi maintained at the 1st place for a long time. But at the end, I've just got the 6th place for my team.
对，场面不会太难看。
那我们今天呢，其实就是
败者组不配拥有采访吗？
败者组我也想问。
So although we are losing, we want to have an interview as well.
我们每个人说2句吧，来。
And Shaonan got a very good macro in game. Because I only played TFT in Season 1.
紧急练了5天，我一直
So,
在练这个未来战士，招跟
I've just
陈赫哥
practiced
这个
with
他的
currently.
一拳超人有点冲突。
Now I
对
can
对对
only
不
play
过这个到后
Chrono,
面就是
but it
真的
seems
是
conflicted
阿布老
with
师还有
Chen He's
大
one
司马
punch
玩的
please
还都
crank.
运营的非常的好。
But
然
Wu
后
Hu
一
Dasma
进起不
plays
去的时候
so
看两个人
well.
在那打，特别的
And
厉
I
害
will
这个还得下去
I will
再研
just
究
like
研究。
OB and watch them. So I will study in the study TFT in the future. And for Jinyan, I just got my well-developed Sandra. I was taken away by Chen He. I'm a bit angry now.
其实最近几天我也练了下，但
And
是
for Sky,
对练了这么久之后
I practiced
结果还是
recently,
身为第8名，我觉
but
得我无话可说。
the result is still the 8th place. I have nothing to say. But our goals are all like 8th or 7th place. It doesn't
我
matter.
们接下来继续，不是说还有一局是吧？这一轮有惩罚吗？真的有惩罚吗？
So we have one more game, right? Do we have the punishment?
就是准备一些小小的
Yes,
道具，所以
we
我们要
got
请工作人
some
员将我们
tools
的失败组的惩罚
as
拿到舞台
punishment.
上来。
这是
这是每人一顶帽子，但是
So
颜色已经这个绿色的
The penalty is just wearing the cosplay hat.
所以
The hat is Timo's and
Timo 的帽子
the head of Timo.
然后我
So you have to wear the
应
hat.
该是
And also the minion's
这是
hat.
小兵吧？
感觉是小兵的帽子。
但是呢，我们其实呢，觉得一局比赛不能够完全的证明我们各
And
位的
I
实力
feel like
因
only
为像我们
one
的
game,
这
one
次比赛
single
也是
game
打
cannot
3局
prove your true strength. Although our TOC tournaments also have 3 rounds.
啊，
But do you have any comments on that hat? It's good looking.
慢慢的要没
It's well designed.
高手，你这样我就想，我就想，你刚才这样一走路，戴上这帽子，我想把你补掉，真的。
And I really want to do the CS right now when you wear the minion's hat.
还是炮车兵的。
对对对，好想当。
So which kind of minion are
但是我
you?
们今天其实打完一局之后，我们平时 TOC 的这个比赛是会有3局的，然后算积分嘛。
And
我觉得一局是
usually
没
we
有办法
have
证
the
明朱真老师
3
和我们的
games.
团队的实力的。
啊，
所以如果还有一局的话，我想
If
听
we
听
still
两位
have
有没有什么话想要
one
对对
more
方说
game,
一下？
do you have anything want to say to the opponents? And we have got everything already, so just try your
绝
best.
地逢生。还是依
We
然会
will
有一个机会
survive
获
from
得
desperation.
有这样的机会，但我们接下来马上去
And
运作一
we
下。
will get
而且我
next
相信，
game.
就是朱真老师的队伍，因为要戴上我们的这个惩罚的帽子打比
And I
赛，肯
believe
定
that
会心
with
中
the
有一些小
hat,
小的气的，对不对？
You must feel a bit angry. And also I can feel it's so hot with this hat.
热死了。
但是我们一
这是被
会儿，
嘲讽死。
我们一会儿还是蛮配的。我们一会儿
会影响我们队友之间的交流。
It will affect our
我们一会儿
communication with
如果
teammates.
失败的话，
啊，
还是会有惩罚。
If
当
you
然
didn't able
或
to
者
get the win
会
for
有
the
奖
second
励所
round,
以
there will
第一局
still
看
be
或
a
者说还没有
penalty,
奖励
but there will
第
be
二
a
局比较
reward
特别
for the winner as well.
对，然后穿全套了那就。
一会儿我们就来看看惩罚会是什么。
可能就是我们刚开始上台的小
So
企
what's
鹅。
the
还好不是阿布啊，阿布戴这顶帽子，你
penalty?
的
I think the
装法就完
penalty
全
will
一
be
样
like the little,
好难
the
得做那么
cosplay, the
隆重的装法
那我
little
们接下来呢，就有请我们的
Little
双方队
legend
员再一次进入到我们的对战席，准备对战。
So
有请
please
哦
we will
好
start
我们
the
把
next
下面
game.
交给我们的
And
解
this
说。
is the end of the interview.
Well, would you look at that? Thank you once again, Wendy. I have to say, they're calling those minion hats punishment. I'm quite jealous. Though.
I'm on the same
I
side.
want one of those minion hats.
Yeah,
I've
I
seen the
want
Timo
one.
hats before. I've never seen the minion hoods like that.
They look sick. I definitely want one of them. But yeah, I mean, I think the punishment of cosplaying the little legend would definitely be pretty hard because at the moment, if no one knows, it's like
it would be
35
warm.
degrees minimum in Shanghai at the moment. So yeah, I would not envy those guys if they have to wear them.
I have to say, I'm seeing some of the merch on stage as well. There's some guy with a Feather Knight t-shirt as well. Like,
Yeah.
Generally speaking, I've spent today just green with envy over the cool stuff that they've got on this stage. But there you go. That's my life in general. But yeah, so as you can see on your screen, Woohoo Dasama there. He is the game #1 winner. He was the guy I predicted at the start of the day, Dagda, with my massive 5 head. And we'll see if he can keep the ball rolling into game #2. Because right now, Chenghu team feeling pretty fantastic.
They are. I mean, they've already picked up game #1, so looking pretty happy with themselves. And I mean, I thought they'd have to wear the hats on the opposite side for Chujen's team, at least the whole way through. But obviously, I think they realized that that minion hat was not going to fit with any sort of microphone over it.
I think there was some gyos coming through there for team motivation on the side there. But you see Tongshi on the stage as well. And Tongshi, not the greatest of games in game number 1. She is one of the LPL casters on the Chinese side, so fingers crossed for Tongshi.
I think she
I'm
finished
going to be supporting.
4th, 5th, was it? I didn't quite see where she ended.
I think it was lower down than that.
Oh, was
it?
it?
Was
Okay.
Like 6th.
Okay.
But I can't remember exactly. I guess we'll have to wait and see in this game here. But Tongshi is the green health bar right now on your screen. So she's started off with a tier and a Jarvan. Feels pretty good.
I mean, the tier is always feeling pretty nice. She went for the Star Guardian Sorks in the last game, so might be looking to replicate that game plan here, but we'll have to see what the plan is.
Wasn't quite a Blitzcrank though, was it? You know?
That Blitzcrank was the
The
best.
6 chrono Blitzcrank with
rapid
Spirit
fire,
Shojin.
yeah.
Feels pretty good. Dealing elite damage every hook. I have to say, the new arenas look so sick.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the for anyone who didn't see the announcement on the new TFT set that's going to be coming out. I think is going to look absolutely brilliant. So I'm really looking forward to seeing, especially the board sets that they bring out and some of the new synergies and that they bring out. Like I saw dragons and a couple of other ones. So
Like,
I think
it was dragons, spirits.
Yeah,
some
nightmarish
else, I don't
stuff
know.
as well.
It looks
so.
like Spirit Blossom TFT,
Yeah.
basically, which I'm down for. I'm totally
100%.
down for. The Spirit Blossom stuff has all looked really sick. So I'm hoping that the TFT boards will definitely look as sick. You'd expect so, because the Galaxies ones are all pretty exceptional. So I'm hyped. I'm ready. I just hope that clarity is still good, because that's one of the things with TFT sometimes. When you jump in, like let's say you pop open a stream and you're watching someone and you jump in halfway through a team fight, you're just like, what is going on?
I feel like you can have a little bit of that with League of Legends as well, where it's just like, oh my god,
that's
I have
true.
no clue what's happening here.
Depends on the character. Depends how much you've played it. Honestly, that's the big thing. Is if you're a big Jhin player and you're watching a Jhin player, you always know what's going down. Level 2 Malphite.
Yeah, and early Rebels as well. Gonna figure out how do I make this work so I can pick up this Z. There it goes. And yeah, early Rebels here already. Pretty nice start for I believe. I'm actually not sure who that is.
That's Darren, I think.
Classic Darren.
Classic Darren. That is Woohoo. That is Woohoo.
Oh, it's
Dasma.
Woohoo.
So no wonder he got 3 Rebels. When you're as good as Woohoo Dasma, you always get 3 Rebels to start.
I'd
6
sell that
gold
board,
right
sell
there.
that bench. I'd sell the bench. I'd hit 10. I mean, the double graves is nice, but I mean, you're already running your Rebels. No need to try and get too much. And that extra gold would be super nice going forward, but not going to do so. Instead, going to be looking to try and hit that graves. I imagine he's probably leveled up here as well, although I didn't spot it on the right. That might. Yeah, that's him just leveling up on the right-hand side there. So he's going to add in that graves and then look to try and snowball this early lead with the gold that he's picked up.
Yeah, I think Sun Nan also hit level 4. We've got Tian hitting 4 as well. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see what's gonna I can't remember. I can't think of the word.
Happen.
Yeah, but there's a posh word for happen that I was trying to reach for. But
Occur.
No, that's not very posh, is it, Dexter?
I don't know. I don't know how far you're going here. I'm just trying to be like your little thesaurus to help you out over here.
Don't worry, I'm gonna Google synonyms for happen.
Okay, well you do that. I'll have a look at what's happening on the screen right now, because right now we're not seeing the best of boards coming through here for, I believe this is Jinran. Yeah, Jinran.
Transpire. That's
Transpire.
what I was looking
Okay.
for. Transpire.
Either way, Jinran not having any synergies at the moment. He does have the Rebels if he wanted to go for it. The only problem is that because he's gone for that early 2-star Fiora, would love to try and build around it, but not quite able to do so. But looks like he's going to go for the Fiora and the double Infiltrator instead. Surprised he sold the Ziggs, though. And I'd also like to see him get the Leona for those early Cybers. But again, this is a show match. These guys are not going to be playing at the highest caliber, which is why we get compositions like a 3-star Blitzcrank 6 Chrono with Shojin and Rapid Fire.
Are you trying to tell me that that was not the highest caliber of gameplay you've ever seen? Because I've got some news for you, Dagda. That was top tier TFT right there. It was TOC worthy.
I mean, it is TOC worthy. So that's what we're watching here.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
For anyone who's just joining us, by the way, we're watching a show match right now. This is not the regional final. This is some shenanigans to start the day off. Later on, after this game, we're going to be jumping into the TOC regional finals to see who will go to the TOC World Finals, I guess, or Galaxy Championship, I think it's called, or something along those lines. The World Championship, essentially, for TFT.
Yeah. But look, yeah, this is much more just about a bit of fun, having a bit of banter. I mean, we got a couple of recognizable names in here, saying Tong Chi. She is one of the LPL casters. We've got Abu as well, who was EDG's coach before Clearlove came online. Sky is an ex-Warcraft 3 pro. So there's a lot of like names that are very well known within the Chinese esports community that are playing in this. So we just wanted to give folks a bit of an opportunity to catch up and see what's happening.
Yeah, I think the rest of them are also somewhat famous within their own
I
right.
was just kind of giving a couple of examples.
We just don't necessarily know everything about all of the players. We've been slid this on our desk this morning, and we're just rocking with it. Not 100% sure of the rule set either, to be quite honest with you. There are 2 teams, and one of them's winning. The other one now has to wear minion hats, so, you know.
For a very brief moment of time. I think it was about 20 seconds.
They immediately allowed to take off the minion hats, so, you know, not too bad of a punishment, really. And the emote spam begins again.
Sky, again, is going for this like super early Deathblade slam, which for anyone at home is not the best of calls. Definitely, you can have a lot more flexibility with your
But
your
it looks
BS
so
swords.
cool, Dagda.
It does.
How can it be incorrect if it's cool?
I mean, that is basically how you live your life. I know. Like, and
That's
it's gotten
not
you
true.
gotten you pretty well
That's
so far.
not true.
No.
I don't smoke.
Uh-huh.
That is standard schoolyard smoking logic.
True.
Oh dear. Well, Dagda, what do we think of this Nautilus being slammed on the board right here? Because the Nico is sold. You told me earlier you love Nico.
I do, and I actually thought he's going to keep the Nico, especially when you look at the items that are there. Like, these are really strong. I think he's Edward Baba is realizing now he's got really strong like Star Guardian Sorcerer items if he wants to go towards that. But by selling the Nico and then looking at his board, he's going more towards the Sniper and also this Vanguard oriented build. He could end up going in towards something like a Teemo. You've already got the blue buff and you got the Morellos there as well, but may not be deciding to go towards that.
I can dig it. I'm a big fan of the Astro Snipers, big fan of Teemo just going bonkers with his mushrooms across the board there. Interesting that he decided to go for that Mordekaiser instead of going for the extra gold on the income there, but we'll see how it's all going to pan out over the course of this game. The Leona Deathblade as well. It's a controversial strategy, it has to be said, but it is a strategy nonetheless. And as I say that, he immediately sells the Leona. Gonna give it all over the Braves. Blasters, though.
Yeah,
Huh?
I think I like this just about as little as I did the first one, but either way. I mean, look, he's going for the 3-star Graves, so you got to say Sky was the one who came 8th in her last game. May not have the best of times in this game.
Look, as I said before, there is no Blade Master in this game. This guy is a Warcraft 3 pro. Blade Master is the way, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to Warcraft 3. And granted, I don't know a whole lot about Warcraft 3.
I know nothing about
from
Warcraft
what I
3,
have
so
seen,
this reference is going way over my head.
Look, I played a bunch on LAN back in college when I was meant to be working. When you could install it to a memory stick, and the network at the college was you couldn't install anything onto the computers, but you could install something on a memory stick at home, and plug it into the computer, and then run the exe. So we used to play in the computer labs, and we'd just get the row of computers that was like facing the wall. So we'd just play Warcraft 3 on LAN while everyone else thought we were working. Doing
Nice.
3D modeling. So the conclusion to that anecdote is the fact that I'm pretty good at Undead for like very basic level Warcraft 3. I could probably beat your Nan at Warcraft 3 is what I'm saying.
Yeah, we come back to the nursery home reference
However,
now.
when you watch the pro, in a retirement home league, I'm probably the best Warcraft 3 player there is.
Oh.
But when it comes to actual play, I heard the Blade Master's pretty good.
Looking at Tong Chi here, I'd love to see her sell the couple of the, well, definitely the Poppy that was on her board to try and hit that econ breakpoint to get the 30 gold. But unfortunately, doesn't quite get it there. So we'll be sitting at least losing that 1 gold isn't the end of the world. Would have been nice because she could have started to snowball. And especially, like, you hit the 30 gold there. Then I think she was on a 2 win streak as well. So if you can win again, pushing towards that 3, you end up hitting that 10 gold. Then you hit 40 gold right before you've got to roll down at, level up at 3-2. So you end up in a really good econ shape. But unfortunately, she's just going to be a bit shy of that, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Hoping to find that a little bit later. So we're looking at our winner from game number 1 right now. This is Woohoo Dasima on your screen, and it's feeling pretty good for game number 2 as well. He's still on 100 HP as we head into the 3rd round. He's won another round for himself. He's on a 6-win streak.
I think he's going Space Pirates again. Like, you see the Ionic Spark, you got that Rabbit on Slam. Probably going to look for GA. Already has both the Jace and the Graves in there. I think it was or maybe the Darius, but definitely the Space Parts are there. So
look, if
might
it ain't
be
broke,
looking for
don't
the same
fix
plan.
it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Look, he hasn't exactly been contested either. I think a lot of our builds are more exploratory in this show match, I will say.
Exploratory is a nice word.
Yeah, they're exploring their options, which is great. And I think from that perspective, something like a Space Pirates where you know you're not going to lose out on a bunch of help early. I mean, even Wushi Dasima is sitting in 1st place, 100 health, win streaking galore. Like, he's totally fine to go for this like super quick 9 and then just go for his Gangplank, or maybe get the 1% roll on 7 or something.
So if there are any EDG fans out there, we're currently watching Abu. This is the guy that used to coach EDG way back when.
Just before Clear Love moved into that position.
He's got himself a barn, which I'm always a big fan of. With the blue buff, he's going to be spitting out those meeps. Which does help you level up a little bit quicker. He does have an odd amount of XP though, so I don't know if I can spot him anymore really.
No. You just gotta hold on to the meeps. You gotta just wait. I don't mind 1 meep on your bench because it's fine. It just takes up 1 slot like all the other guys.
As long as you get space.
But the fact that you sold it and you're now sitting on 1 XP or an odd number of XP just breaks me.
And the thing is, like, I'm saying it's fine so long as you got space, but we're playing in the Galaxies patch. There's space everywhere. We're in space.
Well, I mean, we're on the dwarf planet, so you're kind of running out of space as well. So which one is it, Munch? You got to take a side here.
It's one of those things, right? It's an oxymoron. There is no space.
Don't you call me a moron? What?
I've called you a moron many
I know,
times.
actually.
This is the first time you ever pulled me up on it. I think the other times you didn't know what the word meant.
Possibly.
Well, we're currently watching Tian. This is our Blitzcrank aficionado from game number 1. And it's looking a little less convincing this time around. This one's
he doesn't
a
have the
close
Spear
round.
Shojin, you know? That's what's
I think he's
hurting
actually going to... Oh, he has got a Blitzcrank.
Oh, wait.
I couldn't see
Yeah,
it.
there.
He
The
was
Blitzcrank
hidden
is still
away.
going. Yeah, Ionic Spark doing quite a bit of work there to just try and whittle away at that Shaco health bar, but that hook was coming up. It was going to be nowhere near close for the Shaco, but either way, we are going to be looking again at Tien here. So if he is going for this Chrono build again, I'm going to assume he's going to run for something like the tier, try and get that Shojin again nice and early, because that definitely helped in trying to secure this weird Blitzcrank build and getting it up and running.
So I'm just having a look across the items here. I'm looking at that top player, trying to figure out who the top player is. I think that's Woohoo Dasima.
Yeah, it
has
is,
fantastic items if he wants to go something like Star Guardians.
Well, I think he's looking at the space parts. I think he's still just going to ramp up.
He could. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing the one bit of knowledge that I have here, Dacta. So if you could not criticize me on it, that
you just called me a moron. I'm gonna
true.
ruin your day
you know what?
now. You go on, Munch. You talk. I'm just gonna correct everything you say now.
All right. We are currently playing on the dwarf planet galaxy.
Yeah,
you gonna correct me, Dacta?
I like the way you checked your notes
I
before you
did.
said that.
Look, I had to get it word perfect. But he has just bought a Blitzcrank.
He did buy a Blitzcrank. So yeah, essentially Brawler at the moment, but then we'll be going towards something like, well, obviously Rebels when you've got the Yi, the Ziggs, and also that Malphite. Doesn't really have items for this Master Yi though, so I imagine instead like Brawler Blaster could be kind of the way that he's looking to go. But even then, you still need like something like a recurve to get the runings, maybe a BF sword to make an IE. Like he's not exactly in the best of situations as he is trying to swap up into that Brawler Blaster comp.
He's doing alright though. He's going to win himself a round versus Edward Baba.
And now we're looking at Edward Baba, who is definitely going for this sniper build. You already just see the Jhin there. Ashe holding on to these Teemo items for the moment, which is pretty good. At the Enchanted Crystal Arrow does a lot of work. Having her get more of those Enchanted Crystal Arrows out is fantastic.
One thing that does suck, though, is playing snipers on Dwarf Planet. This is the worst galaxy to play Astro snipers.
You're not wrong.
And he's doubled down on going for it immediately. Which may lend towards a lack of experience, you can say.
Well, at least he does know the items that he wants here. So Jhin having that last whisper, great. You're going to shred the armor by 75% in each crit. Would love to pick up an IE for that Jhin. The big thing here, though, is what the big problem that you're looking at is that his front line doesn't really have the best of items. So even though his back line is hitting super, super hard, his front line isn't quite able to hold its own. And this is the problem that I have when I oftentimes see people, unless it's on Treasure Trove or something, trying to kit out both the Teemo and the Jhin, is that your front line just isn't tanky enough to give them time to deal damage. So I always prefer if you just get like the perfect Teemo items and then look instead towards, okay, now let me build up my front line and then I can go back towards the Jhin.
So what is it? Is it just a matter of which items you get, or is there a preference on the Jhin carry versus the Teemo carry for you when it comes to?
I'm Teemo carry most of the time. I think the AP is great, especially when a lot of people are running something like the Vanguard front line. Just being able to get through with the magic is great. The AoE is fantastic as well, and oftentimes as well the AoE and the slows just buy so much more time for you. Now, the only thing I'd like to say is that getting a Morello would have been much better because the Teemo burn is just doing so much, being able to reduce that health. Get the burn and then also the healing that can come through with the Morellos is great. But other than that, I think you're still fine.
I don't know what Sky's doing.
I don't think he knows what he's doing.
Sky's just finished a locket, stuck it on Jinx, and then stuck Jinx in the corner with nobody nearby, and completely avoided the pass.
Like, even the grade, I'm not sure. Like, the Titan's Resolve is pretty much only for the reserved only for the mechs because the mech cleave counts as a crit, and then obviously you're taking a bunch of damage, so you can ramp up pretty quick. But yeah, I mean, Sky is struggling. He's on 7 HP. He's still level 6 at 4-1. Maybe looking to level now.
Doctor?
Well, the thing is, you want to level before the round starts because you can then use your extra unit. Instead, you've now just not got to use the extra unit for the round, and you don't get the extra gold from the econ.
He wanted to keep his 11 win streak, his 11 loss streak alive, Doctor. This was all for the. Now he's hit 7 HP. This is the moment that it all
7
turns
HP, level 7. He's nearly at the bingo numbers on the slot machine.
777. This is where the jackpot comes on through. If he can fill up his board quickly, he's going to default that 7th unit.
But I think it was both veins got shoved in. Yeah, so not only did Unit 5 or 6 get defaulted, Unit 7 did as well, and this might be it.
He's 4-2 and he has 2 bronze synergies going on right now, and they're not even particularly high-level units. That was more than just a defeat there for Sky, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Sky. Well, my predictions aren't going too well for the start of the day off.
Yeah.
The one guy I was like, I mean, he's an ex-Warcraft 3 pro. Like, this guy, he's going to have the mentality for this, but clearly hasn't worked out.
Classic Dagda, that. Classic Dagda. He always goes for the Warcraft 3 pros. Whenever we're casting LPL, he's looking for I mean, there aren't any, but, you know, he's looking for it. So let's have a bit of a look here in the eyes of Jhin Ran, I believe.
Yeah.
We're looking at.
So I think...
So we've got a Shaco on the go here.
Hang on, I'm going to double check.
This is a little tooltip on what Dark Stars are. This is your 6 that you can stack up. Does have a Karma in his shop if he wants to go further in that direction. And he is looking to try and find that 6th Dark Star for himself. The Xerath would do some wonders for him, but still only level 7, so finding that Legendary going to be a long way off, and just unless he just gets exceptionally lucky.
This Demolitionist on the Rumble is going to do a lot of work. There was an old build that came through, which is the Rumble carry with like Ionic Spark and stuff. So definitely we got the Demolitionist. There goes the Gangplank, and I mean, is he going to get a?
He's 100 HP.
Yeah, is he going to get? He could get a perfect game. He's got his 4 space parts already in. He's going to be getting a whole heap of items through. He's going to be in fantastic shape here.
I feel like Space Pirates is the ultimate win more build in TFT. It's like, hey, I'm pretty ahead. I'm just going to stay ahead forever. And unless you have someone that is also got perfect items on their composition and has some early 3-stars or something, you could just roll that into an easy victory just by the sheer items that you get in.
I hit, I was playing last night and I did hit this 4 space part. I was like, I've won this game. I'm good to go. GA, double Rabadons on my Gangplank. I was like, let's go. And then I got to the late game and I looked across the board and there was a GA double Rabadon's 2-star Gangplank, 2x 1-star Gangplank. And I lost. I lost real hard.
You've been out Gangplanked, my friend.
I got out space pirated. I was like, no, this is a disaster.
Would you say that you had to walk the plank?
I did.
Well, I've well and truly killed that conversation, haven't I? Good job, Witchables. ASOL's coming in. And just look at, like, we were talking about Sky Synergies a minute ago. He had 2 bronze. We've got 4 gold on the way. Now, granted, Gangplank and ASOL going to help that significantly, but even still, he's feeling pretty fantastic.
Also, having these 2 Chalice of Powers is going to up the amount of damage this Gangplank can do if he can ults, but that's the problem not having a GA. So maybe he can pick up a sword off of some of these items that are coming through for himself, but may actually just be, there it is, no Mr. 100 there
Ruin.
for Woohoo Dasima.
Absolutely ruin, and that was Abu to ruin the win streak, so Abu gets the credit for that one. And Abu may be a guy that we need to keep our eyes on for the rest of this game, because if there isn't a GA, if he doesn't find himself a BF sword, there's serious chances that Abu can keep his own win streak going that you can see on the right. He is on fire himself.
I'm trying to figure out why he's put the Aurelia in. I mean, it is the Mana Reaver. It's the Mana Reaver, I know. I suppose, like, at this stage, you just win as long as that Gangplank goes off. So I'd actually rather see the Aurelian Sol maybe in, because, well, there's an argument both sides. The Mana Reaver is going to make sure that that Gangplank maybe has a chance of staying alive a little bit longer by stopping these ultimates coming off. But I think I'd nerdy prefer to have the at least backup in case this Gangplank goes down in CC chain like this and just about gets the ult off. There we go.
GG.
Goodbye, board.
And that's all she wrote. Or did she? I guess we'll find out in the future. When we look across the board, though, we do still have a win streak going for Sound now. He's the only one still currently maintaining his win streak. He's just hit level 2 on that Riven as well. So I'm curious what he's running. It might well be the Blade Masters coming out from Sound in 2nd place there.
Well, here's the sniper composition that we're talking about. You've got
them some good items.
Yeah, great items for that Teemo. Unfortunately, hasn't hit the level 2 Teemo, which does make it a little bit more difficult.
Don't worry,
at the 25, like after this round, with the 25 health, I'd rather just see Edward Baba roll the whole way down and see if he can pick up that Teemo, and then you can look to go towards level 9. When your hard carry is going to be only a like on that level 1, it's just not good enough to try and carry you through.
You need a
There's
little bit
the
of
BF. So all right, okay, that's going to be GA straight onto that Gangplank.
It might be Dunzo. Yeah, it might just be Dunzo. There's the Teemo. Wrong player, but he's found it. Yeah, so.
Oh, sorry, we're actually looking at we're looking at Tong Chi.
I was more confused for a second there. I was like,
still,
hang on.
I mean, this is a heap of items. So you can put a GA onto that Nico, as we talked about already. The issue here is, though, this composition works super well with a hyper roll. So rolling, well, not hyper roll, slow rolling, kind of around that level 6, level 7 mark. Getting your 3-star Shin, 3-star Nico, these kind of guys. Now, has hit that 6 protector, which is going to be great, but definitely you need to start spreading out these items, getting them on.
Start slamming them at this point, honestly.
I actually think the GA on towards a Nico would have been a bit better, just getting that front line to stay alive a little bit longer.
GA Warmox as well.
Yeah. Oh, he's got to keep going. I think this is going to not be the best of finishes here for Tong Chi, but still, I mean, has hit those protectors. I have to see if she can carry herself through.
I believe Tong Chi. Do as cast as proud. We need something here.
There's the Teemo 2. Now Edward Baba is up and rolling.
Honestly, at this point, I'd just hold the Gangplanks to keep them away from Woohoo Dasima.
Yeah, I'm not. Oh, you can see now. There's the decision. Do you go for it? I think. Look, has it? Yeah, he's got the level 2 now. Considering putting in that Soraka, which is like.
He's locked the shop, so yeah, he's just gonna hold on. Yeah, for dear life at this point, because I'm scared. I'm real scared of that. Well, let's have a look. This is Abu up against Edward Baba.
And this is actually because Edward Baba is trying to hold on to these gangplanks. You're hurting both players here, so you're hurting the current player he's against in Abu, and then also hurting the Woohoo Dasima as well, because they both want that gangplank, especially like the demolitionist here for the mech is amazing. But not going to be given that opportunity, and there you go. He looks like he might just hold on to it.
This is rough now. Yeah. If you are a fan of Teemo at home, first off, you're a bad person. But second off, you got to pray that somehow Edward Baba can get a bit of a win streak going because he's on 10 HP.
I wonder
These rounds have not been looking good.
I wonder what the story is like between Teemo in League of Legends versus Teemo in TFT. Does it bring the same wrath?
Yeah. Speaking from experience, yeah.
Right, okay.
I still hate it. I mean, it's pretty obnoxious even in TFT. The mushrooms are very annoying.
Yeah, that's the slow
They're
is
like
pretty
mini
bad.
gangplank ults.
Yeah, I mean, they do a heap of burst. I think the slow is definitely the most obnoxious part, especially if your frontline's trying to get onto it. You're like, if I can get one hit onto this Teemo, I win, and it's the slow trudge through the field to get to it. And you can see that is working quite well here for Edward Baba at the moment.
Yeah, it's slow in terms of the units, slow in terms of how quickly he annihilates the enemy team as well. It's like, you know you've lost the round, but it's going to go on for 30 seconds, and you get to watch Teemo slowly but surely annihilate your entire team. It's brutal. It's brutal.
So Tongshi could go towards this. Oh, I was going to say, go towards the Protector spatula. And what you can do is, if you add that on towards something like an Aurelion Sol, you go Protector Sol, and it's just really hard to try and work through. Just gives your comp a little bit more of that late game scaling. Take out some of the units that aren't quite up to scratch when we get to this late game point, especially since she hasn't 3-starred any of her units, but we're not going to see it.
I think we call it the Aureliector. That's the phrase I've heard battered around. Yeah. People are big fans of typing that because it's so easy to get your head around.
I actually, when you said it, I was like, how do you even write that? So I was like, I don't even know where to begin.
I'm going to let Twitch chat decide that one. But we've got a Zephyr coming in onto the Gnar here. This is Edward Baba on your screen, and we got a hope now.
Oh, God.
That's a 3-star Rumble, though.
It's a big
that
old
mech's
Rumble.
going to be big.
And it's even just trying to deal with the Rumble afterwards, because he is 3-star, it's a much bigger health pool, and he's going to be churning out a lot more damage. So you will generally get one, maybe a second ult off with this Rumble, depending on what way it works in these fights, and that can be such a massive difference.
So it's looking good for Edward Baba here.
Except for that Caitlyn. Jesus Christ, she is flying.
Oh, she's got Teemo, but she's taken down. Jin finished her off in the end, but blimey, that was a little close. But he's got away with it.
Yeah. That's the problem with the Caitlyn, is that like builds like that where she just powers through teams with the shots. She looks great right up until the ult, and you're like, oh no. Now I'm gonna slowly kneel down, scratch my leg a little bit, and then I'll hoist this stuff. It's just, it takes forever for it to actually get the job done.
I feel like attack speed should speed up your ult animations. That would be maybe absolutely broken though.
Yeah.
But it'd be cool.
I think it would like shoot her up into like the same position as Zaya, where you can just have her as a carry if you want.
So apparently we've got another in-game interview coming up in about 30 seconds here. But importantly, I just want to mention while it's on the screen, how adorable is the Gnar splash art? It is actually...
Gnar splash art in general is just gross. Like,
it is.
It's amazing.
The astronaut one specifically is, I think, the cutest splash art of any champion ever.
Okay. I'll give you that one. Well, except for Lollipop.
哎，虽然说我也不是很想来嘛，但是缘分使然，想问问我们贺哥怎么出什么事了？
For in-game interview,
作为
Chen
队
He,
长
what
来
happened?
讲，要做好这个铺
I
垫，
think as
给
a
所有的队员
captain,
们做好铺
I
垫，
should
对不对？
sacrifice
成
for
功
my
地
whole
带走对
team.
方2个队员。
And actually, I
我打第六
successfully take away
也是很
2
正常的嘛
enemies.
哎，带走我
Although
的
I
人
got
怎么
the
也自己把自己带
6th
走
place,
了
I think
吗？
it's normal.
刚刚因为我们刚刚也确实没有切到最后的一轮战斗嘛，最后是谁把你带走的？
We didn't OB your last matchup, so who
童曦吗？
took you away in the
刚刚
end?
童曦我
My
们一直在
teammate
看，非常着急，
Tongxi.
他装备一直都没
And
上。
actually, we were a bit worried
打
about
你的时候好像
Tongxi
装备是正好上好了。
because he didn't use
所以
the
这也是你
items.
们今天的第2局的策略。但你看大司马
But
老师
he
一直
used
都
all
是
the
第一，
items
刚刚
when
也
facing
是
you.
城
Yeah,
4阶
his
段
map
之前一路
pleasure.
连胜，也是算你们一种战术嘛。
And also,
是的，在前面
Hudasma
的时候
is
把对
on
方的
winning
怪性
streak.
想好了，到了差不多的时候，
So
然
is
后
this
把
your
怪放给他
strategy?
就是很正常，要不然这就是打配
Actually,
合。
we
下
just
棋啊，
gave him the
还是一个
champion
博弈，
who
还
Hudasma
是一个运
wanted
营。
based
既
on
然我
our
们打的是
teamwork
团队
and
配合
macro.
这个时候你看， 把怪放出去，他就拿到了2星
We
送
just
风了。
give
那
the
我们同样的
champion
也
that
是因为
Wuhu
今天
Dasma
是第二
wanted,
局嘛，
so he
大
got
师
the
老师就在你旁边，你说什么
2-star
他都能听得
Wukong.
见。有没有什么想要跟他说的加油
So
的话？你觉得他今
actually,
天能不能
do
就
you
是
have
2连击
anything
呢？
you want to say to Wuhu
不
Dasma?
用加油了，你看2星机器人、2星船长、2星锤石，全部都是在我们的
I
计
don't
划
think
好。
and
在6-1的时候，我们就已经计划好，应该是
I
这样
think
的布局。
needless to say,
其实
he
可以
got
看
the
到
level
那个朱
2
生老师刚刚也是差
Blitzcrank,
一点点
level 2
比较
Thresh,
接近
and
有
also
什么跟他
Gun
说的
Blank.
真哥就在这一回合马上挂掉，请看啊。
But also for
那我
Zhu
们
Zhen,
拭目
he
以待，我们
will
到时候看一看
he
真
will
哥
leave
到
the
底能不
game
能
for
在这
this
一局
matchup.
苟住，好不好？苟不住吗？你要去看
He
看
will
啊。
just leave immediately. And I just want to say, I just want to see.
哎，第4名。
神机妙算，
朱真
一
you're in
切
the
都
4th
在我们的
place.
预料之中啊。
Actually, is we have all expected
我想问
and
问
all
我们
planned.
朱真老师，其实刚刚是差一点点的。
And
差
I
一
have
点点
another question
我
for
最后
Zhu Zhen.
最后是大司马老师把你带走的吗？
In the end, is it Wuhu Dasma took you away?
他这个特
I
别
think
糊
should
他
be
真的特别糊
Wuhu Dasma.
两把都是被
He's
他带走
really very
两把都
lucky.
是被他带
In
走
both
的，
game
但是
1 and
可以看
2,
到骚男
he's
现
the
在
one
是第二
just
名，
took
而且
me
刚刚一
away.
直在处于连胜
And
的状
also
态。你有
Shaonan
什么
is
想跟
on
骚
a
男
winning
说的？毕
streak.
竟他是你们
He
队
is
伍
in
当
the
中
second
的
place
大腿。
right now.
对，
So
因为我们
any
这边已
words
经
to
说过了，
him.
就这把是全力保骚男，
For
所以我们这
our
边
game
都是勇敢
strategy, we
待
just
会儿我们会
protect
过去握手的
Shaonan
你放
as
心
a
啊，我
whole
们待会
team.
儿就握手。
Definitely,
不
we
是
will
握手，
go
这是以
and
胜利
shake
者的姿
hands
态走
to
过
the
去。
opponents
关
as
怀
the
一下他
winner
们，关怀一下
for this
是
game.
吗我但今天他这个做的2把其实都挺糊
But
的。
actually,
我
for
看
Wuhu
一下继续
Dasma,
看一下
he really has
你看他每一次都是做
he's
这个阵容，
really
因为
very
他知道我们今天
lucky
这把
and
是
he
战
has
绩
the
第一
same
他们在这里面
lineup
就是场
every
第一
time.
所以他一直在用这种太空海盗的阵容在打你们，而且
So
他确
he's
实
always
运气比较好，没有办法。而且我可以
used
看
space
到你的
power.
题目，其实上题目上的2星很晚，是不是当时很
And
可惜？
但其
it's
实
a
上的
pity
早也
that
没有
your
用，因为
second
是
star
压缩比
Timo
赛体
came
系，肯
so
定是
late,
船
right?
长来说
But
向
after
他
all,
占优势。
it's in
好，那
the
我们
Drop
谢谢我们的朱
Galaxy.
正
I
老师
think
可
the
以稍事
space
休息一下，
pirates
我们
should
接下来
have
呢
the
也是交给我
advantage.
们的解说。
So that's the end for the interview.
Thanks very much once again, Wendy. But yeah, I can agree with that. He has gone for the Space Pirates both times, and he's been pretty good at rolling for it. But hey, look at the rewards that he's reaping.
I mean, I'm looking at all these chalices of power, and all I can think of is that meme. It's like, stop, he's already dead. Like, you do not need
look at
this
even
much.
just the thresh. Even
Yeah.
just the thresh. Look at that. It's insane. He gets to pull Blitzcranks in now.
He gets to pull another gangplank in. It's just like, this is just silly. So yeah, I mean, he could have stopped like 3 chalices of power of go from one-shotting everyone, but he's just like, I don't really care. I'm just gonna keep rolling with this. Would love a BF sword just to really put that nail in and then put the lock around us, you know, put the chains on, just make sure that everything is locked down entirely. But I think this win is pretty secure.
Is
for
it,
Wuhu Dasima?
Is it though? Oh yeah, Urgot.
Yes. Yes.
Well, it looked a little dicey for a second, and then Urgot existed, so it's fine. Also, props to him on the fact that he has no partially finished synergies whatsoever. None of the grey ones. That is neat. That is very neat and very pleasing.
Quite tidy. But yeah, I think good luck is all I'm gonna say, because I don't really see, unless he accidentally sells his board, I don't think there's any way that this doesn't end in his favor. There it is. There's the GA. And there's a Morello for the Aurelian Cell. Like, he's just swapping into full P.B.A. composition at this stage. Get the Echo there if you want to, but I mean, he's already done.
I don't know what he's rolling for, honestly. Oh,
I think he was
level 2
looking for
Urgot.
that level. Yeah. You sell the Gangplank for the Urgot, because then when you yoink in the Urgot, he's good. But yeah,
it's just scouting.
So sell the
looking at all of the people
you should
that
actually
he's
sell the
killed.
Jace to guarantee the Urgot in.
Well,
so then
no, hang on. You're underestimating the speed at which this Thresh is pulling things in.
True,
One
actually,
hook out,
yes.
2 autos, another lantern out.
You
In
do
he
have
goes.
you do have a point. All right. You didn't even.
He wasn't even anticipating.
He has a force of nature there ready as well. All right, it's over. Let's.
He didn't even have time to place the item. He went too quick for himself. My goodness, that was some TFT domination right there.
That's what I wanted to see.
恭喜恭喜！
I feel
我们的后有名称队。
打2局比赛
So
握3次手。
congratulations to Chen He team.
谢谢。不好意思，我也抬走了
不要打第
头一次。
3局了吧？
来
我觉得过分了。
有请我们的2
So
队
we
队
got
员
a
来到我们
2-0.
台
There's
上。
no need for the
确
game
实
3.
好猛啊，大司马老师。
马老师还是有东西的。
And Ukudasuma, you're super strong.
6杠1，我们都前面都讲过了。
It's like
马老师全部升到20。
we have planned everything
我是不是说过？
in the round
是不是6杠1
6.
手走的？
神机妙算。
哦，他们都是
We will take the Zhuzhen
我们这边
away.
也是算过的，2把都是 Sky。
And we have planned as well. Sky will always go as 8th. And then we'll play the 3v4. He will just give us the mental
都拿
support.
到第1名的好成绩。
And also for
有没有什么想说的
Ukudasuma,
呢？
you get 2 victories. How do you feel? I think I'm very lucky today.
每次都4杠1的时候，哎，来了一个重要的角色。
Usually in round 4, I'm able to get the
就是这样的。
important champions. My lineup is either the top 1 or the 8th normally.
占了很大的一
对
个就是便宜嘛。
压缩饼干信息，
And
我最
also
怕这个信息。
the galaxy is quite good and quite suitable for Ukudasuma. And Zhuzhen will regret of choosing Jinren.
景然他不是那个
No, we are a very good
电竞
team.
吗？
But
这个你自己来
after
说，这应该。
after today, Jinren, you're still the unlucky person of esports.
我们都在讨论战术，忘记
I think
买对面
we always
他
like
这话太少
discussing
一直在商量
when
着我
I
们的
was
话。
playing.
他
I
应该是
forgot to curse my
他
opponents.
应该是怎么说呢？一边打一边说对面是冠军，对面是冠军，对面是冠军，对面是冠军。
结果梦想成真了。
我觉得可能是在打的时候，心里想的就是我们还要争
I
冠
think
军，所
during
以
the
想着想着，
play,
也许就没有办法拿到冠
Jiren
军
is
了。
always thinking about getting the championship. That's why you are not able to get that one.
这
That
种感觉
title.
对
很棒。，
我们
Sky 一直很无奈的双手
要不要
And
说
for
点什么？我们
Sky,
咱说
do
两
you
句
have
吧。
any words?
确实挺开心的。这个第
I
二局我
actually
定
am
的策
quite
略是要
happy.
那个什么，
In game
针对
2,
大司马拿下
I
的时候，
really
当
want
时看奥德
to
赛各种打，然后
against
最后自己果然又第八。
Ukudasuma.
没有发现其实
I took all his rebel champions, but after all, I was 8th
所以
again.
其实我们战略是有的，只不过
So
可能
you
运气
got
稍微
some
差一点
strategies,
我们还
but
有
you're
桑南，桑
not
南说两句。
that
对，桑
lucky,
南其实
right?
一
And
直
for
在连
Sonan,
胜到后来，
对对对
you're on
这个
winning streak.
这个
in the late
我
phase
就是会这一套阵容，就把这套阵容练到
I
登
can
峰造极。
only
第一开
use
始玩的
this
是良
lineup.
法，
That's
最后玩的是
synergy.
瑞文加2个
It's
圣
like
盾
start
8
from
未
the
来，就比较
sorcerer,
顶。
and
不
then I
过
got
这
the
个
Raven
到后
2
面大司
protector,
马
and
这两
also
个一
it
下就给我全
Cardinal.
上了个螃
It's
蟹，
relatively
他
strong,
很骚，
but
他那个
Ukudasuma
直
is
接拽了一个
really
螃蟹，他那个
lucky.
螃蟹来管我
He
瑞文，不然的话我
got
瑞文
the
还是可以秀起来
Urgot
的。
对，
and also
确实那
directly
一波
dragged
还是
my
蛮针
Raven
对的，
对
大招压制。
by the
那我们
ultimate.
这边也问问童曦好了，就是我看解说
And
在
also
解说的
next
时候
question is
因为
for
左边装备
童曦
栏就很满，他们
Your
就很着急说
item
怎么还不上
column
装备
is
是为什么
really
有
full.
集邮的这种感觉嘛，就把装备都集
So
满
why you
对，因为
didn't
我有
just
那种
put
选择
them
恐惧
on?
症，我就很想
Actually,
期待
I'm
看后面会不会
I
来
have
一
a
些
fear
好
of
的装
like
备
making
然后就
choices.
不舍得给，
So I'm waiting for the other good items.
装备跟我一起走
But
了。
however, in the end, those items
他在
left the
遇到
game
我的
with
那一回
me.
合把装备全上了。
But he put on the all the when he put on all the
所以
items,
啊
he
我们就
faced
真
me
的
and
在此我们一切
and
的努
took
力在
Chen
天
He
父面
away.
前一文不值
took-。
恭喜你们！
最后还有我们的
And
阿布
also, I
教练
think
没有
all
说
the
话嘛
efforts
其实
are
你们的
worthless
战略
in front
是
of
不
the
是就是
talent and the
不用
luck.
说，反正2局都是
And
这
for
样。
Abu,
对，反正我们
what's
这
your
边的话也
strategy?
就是也没有什么赛前加油啊，反
Like
正
we
就是上
didn't
去
do
就
like
摸
the
着鼠标
fighting
就
stuffs,
对的
but once
其
we
实我
touch
不知
the
道我们这边可能
mouse,
就
we
大司马
can
老
play
师
the
可能
game
会用2只手操作吧，
decently.
反正我是用1只手的。
And also, I play with one
对啊，你主
hand.
要是
I
键
don't
盘
know
确
how
实不知道
to.
哪个键是啥
I don't
用
know
的。
how to operate the
我看很多人都
TFT
是
with
用
the
这边
keyboard.
小峰同学是用眼神操作的。
And also, Sky is using his eyes
好，
like
那
instead
我
of
们
hands.
其实
I think.
场上的各位已经玩得非常的开心了，但是
I believe
我
that
们今天呢
everyone-
也是刚刚有说过嘛，获胜的会有获胜的奖品，那
是的
落败的也会有落败的奖
I
品。
think everyone
我们
will
就有
enjoy
请
this
工作
time,
人员将我
but
们这一
still
轮
we got some
的
prizes
奖励拿到舞台
for
上。
all
是
of
不是我
you.
们这边帽子全换成绿的了？还是？
So are we going to have some
可以猜一猜。
other
好。
hats
哦呦，金铲铲！
金铲铲，
for the
哦
winning
酷
team?
哎
We'll have the golden spatula.
这个应该是可以带进游戏里的吧？
And you can
应该是
bring
装备。
对。
bring this one
还
to
有
the
摆在家
game.
我们的
没得合呀
小小英雄也要过来跟大家一起握个手。
And also
我们这
our
一个金战场，问题是没得合呀。
Little
好
League
这边我们
legends
的
will come on the stage as
这
well.
不是银铲铲，这个是炒菜的锅铲
And
铲。
also for
是一
the
个坚韧的黑铁
losing
我跟
team,
你
you
说
just take the normal
但是
spatula.
挺好的，你看他们
But
金铲
it's-
铲肯定只能回家放着，但
But
是
for the
你们这个
golden
拿回
ones,
去 去很有实用价值。
It's not practical, but for you guys, you can cook with it at home.
这个没有白来一次，不虚此行啊！好。
Yeah, it's quite useful.
小小英雄好像
可以了，戏讲到这里就差不多了。
对，
走开。
对，躲在骑士后面，我等于这期没来。
And if we just hide behind the literal legend in the photo, you cannot see me.
对，所以我也想。
But after this show match, we're going to have our final TOC final. So do you have any words to the players? Actually, I've watched the godlike streamings. And also for many TFT players, I played with them previously. I hope that every player can be favored by the dealer. Everyone will be as lucky as Wu大司马 today. And I think the result is not that important, but the gaming process is the crucial part. So I hope everyone can work hard and just keep moving forward. And Wu大司马, do you have anything you want to say?
看得出来啊，其实蛮厉害的，就是说不太糊。
Actually, for today's game, everyone
比如说我们队的
plays
童曦啊，还有陈赫老师啊
pretty well, but it's just maybe some people are not that
陈老师
lucky.
也挺强的，其实今天第一把我就看出来了。
But like 童曦 or like 朱生 you are very
对，然后
very
对，
good.
然后朱真老师的话，我没想到。 我本来私底下问我说，哎，
本来以为是血虐的，
就我说，哎，会不会玩？他说
And for 朱生 previously you said like I don't know how to play, but your performance today is impressive. Actually, I played the game like 500 TFT games for 朱生。 And Wu 大司马, do you have any words to the players in the TOC finals?
但是呢，有些时候这个
Actually, I have paid attention to those players. They are very strong.
心态不能崩。
But sometimes luck is also part of TFT games. I hope their mentality will not collapse and keep going on. So I hope all the players can prove themselves with strength and luck. And thank you for all the guests. And let's looking forward for the TOC finals together. And this is the end for the interview.
Well, there we have it. Thank you once again, Wendy, for the translation. And we got to see the Feather Knight again. We handed out some golden spatulas. Had some low-key shade coming out from Dasima as well. He was like, Tongshi, you played really well. Tian, you played really well. Just left Abu hanging completely as another teammate. I feel like Abu did better than Tongshi did.
He did really
honestly.
well. I mean, he went for this mech a lot, and it actually worked out super good. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, you got to throw some shade sometimes.
Well, he's got a golden spatula for himself, so he'll be happy with that one. We're going to go into a quick break. Please do join us afterwards, where the TOC regional finals will begin, and we'll get to see who our 3 representatives on the world stage are for China.
Hey yo, everybody, this is TFT. Hey bro， 记得吗 ？Let's go, everybody, just let me。民族炫耀，我们是出秀，想要装备，穿满他们前头。今天的手气不太 OK， 一起在被发配成对，怪你的不太还没装备，足不打死就全部赔了。天无感区预感的第一号去被拖卡成弟弟，我们的战术极限有效，但是没有全部不够肉。给我打50块，这个历史死吧，没装备的异性就像刮痧，这个球我让我打一下下，哦别我的对手，让他活到看完，就人靠皮皮草草，无敌羁绊，速度血量，爆出的是不会被断，找不出意外，不会翻盘，到处退场，有点遗憾，但气势不凡。我就在下一局等你，下着我们的气等的是你，大家一直都在等你，最强羁绊我们待在一起。我就在下一局等你，下着我们的气等的是你，大家一直都在等你，最强羁绊我们待在一起。参加这 party， 一定是意义中连一届的胜利。参加这 party， 大家在云顶等你 ，You and me。
Is this moment real or am I living a dream? I feel my heart bursting, pulling hard at my seams.
Yeah, walk in the club, head to the back. VIP, Louis, cognac. DJ booth like the 4th of July. Light show strobing, ladies look fly. I was on a mission, looking for the right one. Caught the eye of a girl like the bright sun. She had a look that I can't describe. Get down to the funk, it's time to get live.
Let's funk it up, come on. 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 Let's funk it up, come on.
Welcome back, everybody, to the TOC. It is time for our regional finals. It's day number 4, and everything is on the line for our remaining players. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda, our resident TFT expert, as we head into the final day. And I'm excited to see if we get some more Space Pirate shenanigans in our actual games, because we've not really seen much of that across the course of
We
the
haven't. And look, I think I can kind of understand this. When you're so heavily reliant on a legendary unit, it makes it a bit hard to go for that consistently. It's kind of the same reason why we didn't see Cybernetics until Vayne got introduced, was just that reliance on Echo as that legendary unit to make this whole composition work didn't quite work out. But we'll have to see. It's still all up in the air.
So it's about time that we get things underway. So let me kick it over to a video to introduce our final.
你不用管你的对手是谁，你的最大对手永远是发牌员。
平常心顺其自然就好了，打出自己正常的一个发挥，不会留遗憾。
假如能打到前3的话，就争取夺冠。
自己的目标肯定就是进前3嘛，那如果能夺冠，肯定最好。
你人生中能有这么一段，哪怕是成绩拿得不好，但是你有这么一段经历也是不错的。
如果能进的话，那可能是我人生第1次出国。
就重回职业舞台，我还是比较珍惜这一次机会。
目前来说已经远远超过我的预期了，根本没有想能走这么远吧。
打出自我就好了嘛，就尽自己所能，尽人事，听签数了。
Wanna get it crunk in the club with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round here know we get it. We wanna get it crunk in the club with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round.
Well, that was absolutely sick. I'm not going to lie, Candice going to step out on the stage to introduce our players, and I'm not going to translate exactly because I don't speak Mandarin, but Dagda. We're going to enjoy the show here as we kick off our finals, and what a hype intro to the finals we have.
I know, and to start things off, can someone find the name of that song and send it to me? That was an absolute bop to start things off with. But look, either way, I'm very excited to see what we're going to have here. I think we've had some really standout performers over the last couple of days. We look at Chunghua, who's managed to find himself back after that horrible, horrible loss where he ended up finishing in third despite having the same points as first and second on day one. He's now found himself back in here. We look at Chuanzi, our resident Blade Master player. We look towards a lot of these guys who've been going towards the cybernetics, we're going to have a lot of competition here for these top comps. I'm excited to see who is going to be able to figure out how to navigate their way through this.
That's the big question, is who can consistently find the compositions that they're going to be able to run, but also kind of how the meta continues to develop over the course of this event. We have quite a few games left theoretically, because once you get you have to get past 16 points and then win a round to close this one out. So there's potential for quite a few games ahead of us here, and I'm curious if we do see somewhat of a meta shift over the course of that time, because we could see someone really dominating with a specific composition and other players start to contest that just to try and stop a player from finding themselves that way.
And it is a tough call to go with as to what your strategy is going to be. Like, do you go towards something that is going to be the old reliable that would get you that top 3, top 4 spot, just so then you can start to rack up those early points, get towards 16 as quick as possible, then look towards the compositions that will win you the game, like the Cybernetics, like that Star Guardian Sorcerers, even Blade Masters? Or do you just kind of try and go consistently, say, hey, look, if I get a first and a second place finish, I've already hit 18 points, I'm past the threshold, I just need one more win to go, and you could already be putting pressure on the lobby by that third game.
We'll see if we're going to see someone grab the points early, because I think that is the big question mark for me. Because let's say you're in second place, right, and someone already finds themselves above 16. It makes a lot of sense to try and deny whoever is in that first place, because even if you don't win yourself, you just, like, let's say you're finishing on 12 points, on 13 points, you don't need a fantastic placement, you just need top 4, and then you're in the exact same spot as the person in first. It doesn't matter if they're ahead of you at points, all that matters is you're beyond 16. So we really could see some mind games coming in. I do enjoy watching formats like this where there is more to it than just winning the singular game in of itself.
Yeah, and I think we could see a lot of players, as we talked about, starting to, hey, look, you know what? I'm going for a fast 8 here. Like, I'm not going to end up winning this game. Let me just look at who has already hit those 16 points, what kind of composition they have, steal that away, and let's hope that maybe on the next round or in the next game, then I can start to bring it back, and I can actually be the one that's contesting that top spot.
We'll have to see. Obviously, for the first couple of games, I'm anticipating not many mind games. I'm expecting people looking for the high placements to start things off. Don't necessarily need first place, although first is obviously going to be nice. When it comes to the points, first place is that 10 points. The top 3, 2 points separated from each other. You've got 10, then 8, then 6 for first, second, third. So we'll see how well these guys are going to do. And they're already onto the map. I guess they were ready. They were already in a lobby. They've just sat down and kicked things off. So Dagda, talk to me about this carousel that we're seeing to start things off.
Yeah, the first 2 big items that I'm looking for are the likes of the recurve bow, which went towards Godlike, and also that tier that went over towards 567, Wu Liu Chi. Wu Liu Chi. I will get that right. But I think they're the 2 that I'm kind of like, okay, cool. We've got someone that could opt in towards something like the Protector with the tier, or you could even go towards the Victor carry, towards your mech style. So at least he's left himself open to a couple of options here is Wu Liu Chi. But as we talk about consistently, whenever you see those early recurves open up, I'll be keeping my eyes on Godlike to see if he can get 2 more of those recurve bows and that Negatron cloak to start working towards a Blade Master composition.
Yeah, that's the big question to me, is how quickly we see some of these players commit to compositions, because that has been somewhat a point of contention between the different players across the course of this event. Some players we have seen committing to compositions very early on into the series, like especially if they find themselves some recurve bows and early Master Yi. We've pretty much seen players committing immediately to Blade Masters and whatnot, but we've not really seen too many players commit to these more late game compositions early on.
Well, that's the thing, is that the goal is to try and commit to a composition as early as possible, because you can start to build your items around it. You can start to, you know, just trim off the fat when it comes to excess units that are on your board. And that's the difference maker in a lot of situations, just how quickly you can make these decisions. Yeah. So say like for Alchin here, just has managed to get the Graves. He's now got that Cogma on his bench. Do you go for an early battle cast? I don't think I saw some of those early, like the red buff and stuff that could allow that, but definitely these are the decisions that you're trying to balance in these early stages.
So we'll see what the decisions end up being for each of our players as we head towards the first PvP round after these minions. And we'll see what the gods of TFT are going to grant our players off the back of these last minions. Because this is the minion round that quite often can set you up for massive success or massive failure in the next few rounds, whether or not we're going to see any win streaks coming on through.
Okay, so looking at Juanzu there, could go up towards an early Cybers. Doesn't quite have the Lucian to try and give himself that, but at least having the front line in the double Vanguard could be super nice. Actually, looking at AlphaGo here, this is the early battle cast we were talking about. That Nocturne already, that level 2, you've got the double Brawler. This is a pretty nice spot to be in. I'd honestly try to look to maybe sell to get another unit on the board here and go towards that level 4, but I think at the moment he's just not convinced about how exactly he wants to move forward.
Just yet, at least. We'll have to see as our first round, AlphaGo versus Drunzy. And it's looking pretty good for Drunzy, I have to say, with the level 4 already, although the items favoring slightly, I guess, on AlphaGo. PF Sword going to help.
So this is something that Chinese TFT tend to do fairly regularly, is level straight off the bat when you get to PvP, trying to get in that 4 units on the board. May not know quite. This is the thing. This is why Battlecast early is super strong, is that healing and the extra damage that comes out means they're so tanky, so difficult to take down, and just about able to eke that one out.
It could not have been closer for the first round, and that's going to set him up to try and go for a win streak now off the back of that one. But it also kind of puts a little bit of pressure on that. You want to now be win streaking. You don't want to be losing rounds.
Hushin as well here is looking towards an early space pirate, so he's looking to ramp up that gold. Now, has that early chain vest, so could go towards a GA, but we are a long way from looking towards something like a Gangplank. Instead, I'd like him to try and focus on some early items that can work on towards something like a Jace, or either this Darius if he wants to stick with a Space Pirate, or if he's using it just to buffer that gold in the early game and then start to move forward. Nerly has this early Darius, which would be a key factor, because once you get that early Darius, that can snowball you in towards the Jace, allow you to get their 2-star Jace, and then matching with something like a Wukong or something around that point gives you a super strong front line. You've got 2 carries in the Jace and the Darius that can run you through, and you can already see he's starting to rack up that gold.
Yeah, that Darius, if you can get level 2 early, especially if you can get a bit of AP on him, you can really run away with early rounds.
He is holding on to a bunch of protectors here as well, so maybe looking to just swap things out. So it looks like, at least for the beginning, that Space Pirates will be swapped out for protectors at some point. But moving over towards Godlike, this was our early recurve player, still sitting on that Ziggs at the moment, but hasn't really found any luck when it comes to a few more of those recurves. Does have the Negatron, which could opt in towards that Runins, but still needs a lot more to go his way before he can kind of eye up that Blade Master style.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 1 sire when it comes to the Blade Master so far. Not ideal if you're trying to look for that composition. He's going to be praying to win this round if he can get himself that 20 gold. Might have to sell the Leona in the end of things.
I think I'd sell the Xayah more so. Honestly, I feel like...
Maybe not. There's a level 2 Fiora.
Okay, he's going to sell the Leona. I was nearly looked towards moving over towards something like a cybernetic build or something like along the lines with the items that he currently has. I think it could work out pretty well. So I wasn't sure if you'd sell the Xayah, buy the Leona anyway, regardless of the win, and then look to move these around. Because Ziggs, having that early recurve, you will want to get rid of him. It's not like he's adding anything to the composition right now as well, because he doesn't quite have the Rebels there either. So we have to see how he moves forward if he can get those early Rebels. But Godlike...
Yeah, he's in 8th place, so he just grabs himself the recurve bow, no contest there. So that's going to be nice for him.
Yeah.
He does have the components now for both the rapid fire or the hurricane.
Yeah, and oftentimes we'll see people opt in towards that rapid fire just straight off the bat. It's like, hey, look, either way, it's the best if we can get the rapid fire and the Runins. But even throughout the other days, if you can get the 3-star Yi, we've seen like static shivs come in instead of something like the Runins. We've seen the Infinity Edges. We've seen Giant Slayers come in. You can be a little bit flexible with the Runins, but obviously the god tier items for godlike would be having that Runins rapid fire.
I think recurve bow as well is one of those items that is generally pretty good. There's a lot of compositions that can use a recurve bow, so if you do have to pivot, generally you can find a way to use that one. Taking a look now at Wu Liuqi, who's going towards this battle cast. Still only 2 on the battle cast, but having an early Cassiopeia is nice.
It is, and that's kind of what he's looking to be his main carry here. May look to swap into some sort of Mystic Vanguard kind of composition as he moves forward, using that Cassiopeia as the main carry, especially picking up that Mordekaiser. But Mordekaiser in general is just a strong unit in this early to mid game because that extra shield makes him so strong. The AoE damage is great, and especially if you can get a Vanguard buff on him, it's really difficult to take him down.
It's looking good in these rounds as well. We've got Ziggs at the back just popping away, so this is going to be another win for him. But unfortunately for Wu Liuqi, he's not win streaking, he's not lose streaking either. So his gold not in the greatest spot. We have an what?
How?
2-5? He's got a mech? That's insane.
What? So this is one of the things you can do is if you get to 2-4, you pre-level. So you hit you go to 8 out of 10, which means that then after your carousel, you roll at the higher round, so you have a 5% chance of picking up a 4-cost unit. So obviously he's had that 5% chance, hit the Fizz, somehow got a Rumble midway along this, and now has an Annie. That is a crazy. That's actually probably the earliest mech I've ever seen.
And that, like, just to give extra context for anyone who's not a TFT aficionado, it's 5% chance of getting any epic, not just the Fizz.
Yeah.
He's not only has he rolled really high to get an epic, he's got the perfect one to get himself an early Garen. That is just insane. And you can see that, I don't know what they're saying in the chat, but I can guarantee they're talking about how early this mech is.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be very happy to see that because you've set yourself up to keep your streak going now. And as well, I'm pretty sure I saw an early Hand of Justice on it too. So having the Hand of Justice means you're going to be dealing a whole heap of damage. And also having a little bit of that dodge chance is super nice for something like a mech because the way you counter mech is a lot of the times going towards something like a Giant Slayer or something along these lines, so you can start to whittle away that health bar with the extra damage. However, if you go for something like a dodge build on this mech, it can make it a little bit harder for that to consistently hit, and that mech will stay up a little bit longer.
It has to be said, there is something really pleasant about the fact that a Giant Slayer is the best item for taking down the giant Garen that appears on the board. But when we look at Tomato here for a second, Tomato was one of the real favorites coming out from Group B. We saw him and Godlike making it through, but Tomato, he would lose streak in basically every single game. All 3 of the games, he would start things off with a lost streak in Group B, build a physique on, and then roll away with that. Not really the same strategy coming through today, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, from this point on, he'll be looking to try and win streak. He's just hit his 3 cybers. He's got items across the board. Even that Shaco, you could look to sell to create that Giant Slayer we were just talking about. But here you go. We're looking back at Qinghua here, who has got that mech. Now, you got the double Brawler's Glove items on him, so that dodge chance is pretty high. And this is a slightly different way that you can build the mech. And the reason is for exactly the tournaments like this where you see cybernetics coming up super high or a lot of on-hit damage, you have that dodge chance to try and move between these. I'll be curious to see what he does round out with here. In this style, you do have enough damage between the Hand of Justice that you don't really have to add like a Titan's Resolve or anything onto it. And then you could just double down with, say, like a Trap Claw or something if you want and just go full dodge and just use that as your way of getting around any sort of extra damage that's coming out.
And you might be looking at his bench, you might be looking at his board outside of the mech and saying, hey, well, he doesn't really have much in the way of a carry. The Cassiopeia is level 1, blah, blah, blah. He's got a mech.
Yeah.
Like, the mech alone, this early in the game, is enough damage. That Garen will take on a team. The rest of it is just to bolster things. By the way, we talked about the recurve bows earlier. That's turned into a rapid fire and a hurricane.
Hey.
There's a spare recurve bow on the bench as well.
So, I mean, this is really, really good. Obviously, you've just picked up the Rebels. Now you've already got your Chrono. Demolition is just for the sake of it as well.
To boost it as well.
Yeah, this is pretty damn good for Godlike right now. And Especially as you looked at, okay, 68 HP, he gets his first pick on the carousels in a lot of situations. He's actually going to be positioned here, but I'd be surprised if he didn't win out in a lot of these fights. So now the goal here for Godlike is get towards my level 7, get towards my 50 gold, and then just start slow rolling at that 50 gold to try and get that 3-star Yi, the 3-star Shen, and that 3-star Yasuo with Dead. And at that point, especially if you've got this like spare recurve, if you could get an early spatula, oftentimes you can even make an infiltrator spatula, add it on towards something like the Aurelia when you get those 6 Blade Masters, and it could work wonders for them.
They keep on swapping players as we go through the portals, and I'm like, oh, Master Yi. Wait,
nope.
This is not the Master Yi player anymore. We are going to see blasters coming through, though. There's going to be 4 blasters now for Achen. So finally finding himself somewhat of a power spike, although in terms of items, he's not having the best of times.
No, but this is the Battlecast build that we kind of hinted at, which is where you go for this early red buff, because every tick of damage does proc that Battlecast, so you're able to get a huge amount of procs off. There is either the opportunity, if you want to go towards something like, if you get a recurve bow, to get the runes, you just spread that red buff across the board, and does provide a heap of that mid-game damage. You're not looking to, at least with the way that this has been built for Achen, to try and like go for this hyper roll Battlecast. Instead, what you're going to be looking to do is, in the later points of the game, go towards that Brawler Blaster, swap over those items from the Kog'Maw onto the Jinx, and then have her be your main carry.
Well, he's lost out here to Hushin's Space Pirates, so Space Pirates going to be continuing to get rich. And as is always the case with Space Pirates, a lot of it is going to come down to if he can find some early items to keep that win streak going.
And that's the problem, is that like at 65 health at 3-4, he struggled a little bit, so did pick up the win, which is fantastic. But definitely when you look at Hushin's items, seems to be going more towards mech. I'll actually... Where is he here on the board?
He's at the bottom left,
yeah, so he's actually picked up the Negatron as well. So now you're going towards these mechas Hushin, where you are very much going to be looking to just solidify, hey, look, me mech, me win.
Well, there's a couple of players in the lobby, but feeling that way right now, which has been somewhat of a theme across the course of this weekend. I keep calling it a weekend. It's not been a weekend.
No.
Across the course of this week, at least.
It is our weekend from playoffs, is basically it. Like, for anyone who doesn't know, we are usually LPL casters for League of Legends.
I knew that.
So, so did I, actually. But we are just in the middle of our playoffs. So this is a nice little break for ourselves to kind of, get away from League of Legends, refresh the brain, and try something a little bit new.
Yeah, we're taking a break from commentary by doing some commentary of a different style. Yeah. We're going into TFT a little bit here. You can see Qinghua already going for that early level 7 there on 3-5, so he's going to be able to increase his odds of finding some epics early on. He will now have that 1% chance of going for legendaries.
Yeah. Juanza going for this Sork build as well. This is the Star Guardian Sorks that we like to see. Protector already picked up. He's using this Ari as an item holder at the moment for his Syndra, but when he does find the Syndra and another tier, that Syndra is just going to be able to throw out so many ultimates. It's going to be difficult for any of these players to deal with, but honestly, the biggest thing that we look towards whenever you see like this Star Guardian Protector is, the Sorcerer Protector is like, okay, how do I get past the Nikos in the front line to then access the back line, like the Syndras and stuff like that? And when we already have 2 players that are going to be going mech, possibly 3 as well, the Shakos, the Echoes that can come in that Infiltrator build should be able to get onto the back line. We just have to see if they can get on towards some of these key carries at that point.
You can see AlphaGo as well has already started to tend towards the cybernetics build that we've seen have a lot of success over the course of this week. We've seen this cybernetics build, I would say, it's arguably looked like the strongest build across the course of this week. Obviously, we have had victories from multiple builds, but when it worked right, when they were able to find the echoes early enough, this cybernetics build has found some serious win streaks.
Yeah, and it's really difficult to deal with because of the flexibility offers. You've got the Vayne in the background, or the backline, which offers self-peel, which is a really big thing for a hypercarry. Well, whoever you want to hypercarry, because she's able to tumble, she goes invisible. It means that she oftentimes breaks any aggression that's coming her way. So she will almost always be the last person still on the board, and that reliability is super nice with cybernetics. Then you can move up, have a bunch of those legendary units added, like your Echoes. You can start to add in some of these other legendary units as well to that build. So overall, cybernetics just tends to be a bit of an all-rounder that just does reasonably well.
Qinghua on a 8-win streak apparently right now.
Yeah, this is the pair of the... Actually, Godlike, interesting enough, didn't try to go for any of the AP, instead just going for that Giant Slayer. The reason that you usually go for the AP is, hey, look, I can add a whole bunch of true damage, but the thing here is that Giant Slayer deals a bunch of true damage and does really good against how many mech players there are, so I like the tech here, just swapping over to a slightly different build that works really well against that Giant Garen.
Not to mention the fact that we've got a we had such an early Garen coming into the play. It's kind of like a look, if I want to try and maintain any kind of win streak at this point, you've got to be getting some way to deal with the mechs down. With a level 2 Yi though, Godlike, you can expect that he is going to be able to maintain this win streak, spending a ton of gold there to make sure that he does get level 2 on his Master Yi.
I amn't the biggest fan. He's actually got a lot that he can sell here on his bench, like that. There you go, the fizz and stuff. But the biggest thing here is that you want to, for late game, start to get in towards the 3 stars of all your units, like that Yi, the Shen, the Yasuo, the Zed. We talked about it already. You need gold to be able to do that. So 20 gold isn't the worst to roll down to, but I'm not always the biggest fan of like ultra rolling down. It's a bit too aggressive for my liking. I'd prefer if you hold on to a bit more gold so then you can slow roll at that 50 mark.
So now over to Wulio Chi, who, this is the guy that, in case you missed it earlier, got an incredibly early mech for himself. Hasn't had the most luck since, as he's all the way down at the bottom of the scoreboard.
And it's really surprising because you did talk about, hey, look, he got this super early mech, but it's been so heavily contested that you kind of end up in this weird spot. Because if you get this super early mech and then you get contested, you pivot, everyone knows you're a pivoter. So it means that then people will be happy to contest you. But now he's got to ride this down to the bottom, but it hasn't actually come up clutch for him at all.
He does have the Victor though, so maybe things can start to look up for him. But Garen has just been annihilated by Godlike's Yi. This is exactly what we're talking about with this Giant Slayer coming on through. This is exactly why he teched into the Giant Slayer. This is exactly what it was meant to do, and it's working wonders.
Yeah, and that's how strong it is. But
I think it was Qinghua who actually got the first mech. I think Wulio Chi went into
actually,
the
I think
mech
it was
second.
yes.
I think
actually,
Qinghua has maintained that win streak because when we were looking at the items, it was the dodge that we saw out of Qinghua.
Yeah, I'm only starting to scribble down exactly what everyone's going for.
Yeah,
but
so
I do agree.
that's
Qinghua
the
did get it
justice,
early. Yeah.
The Hodge.
Yeah.
See, I remember that one, Dagda. He told me it was
impressed.
called Hodge earlier.
I'm impressed.
The Hodgeheg, or Garen, as we call him, usually.
Yeah, the big issue, though, for Qinghua is that although that tech that we talked about with him going towards that dodge Garen rather than, say, like the full beefy Garen, the rapid-fire cannon on that Yi means that you cannot miss your auto attack. So those dodge chances don't really work against the Blade Master, but you can see here against this kind of blaster composition, he's doing pretty damn good.
Yeah, the Victor is working out pretty well for him. But this Asol is kind of giving him some grief if he can finish it off. He might actually end up going down here. The Victor just about going down at the last second. Hushin loses the round in the end. It's going to be Achan grabbing himself that win.
Yeah, no, went for the super early level 8 and managed to hit that Aurelion Sol, which was super clutch from him. You can see how strong that is at the moment. And Wulio Chi will grab a, I think, I didn't quite see, yeah, just a chain vest for himself. But either way, like, Achan now has stabilized, but he's 0 economy. So that's going to be where he needs to try and ramp that back up so he can push towards that level 9. Otherwise, he is going to try and maybe just keep it himself here. If he can't get towards 9, needs to stabilize a bit more, he'll probably end up finishing that 3rd, 4th, and won't actually be able to push in towards that 1st or 2nd place. Especially with Qinghua, nobody has been able to break the win streak in this guy. He's been going since 3-5, I think it was 3-6 maybe. He's just been winning non-stop. So he has got so much extra gold from this win streak.
I think it was 3-2.
Maybe even, yeah.
He got the mech so damn early. Asol coming in here, level 2 Wukong. We're looking in the eyes of Tomato. And when you look at his items right now, there's a level 2 Cassiopeia available to him there. I'm not sure why he's...
No, I think he's just looking for level 3.
To try and find...
well, yeah, he does get the karma, but the big thing he's looking for right now are the shackles, exactly. So buying up the shop, giving yourself better odds for rolling into those shackles is always a good idea. However, this build that he's going for, the Dark Star, is not a composition that will get you first or second. I think he's realized, hey, look, with Tsinghua going for this super high mech build where he's win streaking, you've got a bunch of guys that are already looking at that Blade Master comp. He's looking to just go for an uncontested build where he can try and hit that at that third or fourth place. Although, that being said, if he could find something like a Gwinsu's Rage Blade here for that Xerath, and he probably needs a couple more items for the likes of this Jhin. Right now, his backline is a little bit lacking. But if he can find one of those two carries, there is the opportunity that he'd be able to knock down someone like Tsinghua, who actually just lost his first round.
Damn, Tsinghua losing one in the end. So, he is not unkillable. Gods can bleed here at TFT. And I'm keeping my eye on Tomato because he lost streaked during Group B. He still made it through the top 2. So I've still got faith that Tomato can climb his way back up this scoreboard, especially with that relatively early Xerath pickup as well. Can do a lot of work for himself if he can get that level 2.
Looking at Godlike, though, this is the Master Yi that's going to tear through people. And look, that's we can see exactly what we were talking about with the decision-making here from Godlike. Get towards that 50 gold. Now look to start slow rolling. This, as Blade Master as a whole, is a composition that spikes at level 7. Oh, what? No! There was a shackle! But either way, this is a composition that spikes at 7. You need to hit these 3 stars, especially for your Master E, if you want to try and contest that top spot. The issue for Godlike, though, is it's a balancing act. Because you want to lose early to guarantee you those recurve bows, you then need to have a crazy strong mid-game and find these Blade Masters super early. Otherwise, you get into a spot where you're sitting on 39 health, we're getting to the later portion of the game where that damage is starting to ramp up, and now that pressure starts to sit on you like, okay, I've just lost one, who else can I beat? And especially Tsinghua, looking great, a bunch of extra gold, he's shooting up. You're looking at Hushin as well, who got that early Aurelion Sol. There's damage galore in a lot of these guys.
One thing that is nice for Godlike, though, is even though he's on 39 HP, it's an incredibly close lobby underneath our one Mega Mech, right?
Yeah.
We've got the Mega Mech in first with Tsinghua, who's on 90. Then everyone else is relatively low on health. So Godlike, all he has, like, this is going to be one of those lobbies where the game ends pretty abruptly. So he just has to do slightly better than everyone else. He's looking for second place right now.
Well, I mean, he can definitely push towards first if he gets this Yi. There we go. This is what we talked about. He's getting so many hits right now.
Can he finish it off, though? Because
So
this is the
this is
moment
the
where
thing.
usually all goes wrong.
Yeah, so this is the thing, is that, like, because he's on 39 health, he feels the need to roll down. And that's the issue, is that because he can't just have that little bit of wiggle room. Say if you're on 50 gold or 50 health, you're like, right, I'll slow roll at that 50 gold, and then I can start to get through. I'll be fine. I can slow find these Yis. But because of the pressure the lobby's putting on him with how accelerated the lobby is, he needs these 3-star units. And you can see he's not able to hold up right now, which is why he's forced to roll down.
Struggling. He's now gone down from 4th place to last place, and that's how close this lobby is. Urgot going to finish someone off there as well. And we're going to get to the point now where we're a couple of rounds away from people falling out of this game. So for Godlike, it's all about this Yi. It's all about finding the one last Master Yi. He's finding plenty of fizzes. 2 more Shens, 1 more Master
There
Yi.
we
That's
go.
what he's looking for. There is a Shen in that shop as well if he wants to sell the fizz and pick that one up for himself.
There you go. Yeah. So this is where he's now starting to get to the point where he's all good. He doesn't have a huge amount of items for the Shen, which is a bit worrying for him. You want that Shen to be able to survive quite a bit, but unfortunately, 2-star and also not being in the best position comes items. The Shen is going to take a lot of work, but he's actually using the E as his tank right now because he's like, right, I got the 3-star, got a lot of healing coming through, so overall, he's okay to do so.
I like it because he just beat down Tsinghua as well, who was the... He was the favorite for the entire lobby, got the mech so damn early, had some items for it, but now that everyone else is starting to come into their own power spikes, Tsinghua suddenly feeling the pressure a little bit, although Hushin, he's looking good as well.
Yeah, and because so many people are actually holding on reasonably well, like we look at Wu Li Chu as well, who's sitting there in 3rd place. He was right down the bottom with this mech build. He's starting to ramp himself up, but the problem is for Tsinghua, he can't get hits on a lot more of these impressive guys, or more like the 2 to 3-star units, as a result of I'm still getting a lot of competition for my builds.
We'll see what they're going to go for. I'm very curious how this one's going to go, because this has become an exceptionally close lobby now. And Godlike, definitely a guy to keep your eyes on, but Juanzi, who looked amazing in Group A across the course of the first day of the tournament, has really struggled, and he does have this Syndra that's got the death cap and the blue buff. He's getting close to falling out of the lobby.
Doesn't quite have the 6 Star Guardians though, and that's really where that mana battery from the composition comes from. So you can see Syndra not ulting as fast as you would like right now, and Chuanza is starting to feel the pressure, but the items on this Nico are so strong. You can see she's surviving for so long. It means that all that pressure is being absorbed by the Nico, not on towards the Syndra, and they're just about able to survive.
Godlike might fall out of this game here. Godlike now on 6 HP. There's a Shaco doing pretty well as well. And Godlike, you know, he got his level 3 Yi. It doesn't feel like it's quite enough. Needs a beefier front line. Dragon's Claw could help it.
I think Redemption would probably be the best option here. You get that early ult from the Shen, which keeps him alive, and a lot of your Blade Master's nice and safe. So he's gone for it there. And obviously, when that Shen does go down eventually, you're just giving a whole bunch of healing to everyone else. So I like what Godlike's gone for here.
And the question will be, can it keep him alive? Because when we look at the points for this tournament, 8th place, you're only going to get 1 point. But if you can stay alive for another couple of rounds, people are going to fall out very quickly. So this is squeaky bum time. They got to clench them cheeks and pray, hold on, and hope that this Master Yi can get you through a couple more rounds.
He needs to roll for Shen. That's what he needs right now. If you get that Shen, you get that Redemption on towards the Shen as well, you're actually in a pretty good spot, but not looking to roll down. This is super greedy from Godlike.
This is high risk, high reward, right? He's saying, look, against the right opponent, I can win the next couple of rounds. I can keep myself going. He's not even placed the Redemption just yet.
I think he's going to do like a last second one. So basically it's like, okay, at what point in time does it work? Because there is an argument between both the Fiora and the Shen. I personally prefer the Shen in a lot of situations. But you can see he's trying to get the Fiora to tank up just a little bit. That Zephyr, though, may have been a disaster, but no, he's okay. Okay, Urgot actually ended up ulting the Aurelia. That means he's got it just enough maybe here for his Yi to carry him through.
Oh, Yi just went Super Saiyan. Just annihilated the whole squad there. I thought he was doomed, but he managed to pull it off in the end. The healing came through from his ult, and he finishes it. And now it's Syndra versus the world, who has to do the exact same thing, but that ult is disgusting. Xinghua, I think he's on a pretty hefty loss streak at this point.
Yeah, it's not looking pretty. Hextech Gunblade on the Syndra is the new item to put onto her since the changes on 10.16. The healing on abilities plus that extra shield is just obnoxious. So as a third item, you've got that safety there, just healing through any damage that comes your way. And you can see the results there, straight back up to full health.
So interesting from Godlike there. Didn't go for the rolls in the end, just spammed his way up to level 8 now and just dropped a second Shen into the mix.
Yeah, you do get the stronger front line, but honestly, I think the Shen 3 would have been the better call. Because right now, the idea here is that, okay...
Oh, no, he hasn't.
Oh, no.
He slapped himself.
Putting the Yi in the front line is not the play. Like, the whole idea for this composition is the Shen tanks up the front line alongside the Fiora. You just buy as much time for that Master Yi to try and work your way through, and trying to play around and trying to have Yi get access with that rapid fire cannon runes to the back line ends up costing them a lot in that situation.
Look at the scoreboard right now, Dagda. Godlike and Tomato, the two winners from Group B, have come dead last in our first game of the day. This is disastrous for Group B. Well, not that Group B is a team, but as the guy that cast Group B, I'm trying to take credit for their success, and it's not working out.
So
now I'm being laughed at.
I think Xinghua so he was a Syndra. It was his Syndra he had in the backline, I believe. Sold it all after finding that Victor. So now going to try and rack up all the items on this Victor. Hannah Justice can do pretty well on him. So I imagine it'd be Hodge, Blue Buff, and that Morello that will all go towards this Victor, and just trying to get him to heal from his abilities and keep himself topped up for the longest of times. Especially being level 9 here is Xinghua. Like, this is the power of having the early win streak. You just get so much gold. He's level 9 at a pretty decent spot in the time, and he should just be able to put so much pressure on the lobby now if he can get the hits that he needs.
That's an echo. That's a nice hit for him on level 2. And he is just, he's starting to get to the point where he can spam legendaries and start to really get a high value team on the go. Asol goes in as well. It's time to throw some items around.
I mean, throw them onto Asol. You've got Morello, you've got that blue buff. He's going to be healing so
The Warlock
much.
is insane. He's just going to fly around. There's going to be so many drones by the end of this one. And Echo's going to do some work at level 2 as well.
Yeah, and you don't really care about the Sorcerer buff. It's so minimal at this stage, but that Aurelion Sol being able to move around, he's getting a chance to heal up. Although as I say that Victor Snipe is not quite going to be enough, though.
That's going to be 5, 6, 7 going down. Wuliuchi falls. Minus 10 HP as Chen survives on 3 HP for himself. AlphaGo goes down as well. Minus 2. Will find himself in 5th place. We have our top 4 secured now. So Achen going to be trying to hold on. Zhuanzi is on a hot streak right now as he levels up his Syndra.
Yeah.
Oh, 3-star. Nice.
3-star Syndra. That's massive for Zhuanzi, who looked, as we talked about, was going towards this super early Star Guardian Protector build. So brilliant front line on that Nico, as we already talked about. Would love to hit 3-star Nico. But even then, you're still having this massive Syndra. Only issue I'm seeing for him right now is just the amount of healing that is on Qinghua's side. Not actually going to get to see it here, but when you've got double Soraka in the field of Warmogs and you've got to get through this mech, it's really difficult to just deal with the front line unless you get a nice zap coming through from the Victor. Does manage to take out that Asol. But yeah, Hand of Justice on this mech is still doing a lot of work.
Yeah, this is some Garen on Garen action we've got for ourselves. Shaco just basically a spectator in this one. And this is going the way of Garen, surprisingly, as you maybe would have expected. And I think this is a one game. This is Qinghua looking fantastic, and you know, it looked really good at the start. Things started to go a little dicey for a while, but he managed to stabilize, and now he's back on that win streak once again.
And that's the thing, is that like you will start to sometimes take losses in those later portions of the game, just as you tied yourself over with gold to get to that level 9. And we said, look, if you hit 9, that's when you get towards the higher, where you have the option to go for that 1st or 2nd place.
So Qinghua, if he wasn't winning enough just yet, his Asol died to a Victor last round. He just finished 4 Mystic. So Victor's going to have an even harder time trying to take down this Asol. I don't think that this is... well, I guess we'll wait and see, because this is Syndra, this level 4. I don't know how much the... level 3, sorry. I don't know how much the 4-star Mystic is going to be able to do. Let's find out.
It's going to be tough. The thing here for Syndra, though, is that she can forego. It really depends on these ultimates. Get past that mech and actually just deal damage to the back line. So here's to see how these balls are going to roll.
Syndra versus Asol. Let's see how it's going to work out. The drones are flying, though. Asol's surviving pretty decently. Garen tanking up a lot. And Syndra not on the right targets just yet.
Oh, there you go.
Nico doing some work.
This Syndra is doing so much work. They just can't get through it. 3-star and all those extra spheres there. Healing right the way up. They didn't look like they were hitting onto the Aurelion Sol, but the main thing is that they're getting onto the Sorakas. They're getting onto this backline that's keeping everyone safe. So if you get through both Sorakas, then you turn towards the Aurelion Sol, you can annihilate that health bar. And don't forget, every time Syndra ults, she's ramping up that damage as more and more of those spheres hit the field.
I love the mind games from Qinghua there, pinging the wrong item, see if he can bait the opponent into going for something terrible. This could be the last round, but it depends who wins it, because we could see Qinghua still. If Qinghua can win 1 round, he's going to finish the game off. Not quite the case the other way around.
And it's hard here for Qinghua as well, because we saw how many people were trying to contest his build. It made it a little bit more difficult for him off of that early win streak to try and pick up some of maybe like a 3-star Rumble like we saw, or any of these. Opted to go towards the level 9, which I think was the correct call. But now, even with these Aurelion Sols, even with these legendary units coming in, he hasn't quite been able to pick up something like that Lulu 2, or you know, that Echo being able to do much more work than it currently is.
He's doing okay. He's going to get the second ult off.
No, it goes down. Yeah, I think this is going to be it. I think Qinghua will have done it here. Just needs to get on this ult towards the Aurelion Sol. Not quite. Oh, he actually goes down.
That's going to be it. Qinghua finishes it off, and the Asol being the carry at the end of the day. And that's kind of how this one's going to go down. If Syndra targets Asol, it's going to go the way of Syndra. But if Asol targets Syndra, things can turn around. He didn't even target Syndra. Didn't matter. They all survived. That's what matters at the end of the day. Qinghua going to win our first game of the day. Grabs himself 10 points.
And against Zhuanzi as well, like that's got to feel even better because if anyone remembers on day 1 in Group A, it was Zhuanzi who went ahead of him in towards the final. So being able to knock Zhuanzi down a peg after having to battle his way through Redemption Day is fantastic.
Feels good for Group A as well. The representatives really doing some work to start things off here today. Same can't be said for Group B, finishing dead last for our 2 finalists. So we'll hopefully they can have a bit of a better performance. I was kind of disappointed that Godlike ended up going down so early. After getting the level 3 Yi, it looked so good. It looked like it was going to work, but alas, it was not meant to be.
And I think a lot of people are kind of favoring Godlike as well. This was the guy who was the first person to hit Masters on the Chinese server when TFT got released. So a lot of people are eyeing him up. But unfortunately for him, it just wasn't quite working out. I think the idea behind the positioning on the Yi of trying to get it into the front line so you can rapid fire Runins onto the back line and try and get through them, it could have worked out, but unfortunately for him, it actually just cost him it in the end, where the mech just turns, has that big ol' AoE ultimate, the stuns are coming through, the damage is coming through, and there was just very little that he could do.
So Tsinghua feeling fantastic off the back of this one, and something's just dawned on me, Dagda, as we take a look, look at Tsinghua.
Yeah.
It's just in first place, literally the entire game. That feels pretty good, as obviously we saw he got the mech so damn early. But one thing has dawned on me, if Tsinghua, he just has to have 3 really good games in a row. And he just ends the day.
Yeah.
He can just walk away with it.
To be fair, this was obviously a high roll game, but I think definitely the ability for Tsinghua to turn that early mech in towards a win was absolutely fantastic. Because when you look at mech, oftentimes you do end up in these situations where, okay, well, I've kind of hit that, level 7, level 8, I've got my composition fleshed out, but I haven't quite been able to transition it, especially with the amount of competition he had for that mech build into a late game composition. I think Tsinghua, especially with the gold and those early resources that he got, did a fantastic job of turning that into a level 9, finding the Aurelian Souls, the Echoes, those legendary upgrades to just take his comp to a new level and be able to push forward for that first place.
I'd say I've been disappointed in the Victor performances, or lack thereof, across the course of the last few days. I feel like we've seen a lot of Victors. We're not seeing a lot of Victor wins today.
Well, that's the thing, is that the Victor is kind of the I'm going to get 3rd, 4th place mech. What you want to do is, if you really want to kick it up a gear, is look at what Tsinghua did. Getting these 4 Mystics against a composition that was very much built around magic damage is perfect. And then as well, being able to get the likes of the Aurelian Sol in instead of the Victor, that's just a massive upgrade alongside even not just the Victor upgrade, that Shaco upgrade as well, where you're opting instead towards the Echo. You just bring so much more depth to the composition and a lot more damage to boot.
So now we get to witness the ridiculous late game ASOL rounds that we got for ourselves. And that was the Victor snipe we talked about before. But then this is what it came down to. Syndra versus ASOL, mech versus mech, Garen on Garen action.
And I mean, look, there was a couple of times where Zhuanzi was able to win it out, but those snipes really needed to be on point. And unfortunately there, just the end, wasn't quite able to kill like the likes of the Soraka before she got that ult off, giving a new round of life to everyone, even towards that mech as well. Just being able to then follow through off.
So what you're saying is it was a mechanical issue.
Yeah.
He needed his players to practice
not
a
enough
little
APM.
bit more before the game, yeah. Unfortunately, the scat of the week's not coming on through in the end. But yeah, beautiful stuff coming out from our top 2 players, and I'm excited to see if they can keep it up, because TFT, it's a game of consistency. We always say it. 1 first place ain't going to get you anywhere. They've got to get to 16 points on the scoreboard. First place is 10. And then get a win. So it's like the old PUBG tournaments that we used to see, where that chicken dinner gets you the win.
Yeah, and that's the big thing here, is like Tsinghua has set himself up super well, so has Zhuanzi, because now if you can finish that like 1st, 2nd place, even 3rd place if you're looking over towards Tsinghua, you get that 16 points already off of 2 games, which is massively impressive. And now you get to set yourself up as, okay, I just need another 1st place, 1 win, and I secure myself that championship.
We'll see if he's going to be able to secure that. We're going to go to game number 2, but first we're going to jump into a quick break. Please do join us in just a few minutes' time.
Hey yo, everybody, this is TFT. Hey bro， 鸡蛋吗 ？Let's go everybody just let me， 民族炫耀，我们是出秀，想到装备，全帮他们抢走。今天的手气不太 OK， 一起在被发配成队，快你的，不太还没装备，突不打死就全部赔了。天舞感区预感的第一号气被拖卡成弟弟，我们的战术极限有效，但是没有钱还不够肉。够大50块，这个历史吧，没装备的异性就想刮痧，这个球我让我打一下下，哦别我的对手，让他胡闹看我，就人靠皮皮草草，我的羁绊速度血量，跑出的是不会被断，找不出意外，不会翻盘，到处退场，有点遗憾，但气势不凡。我就在下一局等你，下着我们的期待的胜利，大家一直都在等你，最强羁绊我们待在一起。我就在下一局等你，下着我们的期待的胜利，大家一直都在等你，最强羁绊我们待在一起。参加这 party， 一定是意义中连一届的胜利。参加这 party， 大家在云顶等你 ，You and me。
See you smile again. Now the storm is over. Your best chapter begins. You're gonna win. I wanna see you smile again. I wanna see you smile again. Now the storm is over. Your best chapter begins. You're gonna win. I wanna see you smile again. Yeah, oh, 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 oh. Yeah, oh, 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 oh. Your best chapter begins. You're gonna win. I wanna see you smile again. I wanna see you smile again. Now the storm is over. Your best chapter begins. You're gonna win. I wanna see you smile again. I wanna see you smile again. Now the storm is over. Your best chapter begins. You're gonna win. I wanna see you smile again. Yeah, oh, 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 oh. Yeah, oh, 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 oh. Your best chapter begins. You're gonna win. I wanna see you smile again.
Times are strange, but the hope won't fade. I'll be okay. We'll be okay. The walls they cave, still the strong remain. You'll be okay. We'll be okay. Ooh. 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 Ooh.
Welcome back, everybody, to the TOC China Regional Finals. As we're heading towards game number 2 here, we had a relatively close end to things. We had 2 carries duking it out, 2 Garens duking it out. My name is Munchballs. I'm joined by Dagda, our resident big brain over here on my left. And Dagda, give me a bit of a summary of the shenanigans that we just witnessed in game 1.
Well, honestly, I'm really happy with the level of play that we got, because we can see a lot of players are kind of struggling when we got to kind of stage 4, but a lot of them able to bring it back, find themselves the opportunity to stabilize a little bit, try and eke towards those higher stages and maybe have that comeback. But overall, we can see, unfortunately, the Blade Master build is not quite working out. Find it a little bit difficult to find the AP damage, even opting in towards that Giant Slayer to try and mix things up a little bit, but positioning not quite there. And I think when we do get into these games where the lobby is so close, positioning, especially for something like a Blade Master's composition, becomes so important.
And it felt like that Master Yi positioning was like, hey, if this works, I'm going to dominate around. And then, unfortunately, there was a Garen right there.
I think if there was any other composition, he probably would have been okay. It's just that Garen, because you're all grouped up, that mech is like, oh boy, let's plant this massive sword just right between the entire lot of them. Get that big demolition burst as well, that stun that comes through. It just meant that there was just very little that you can do in that situation.
And one of the issues as well was we actually saw that exact same duel previously, and it worked as Master Yi was able to survive it, but Garen was stronger than last time. Garen had more items, more levels than last time, so wasn't able to survive it, ended up going down. And then later on in the game, we saw somewhat of a duel of ASOLs. We had a couple of players with the ASOLs in the late game. We had some Cybernetics coming on through. We had one player going middle with the Syndras and the other Star Guardians, so it was quite a diverse pool towards the end of the game.
Yeah, definitely, and I like the way we saw Tsinghua kind of managing these this early advantage that we got to get to that level 9, swapping in the Aurelian Sol rather than Victor, and even then when we looked towards just that battle between Trenza and also Tsinghua, it really did come down to those last couple of ults. If you could maybe get the right positioning, the right setup for that Syndra to snipe off the Aurelian Sol or even the Srakas in the back line, but unfortunately for them, just couldn't quite come through.
Couldn't find the snipe at the end, so that means we're going to go to game number 2 now. I don't know if we have up-to-date standings available to have a glance over. I'm just going to throw that out and see if anything comes up. But if not, well, we do have we know who our winner was. It was Tsinghua in the end.
It was Tsinghua, and then Zhuenzi, and then I believe it was Huqin who ended up going up there, but I could be wrong.
We're jogging out onto the stage. A Tomato is at very least. As everyone gets ready to kick off game number 2, get back into things. And I am curious to see if we see a bit of a change of strategy, especially from Tsinghua. You've got to keep your eyes on Tsinghua now with 10 points in the bank. Like, let's not forget, he kind of high-rolled this one, right? Had a mech at, what was it, like 3-1 or something?
I think, no, it was actually even earlier. I think it was 2-5, 2-4 when he had it. Like, he basically, I don't know if he got it off of the carousel round, or if he got, like, the round just after carousel, or if it was the round after that. But either way, still crazy early. Getting that 5% roll in the Fizz, and then having the Rumble and the Annie already set up. It was just nuts.
Absolutely bonkers. Redonkadonk, as they say somewhere, I hope.
When I'm hip and down with the kids, you know?
Yeah. How do you do, fellow kids? We'll have to see if anyone is going to go for anything absolutely insane like that in the early game. Well, I'm sure they'd all love to go for that. Whether or not they're going to hit that is a different question entirely. But I am curious what we see out of Tsinghua now in terms of composition. Whether he goes for a similar strategy or whether he's just going to go back to what he's done in the past. Because when you look at his own perception of how he plays, he loves the Star Guardians.
Well, he's actually been super flexible. Like, this is why I've been really impressed with Tsinghua. Like, we've seen Blade Master, we've seen Astro Sniper, Protector Sorcerer, we've seen a Dark Star, I think, at some stage as well. So, like, he has actually been very flexible in what he wants to play. Cybernetics as well, actually, yesterday. So, I like players like this. That was my biggest worry for Zhuenzi coming in, was he was a heavy Blade Master player, and I was like, okay, in a tournament like this where you are not guaranteed to hit those Blade Masters, what do you do? And even in Group A on day 1, when we saw, at least in 2 of the 3 games, Zhuenzi was still going towards this Blade Master, I thought, okay, I don't know how he's going to fare, but definitely on day 1 looked really good going for the Star Guardian Sork. Again here going for Star Guardian Sork, so showing that at least he does have other builds that he can go for.
Well, we're ready to jump into game number 2, Dagda, so let's see how this one is going to go down. And off the back of this carousel, I just mentioned Tomato It's one of these players that, generally speaking, has been going towards Cyber X. Gets himself a tier, though, to start things off.
And Leo Chi has also picked up a recurve buff for himself. So again, these are kind of the two ones that I like to keep my eyes on coming in towards this, is like who's managed to pick these two items up, because it kind of signifies, cool, I'm going towards more than likely a blue buff or something like that with a tier, or if I want to go towards Blade Masters. But there's a couple of other ones that are still like super standout, like the Giant's Belt, just because of its flexibility there, where it kind of slots into pretty much every composition in some way, whether it be like a Redemption or a Warmogs, Morello's, Red Buff. It just finds its way into so many different facets of TFT right now.
Kind of similar with things like the Chain Vest, where it's like, you know, GA is not the best item in all compositions, but it's pretty good in the vast majority.
Exactly.
Like, you can't really go too far wrong with something like a GA, so Chain Vest going to be all right for Achen. He's got himself a Giant's Belt as well.
The big one for me is as we've gone over the days, just the difference that we're seeing from these openers. At the beginning, people were just completely steering away from these Rebel openers and not really going towards these early Ziggs. But as this tournament started to progress, people are starting to realize, oh, early bait. All right, we're Cybers, I guess, for Leo Chi. But just going back to my point was, seeing these early Ziggs pickups, people start to realize, hey, look, you know what? Vanguard isn't really cutting it. Or we can cut through Vanguard with this early Ziggs. And even then, because Vanguard is no longer doing so hot, we're starting to see the Brawlers rise up as these early game units. So it's been interesting to see even the adaptation throughout the tournament just on what these openers are.
So the question will be, what happens on this last minion round? Because this is what changed everything in game number 1, surprisingly, as we saw shenanigans immediately ensue as we had the earliest mech I've ever seen. I want to say it was 2-5 that it came through.
I believe it was, yeah. I'm not sure if that was just when people started pinging it, going, hang on a bloody second, what's going on here?
I'm pretty sure they spotted it pretty quick, yeah. And we've already seen some pings come out as the early vein came in for Wuliuchi. I do want to mention quickly as well, in case anyone's not noticed, we are on Dwarf Planet, so things like Astro Sniper's going to be a little bit weaker here as we have a smaller arena.
Yeah, and mech does tend to rise up on this as well, because as you saw from our last game, if you are clumped up, mech does reasonably well against that, even if you're a Blade Master composition with a 3-star E. So definitely expect teams to start to prioritize, especially if you're looking for that 3rd, 4th place finish, to go for this mech. Not seeing anyone, apart from maybe Hushin, with the best mech items right now. But of course, you still have a lot of flexibility there. Qinghua as well, looking at him, our 1st place finisher in the last game, has already got the needlessly large rod, got a BF sword for himself, so he's got a lot of opportunity to move about. I'll be curious to see what he does decide to go.
Mate, I'm looking at Tomato right now, because he's got himself 2 tiers, a BF sword, and a needlessly large rod. So we're talking about Syndra.
Yeah.
He's already got a blue buff and a Hex Blade.
Yeah.
What on earth is that called?
It's the exact same as League of Legends, Hextech Gunblade. But the big thing as well is that if you want to, instead of going for that super early Hextech Gunblade, remember we talked about how important that Nico is. Like, when I think of Star Guardian Storks, I think, okay, my actual 2 carries in this are Syndra and that Nico. I need to stack Nico, make sure she's got like a GA, Ionic Spark, something along those lines to keep her alive. Because really, at the end of the day, she is the one that's holding the hand of Syndra, going, I'm going to take the bird. My hands are going to look like this, so your whatever hands aren't going to look like. Whatever that meme is. It's like, my hands, what is it? The lads, you show like the lads' hands with the calluses and everything like that. It's like, my hands are going to look like this, so her hands can look like that, and it's all like dainty and pretty. Yeah. Well, I butchered that one, so
my hands are pretty nice, I have to say. As a hard life of a commentator in esports, my hands are actually looking okay. I don't lift many weights, I have to say. And I don't do any farm work. So 0 calluses. Very impressive, I have to say. I can remember 4 words as well, just like Trump. So, you know, pretty astounding intellect.
Well,
over to you, Doctor.
Yeah, I'm gonna move on. Hushin is taking a bit of damage here, still at that level 3. Not opting in towards the level up early, and especially with the board state that it is, or at least his bench state, hasn't really been able to hit too many upgrades, so hanging on, but his gold is not looking good. Unlike Godlike, who is already at 15 gold. So usually going into Carousel, a lot of players, if you haven't leveled up, will be sitting on the 10 gold. Otherwise, you're sitting sub that. To be on 16 gold already is super, super high. I don't think if we can get a look back at his board, that he managed to pick up too many items though, which does hurt a little bit. So Godlike might be struggling until he gets, he's only got the, a tier, a chain vest at the moment, so he's going to be struggling a little bit when it comes to the actual survivability of his comps until later stages.
It depends on the carousel as well, right? Because he's going to be, it depends on this round. Let's see if he wins this round first. He's against this Vayne with a recurve bow, so this one could be a tough one. Which I feel like going into carousel, he'd like this one to be a tough one. I think he'd quite like to lose this round so that he can have a little bit of an earlier placement.
And he's going for the same strategy that we talked about for Tsinghua, which is you level to ace, so you're pre-leveling, which means that now after carousel, you get that 2 experience. You roll at the higher level, so you have that 5% chance to hit up on the 4-cost unit, and maybe you can strike lucky where you actually do get something that you can start to build your composition around.
So now he'll be second on this one. He'd love to go for that tier. He does already have 1 tier for himself, so grabbing a blue buff early is always very nice. Hushin might ruin that one for him.
Yeah, a lot of recurves there though. Tsinghua has already picked up 1. There's 1 on that Yasuo as well, so a lot of opportunities here for players to go towards something like Blade Masters, but the only one I'm looking at is Wu Liu Chi, who is sitting with still that recurve bow, has that Negatron cloak as well, but he seems to be going for more of a cybernetics build thanks to that early Vayne that he picked up, so I'm curious to see if he will continue forward with it.
Yeah, that'll be the question. And Godlike grabbed himself a chain vest off the back of the carousel, and that was his, pretty much the pick of the litter. He was on the second pick there, so opting to go a little bit more defensive than I was maybe expecting, but now over to Wu Liu Chi. He's grabbed himself 3 cybernetics already.
3 cybernetics, 2 Vanguard, Chrono, not quite in there at the moment, but still he's going to be in a pretty good spot. Looking at his items as well, did go for that early recurve too, so I'm curious to see what the decision making is going to be around this. If he's just going to opt in towards something like rather than going for the rapid fire cannon, you can go towards double giant slayer. If you want to go and get a brawler's glove, you can still go like your last whisper, infinity edge combo, and then have a bit more attack speed in the back. So a lot of flexibility here to see what he decides to go for.
And it depends on the next couple of minion rounds as well, what is actually going to be gifted. Because that's the thing, he did get this Vayne very early, which has been very kind to him. He's now going to be on a 3-win streak off the back of that find and being able to bolster it with the further cybernetics. But that next minion round that you can see coming up at 2-7, that's going to be a big deciding moment on whether he can actually commit to this cybernetics comp or if he has to pivot elsewhere.
Tomato, we're having a glance at now at the moment. He's going for a Rebel comp. Does have the Yi in there alongside the Ziggs. GA sitting on his bench as well. So what you can do, and actually if you remember our graphics from a couple of days ago, this build, you can go for Space Pirates if you want to, where you go towards the Brawler Blaster into the Demolition, Rebel Blaster in towards a Demolitionist with your Ziggs here. So curious to see if that's the path he wants to take towards maybe a Space Pirate, or at least a Gangplank carry composition. Thinking of slamming this GA, I would be a fan of it. I think GA, as you said earlier on, Munch is just kind of an item that does well across the board. It fits in to so many different compositions.
He's not done it though. He's just going to stick the chain vest onto Alawi here in the hopes of trying to win this round. But Achen is he is taking names right now. He's on himself a win streak. Juanzi as well, right at the top of the scoreboard. He's on a 5-win streak. That is a great way to start the game. I'm not sure what composition Juanzi specifically is running. Let's take a look. In fact, we're going to go into his eyes. Going to have a very early Shaco with a Bloodthirster and a BF sword.
So could just be looking for either the Darkstar transition where you have Shaco as this heavy carry, especially with the BT. Shaco is going to be the carry in some respect. BT is an item that can slot into like other compositions, but definitely favors the Shaco. So be curious to see if he decides to go full Darkstar, or if maybe he tries to transition into Mech. But with the items that he has, Mech isn't quite going to work out for him. So I imagine it will be more of a Darkstar oriented build with the Protectors at the moment, just to try and solidify that lead. Sitting on the Ashe as well here, he's going to be able to use this Ashe as a sniper paired alongside the Jhin. A nice bit of gold there to pick up the Jarvan if he wants, but already has the 2-star Jarvan, so not really opting for more Jarvans, just wants to hit that 40 gold.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the interest for now. Finds himself another Shaco as well. He's 1 away from the 2-star, and if he can get that 2-star Shaco, he is going to be win streaking for days.
And this is where it gets a little bit awkward as to what way you want to do this, because you want to keep, like, honestly, in my head, I buy the Zed, I put it in instead of the Nocturne. A 1-star Zed is stronger than the Nocturne right now. And the big thing here is that I feel like your win streak, especially when you're at 5, is more important to keep going than the goal of getting to 50. So I have to see if it works out. Juanza may consider slamming the Redemption to make sure he keeps this win streak alive. So you can see that instead of playing towards the... he's going to use his items instead rather than the actual power on his board. But
he's toying with it. He is going to go for it. Commits in the end. Shaco's still doing fine. I think he's got this round under wraps here. Malphite ain't going to do much on his own. Shaco will quite comfortably be able to finish. And this is the thing with 2 BF swords in there. One obviously in the Bloodthirster, one just naked there. Shaco is going to one-shot people. Every time he goes for that blink, he's just going to one-shot the next target.
Nice job, though, from Juanza, because, look, he did get that big heal coming in from the Redemption right as the Nocturne went down, so nice play from him at the last second to bring that back. And I mean, this is why this dude's challenger and I'm not, right? It's that kind of decision-making where you're like, right, I can still keep my streak alive, still hit the 50 gold, so you get both the gold, and Redemption is another one of those items that just works really well across the board, so I love seeing plays like this.
So we're checking in with Godlike here, who's got himself double Demolish, as well as Rebels. I mean, he's got a whole bunch of different stuff going on. It's a bit of a weird composition.
He's going mech, though. I mean, look, he's already got the Rumble, he's got the 2 Annies, yeah. Still has to find the Fizz. Needs a Shroud, honestly. I mean, it's very easy for these players to start looking towards, hey, look, there's a mech that I can just Zephyr and we just go backline instead. But Juanza here is, again, going to be able to hold out nice and early. It looks like, although as I say that.
We've gone from we're watching Juanza, and then immediately we go over to look at Godlike, and we get to watch Juanza destroy Godlike as he continues his win streak. The Ziggs, though!
Wow.
Ruins that one. Blue buff coming up clutch in the end. That's going to be the win streak done for
That
Juanza.
Demolition is so clutch as well, because he doesn't have like any anti-heating like a Morello or anything. So the fact that he was able to get that stun means he can't get the Bloodthirster, can't even get that extra ability off, and makes the big difference there. So nice job to actually stop Juanza from streaking like we saw Qinghua do in the last game, but did get a decent amount of gold under his belt just off of how long that streak was.
It's pretty good. Ziggs going to be grabbing himself an extra needlessly large rod as well. Ziggs is definitely the primary carry for now, but you'd expect him to be moving away from the Ziggs later on, perhaps going to give those items over to the Victor or something.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see the Victor's already there. Godlike trying to figure out what way he wanted to get this 30 gold, so I was wondering to see if he'd wait until they actually finish this round, then maybe sell the Malphite, but happy instead to just get rid of the Zed, and is going to be looking for those Shackles instead to be the Infiltrator.
This one's not going to work out. This win/loss streak not going either direction right now. So in terms of economy, Godlike not feeling so hot.
He is okay. He has just hit 3-2, did just level up. So that's why we're seeing that lower economy. I'd be a little bit more worried, say, if you're sitting close to the 20 gold mark. But 30 gold isn't too bad after leveling down, especially when you've just pumped 12 gold in, usually, to try and level to that level 6.
So we'll take a look at the items across the board here. Qinghua, I'm keeping my eyes on because he's got the IE, he's got the last Whisper. He can really start to stack up if he can find something nice.
I want to see what composition he's rolling because Qinghua, at least to begin with, I believe was going for the early Cybernetics.
That was Wu Liu Qi who managed to get the early vein. But we could well see two players contesting that one. Wu Liu Qi might have to move away from it. I didn't quite catch which items Wu Liu Qi had for himself.
We're still looking at Godlike here. But still, yeah, I mean, we're starting to see, at least for Juanzi, he just picked up that Shaco, the 2-star Shaco for himself. He's in great save. Wu Liu Qi just finished off that vein, so still staying in the Cybernetics branch as well. So we're starting to see the compositions as they start to progress forward, and I'll be wanting to keep up with, okay, what items are we starting to get, especially for Wu Liu Qi. Something like that not the Battlecast, the Giant Slayer even is going to be fantastic for him if he can get them onto the vein. Considering as well he had that early recurve bow for the vein, he's sitting in a relatively good spot.
I believe they call that easy clap at that point.
Okay, so hasn't gone for the Giant Slayer, instead opted to go towards Last Whisper. So he's really waiting to get a BF sword and another brawler. So when you get the Infinity Edge, every auto attack will crit, which means that every auto will shred that armor by 75% on whatever target it is. So not quite able to get it, even despite that though. Vanguard front line, having this chrono in as well is working super well for him.
Level 2 Vayne is always going to feel pretty good this early on in the game as well. Because now we're looking at the eyes of Hushin, who's falling towards the bottom of the scoreboard. Not quite as low down as Godlike, who is now sub 50 HP. But when we have a look at what he's doing for himself, He's looking at everyone else. I want him to look at his board, so I can have a look at his board as well. He's going Star Guardians for now, as he's got himself a tier on the Ari. He's just going to be holding that one for later. Let's see. He's got a good Nico on the front line. That Warmog's already with a quick silver as well.
It's really, really nice.
Just doesn't have any damage. That's the problem.
Well, at the moment, he would probably be okay. I mean, he's still got this Nico that can do a lot of work. A lot of people, as you can see, group up around the Nico. That's why she's considered like a secondary carry in this composition. And Ari, with a 2-star, is relatively good in this mid-game point, even if you're not quite able to get her as a fully fledged something like a Syndra. Like, a naked Ari is oftentimes better than a naked Syndra. I know, yeah.
There are plenty of subreddits that agree with you there, friend.
But item-wise, definitely the Ari can carry a little bit harder at the moment than the Syndra can.
I can agree with that one, Dagda, as we're going to see the Victor coming on in. It's time for the whatever the heck these crab things are called. What, do you know the names of these things? We've been debating it the last few days.
I think they're like something Krug related, but I'm not sure exactly what it is.
No, well, these were the wolves in the previous sets.
Oh, true, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
So Jake reckons they are baby heralds, which I think is... Nah. They don't look anything like herald.
Yeah. And they're from space, so they can't be heralds.
That's true.
It's sci-fi and fantasy. Don't let the two of them cross.
I do. But I live life on the edge, Dagda, let me tell you. I'm here talking about TFT, for Christ's sake. You know my life is all rock and roll.
There you go. So, Fizz found Mech is online now. And for Godlike, he's going to be breathing a sigh of relief. 4-1 and sitting on 44 HP. He's going to be pretty happy that he's managed to bring this one together. Only issue, as we said, is not having the likes of the Shroud on that front line. So a lot of players, now that we're starting to get towards stage 4, may go, hang on a second. If you're not able to get a Brawler's Glove and a Negatron on your next 2 rounds, if I have the opportunity for an early Zephyr, I can instantly just get rid of Godlike out of the turn. Well, not out of the turn, but at least out of this set.
Yeah, Godlike, unfortunately, he immediately went up against someone that was running Infiltrators, and his Victor got destroyed.
He immediately went up against Achin, who has lost a round at the start and then has streaked ever since then, even getting a 2-star Bard as well. So Achin, he is heavily going towards this level 9, and the fact he's got a 2-star Bard and now running straight up towards where he's got a whole heap of gold off of win streak and winning so often, Achin is looking pretty primed to take first place in this game.
Achin's feeling fantastic on 98 HP, and in the meantime, Godlike just desperate to find that third Victor. He rolled a whole bunch of gold there, but it ain't going to happen just yet. Now he's getting into dangerous territory. He's probably got 3 losses left in.
Yeah, and being 30 gold at this stage just puts so much pressure on you. So having to tank your economy like that to make sure you stay alive. Now, he has won the round, which is great for him, but it's just because when we're talking about, hey, look, Achin is streaking on ahead. He is going to be going level 9. You've got to now try and claw your way back into your economy, then get to ace, then get to 9 if you really want to contest. So Godlike at the moment is just trying to cling for dear life to see if he can place top 4.
It's just, oh, there it is. That is a nice little find for him. It's going to make life easier. Also got a level 2 Soraka on the same shot.
That's pretty nice.
That was a heroic round here for Godlike. He needed that. He's going to stabilize pretty nicely off the back of it as well. But as you rightly say, it's a matter of comfort now, because Godlike, as you say, needs to rebuild an economy.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is going to come down to, hey, look, if he doesn't win this, not a good sign. He should win his next round here, though. And then what he can do is start to rebuild it up. He'll get about, I think, about 6 gold, so maybe you can sell the Karma on the next round, and then if you get a win, hit that 20 gold, because right now the most important thing for him is to get his economy back in order. That 2-star Karma isn't going to make that much of a difference, as opposed to how big of an impact that gold is going to have.
There was a huge CC chain on Victor, but Syndra didn't go for the second ult onto him, so he's going to be all right. Wins the round against Hushin here. And it does feel like when we look at the players on the bottom half of the scoreboard that are all getting to this dangerous 30-ish health point, it feels like Godlike is the favorite of them. It does feel like he's the one out of these guys that has already stabilized the others. Going to be relying on this carousel to try and find something magical.
Especially you can see Tomato and Hushin not having the best of times, so Tsinghua does at least go towards the BF sword. Trying to see, so Tomato is trying to find those Syndra items. 2 needlessly large rods in his back pocket is going to work wonders. Hushin as well.
Similar story.
Similar story, yeah. But needs a bit more on towards his mech. Is this who we're looking at? Godlike is looking at, I think, yeah, that seems to be Archin at the top, I'm assuming. Or AlphaGo, is it? But either way, I think it may not be looking too hot for Hushin at the moment. Although he does have the Shroud for what looks like his mech. And he's not really providing enough of a front line, especially when you don't have any sort of armor or anything else there.
He's got his giant fox bouncing around the arena. 11 win streak.
Yeah. And look,
fantastic.
He's already level 8 at 4-5. So an early level 8 in the grand scheme of things, people usually hit it around 5-1. And this early Aurelion Sol, 50 gold still in his back pocket, even though he's just hit level 8. And Bard is still in. He's got a bunch of gold to keep going. Like, Archin is going to hit a super early level 9. And I'm not sure if there's anyone actually who can beat him just because of how quickly he's hit level 8 and having that Aurelion Sol.
I'd love to see him swap out the Bard at this point and go for another Space Pirate. Just try and stack some items for himself. Maybe that's the way to win more on this one. Transition into the late game Space Pirates.
It doesn't quite have the items there, but I'm actually surprised to see him still holding on. He's going for the 4 battle cast. I thought at this stage he would have forgone the battle cast, especially when you get towards stage 5, I'd kind of be like, all right, 4 battle cast isn't really cutting it. So I think Archin is kind of getting to the end of his win streak, but it served his purpose. He's so far ahead of everyone, come experience with gold and also with health. So Archin's just in a spectacular spot now where he can go, right, even if I start losing, it's not going to be that heavy. I'll maybe start to dip, 8 to 10 health around. And by the time it really gets to a point where I'm in danger, I've hit 9. I have a bunch of gold to work with as well. So Archin just should be able to, at least, as long as he's not trolled by the RNG, get towards that late game point and find these legendary units.
Even in TFT, we can't escape the RNG.
You gotta call it what it is.
And I think one of the most important things to bear in mind as well is, Archin, he's had a fantastic start to the game, and ultimately, it's still possible that he doesn't win. When everyone else gets to their late game compositions, it's possible someone else manages to win out against him. But it's not just about pure victory here, it's about placing in the top 3. And when you have this kind of health lead for yourself, that just makes it all the easier. I will say, Godlike is starting to streak his way up those standings. We were looking at him in 8th place for so long, now he's all the way up in 4th.
And doing a really good job for himself. I was actually looking at Hushin as well, because we talked about, hey, look, he started off with the Star Guardians at the start of this game, and we were like, okay, protect your Star Guardian, but has moved over in towards the Dark Star Sniper, instead taking the Morello and that blue buff that he found to give up to a Teemo. So a lot of flexibility and a lot of transitions coming in at this point in time, but Wiz going to be... is going to be contested with Qinghua here. So Qinghua having the higher health pool, and also, actually, does he have the higher health pool? Or is actually, Qinghua is sitting at 12, so it's much better spot for Huchin here, who he can just wait for Qinghua to die, and then start to look towards all the units that he's just put back into the pool.
But Qinghua has got a pretty tasty Jin on the go. The issue is the Jin... has now managed to make it to level 2. It's not going to be blitzcranked. He's got himself an opponent, but that's Shaco. He's going to have a big old grin on his face if he can make it to the back left of the arena.
Yeah, not able to read it though, so far, far away from this Jin. And you can see between that Infinity Edge, Last Whisper, shredding armor, shredding health, Giant Slayer as well, which is perfect for those mechs. So that Jin is very potent right now.
Tomato trying to hold on as well. It looked like Tomato was probably going to win that round. It's hard to say. I want him to click on it again. Tomato did win it. I didn't get to see it, but there you go. So we are getting to the point now, though, where it's starting to get last chance saloon for a few of our players. And once again, we have one player on over 70 health, the rest of the lobby down towards 40 or less.
Yeah, the big things that we're looking at here off that last round, Archin has started to lose, as we were talking about, but he's totally fine. The battle cast won't cut it at this point of the game, but he will hit the level 9 very soon, if he hasn't already, and then can start to roll towards these more expensive units. Just like we're looking at with Wu Liu Chi here, who is trying to get an echo, but just hasn't quite been able to find it just yet. The Thresh, though, super, super nice, especially in this composition for Cybernetics. Gives you the Chrono alongside the Mana Reaver and the opportunity to bring in these more expensive units now that you've hit the level 9.
Yeah, it's theoretically nice. It's nice in a bit. The problem is he only had a level 1 Vi on his bench. So Thresh, for now, doesn't actually do a whole heap of much. But later on, once he can fill his bench up a little bit more, he'll be okay. The problem is whether or not he ever makes it to later on. He's on 13 HP. He's going to lose this round. He should survive, but only just.
Qinghua has 1 HP. He is barely holding on in this game. So overall, not looking too good for our first place finisher. And Qinghua, we said, hey, look, you know, you just need to hit that 3rd place, 4th place, put yourself in a good spot. 8th is not the way to go.
Yeah, that ain't it. That ain't it, Chief. We're in a dicey spot at the bottom of the scoreboard. Opposite can be said for Godlike, who in game number 1 fell straight out in 8th place. Game number 2, he is on this insane tear ever since finishing his mech, getting his Victor all buffed up. He has been on a non-stop win streak climbing up the scoreboard. Hushin joining him as well on the win streak.
This sucks though. Bramble Vest on towards that mech means this Jhin is doing so little damage to him. And that's given the opportunity for AlphaGo to tear through this backline. Qinghua, this might be the end for you. No.
Has it though? Because Jin's still going. He ain't scared of nothing. Jhin can count to 4 real damn well, and it means that Qinghua holds on for now.
And Tomato's now joining him at the bottom, so we'll have to see what they can try and salvage here. GP, with that blue buff for Qinghua, could be the savior in this situation. He is still going for that Astro Sniper, though, so it's not something that can work particularly well, but he can hand that blue buff over to the Teemo, buy time with those shrooms to allow this Jhin to keep rolling.
I have to say, I feel a bit bad for Achin at the top of the scoreboard, because, yeah, sure, he had a really good composition to start things up. He's only got 4 items.
I mean, he did get the blue buff, though. So, I mean, he's pretty good. At this point in the time, though, where are we looking at? Yeah, so Achin, I believe, should have more. Basically, the game is hard programmed at this stage to give you a minimum of 12 items. So I assume he has got a few more in there, like 12 singular items. So I'm assuming they are in there somewhere when we get back to him. But Qinghua, you can see there's the blue buff from Merlinomicon going over towards that Teemo. He has a decent front line. He does have that Ionic Spark and that GA for the Wukong, but he really does need that Wukong to do work and hold out. And the problem is it's only level 1. So the big issue here is that I'm not seeing a front line for Qinghua, the items that are there to try and defend for Teemo and the Jhin. So this Teemo's going to have to do a lot of work with these shrooms and just stopping the onslaught and stopping the encroaching damage that will be coming from his opponents.
Well, we're going to be looking in the eyes of Victor here, or should I say Godlike, as he destroys another lineup, but Victor's gone down. This is going to be a pretty tight one. The mechs fall out, but Shaco's still going strong, and it looks like this is going to be Juanzi winning out the round in the end.
My Shaco's better than your Shaco, where he's got the BT, getting that healing. Would love an RFC for him, a rapid fire cannon for that, but unfortunately not quite able to do so. But here we go. Actually, Qinghua and Tomato and Wulio Chi, both, all 3 of them have just been eliminated in that last round.
That is really rough for Tomato, because he was 7th in the last game, now finishing 7th once again. Or I guess, I don't know how that works when there's 2 players.
So it will
both
be
on -7.
It's the old style then at that stage where it's like, okay, who died first? So
okay.
It will be Tomato who takes that last spot. Wulio Chi dies slightly after him. Qinghua definitely taking that 8th place slot. And unfortunate for him, if he'd even managed to hold on that little bit more, would have been able to work his way up towards 3, but 1 round does not go his way. And now he finds himself at that 8th place slot. Means though, however, like the likes of Juanzi, who again finds himself in 2nd place, looking good, could start to add in another 2nd place finish. 8 and 8, that's 16. He's already going to put a lot of pressure on.
One thing I want to mention, Hushin has a level 3 Syndra with really great items. That Syndra is looking real scary. I would love to have a look at Hushin's board for a second here, because we just witnessed him absolutely decimate the mech. We are going to be skipping through. You can see that it was a decap and a blue buff that the Syndra has. So Hushin, he's been feeling pretty good recently. Looking for a top 4. AlphaGo down to 7.
This is going to be tough. So
yeah, this is a difficult minion round.
So I'm talking about the health bars here, because you've got like Juanzi, as we said, 8 points already. If he finishes in 2nd, that's another 8 points. He hits that 16. And for anyone who didn't catch the start of the day, the way that this setup works is you have to go 16th get 16 points, then look for a first place finish to be our champion. Zhuanzi already having those 8 points, now looking pretty damn good coming into this game too. He's putting so much pressure on towards everyone else in this lobby. The only one who looks like he should be able to beat him at the moment is Achin, who obviously, as we talked about, hit that level 9, had this super strong win streak in the early stages, 11 wins. So he's going to be prime candidate at the moment if you can find these guys to make this late game work. Has got that 6 battle cast in at the moment as well, so that late game looking pretty strong.
So looking for the level 2 Gangplank here. He will get 1 GPL off. In the meantime, Victor survived the early game. Going to get about 1 million lasers off in both directions here.
I'm actually surprised by Achin still opting towards this battle cast. Like, when you hit level 9
down.
this early, you should be able to transition into another build, but yeah, it looks like Hushin has just gone.
Godlike's made it top 3 here.
Godlike made it top 3, so just about managing to bring this one back. Mech, when you get rolling like this, you can see the power of it. That Victor is huge as well.
He can't quite find the level 2 Gangplank though. He's been looking for a little while here.
Okay, starting to transition out though. The Demolitionist there coming in with that GP looking GA and blue buff. He will almost
Wait a
get
second.
top.
That was a Xerath with a double Rage Blade. Did I just see what I thought I saw there? Zhuanzi. I'm pretty sure it was Zhuanzi. I think has a level 2 Xerath with double Rage Blade.
God.
It's only
And
level 1, but
still, that is so
that is
strong.
scary. Look at him go. Look at him go.
Look at Zhuanzi's face as well. Although, there we go. That's done. The damage from the Gangplank just about dealing enough, it looks like. So, Zhuanzi may not be able to get us.
This is damn close. Garen's still going strong, though. There's a redemption on this Jarvan. Shaco's gone down. Now the mechs versus the remainder. Shaco's got this one cleaned up. Zhuanzi holds on to his win streak here. Godlike barely survives.
And Zhuanzi, as we said, like, so he has 2 more losses at least in him, depending on how they go. Zhuanzi here, he just waits for Achin to face off or anyone else to face off, and you can then just win out.
Look at Achin right now, holding 2 Xeraths. He knows what Zhuanzi is looking for, and he is desperate to deny that. Holding on to the Dark Stars on the bench.
I'm still surprised, though, that Achin, when he hit this super strong early game, that he decided to stick with the 8 battle cast. Because oftentimes when you're looking at the battle cast, especially like when you get to these late game points, you're heavily reliant on this Victor and on this Urgot to hit the right targets. But a naked Urgot, not really going to be able to do overly much, but still seems to be at least working well against these mech-orientated builds from Godlike, and that could be all she wrote now for Godlike.
Let's find out. The Victor has to try and finish things off. It's still going strong. Urgot can't quite get the ult off the mechs there. 3 versus 1. It's Victor outplays Victor. Achin wins.
And that means Zhuanzi now is guaranteed the 16 points that he needs. Second place finish and a guaranteed second place finish here. He now, in his next games, wants to hit that #1 spot in the battle cast from Arch. Arch is just like, you're not getting it. Yeah,
Just hovering next to the Xerath as well.
Yeah.
Tiptoeing towards. He's like, I know you want it, but you're not getting it. Oh, that was hilarious.
But the thing is, he would actually like the battle cast.
He got level 2.
Yeah, he got the level 2. Achin is going to put it in. Okay. Well, I mean, it has the battle cast, so why not, you know?
All right, I'm ready. The Xerath on Xerath action here. Battlecast against double Rage Blade. And both of them relatively healthy as well, but Zhuanzi's on a win streak.
I think Zhuanzi will still win this. Unless this Gnar can hit a big Shroud of Stillness. Does get on towards the Xerath, so we'll slow this down a little bit. The big issue here is just like, how do you try and get through this lineup? The Victor doing quite a lot of work though with the Morellonomicon. There's the Xerath ulti though. Needs to get on towards the Victor. That Lulu just managing to turn it in towards a little cute crater. Does get the win for Zhuanzi. So this Lulu putting in work in this game.
If Urgot ults the right character here, this can go the other way. If Achin's Urgot can find that Xerath right towards the start of the round,
that's the problem,
this is
though.
completely switched.
So the way Urgot works is it'll ult the target that's at the furthest point of this Urgot's range. Yeah. So the big issue is without a rapid fire cannon, you've no real way of hitting that back line. So as long as Zhuanzi is able to keep this Xerath at the back, you're not going to have that opportunity to try and snipe it off here. And we're now coming down to these are the mind games. These are the positionings that you need to be able to try and out-mind game your opponent. But Achin again getting a nice shroud on towards this Xerath. You got Jin who, with the Trap Claw, may stun up the Xerath, but no, not getting that hit. Xerath goes down. You've got nobody really able to take down the Xerath of his own for Juanza. It looks like with that, again, it's just the survivability that you have coming here. Juanza takes off the headset. He knows he's got the damage, and that's going to be Achin. No, still surviving, actually. Juanza
put the headset
back on.
It's not over. Well, we'll have some more positioning shenanigans, but we're at the point now where that's 2 wins in a row.
Yeah.
Achen, I think, is going to pretty much know this one.
Honestly, I think from the Nar perspective, if you can try to stun as both the Urgot, the Fizz, maybe clip onto that Lulu as well, that might just give you enough time to get through the front line as Achin, but I don't know. This is not looking good for Achin right now, especially... This is what I was talking about, was I don't think Achin really transitioned in towards the late game very well. The Battlecast composition doesn't have enough stay power because there's just only the Urgot Legendary in the middle of it. Unless you manage to get like the likes of the Aurelian Saws and Echoes and start to mix up the build a little bit more, maybe you can put in work or even get to that 8 Battlecast, but sitting on 7, not able to find anything to slot into that 8th slot means he's really struggling to deal the damage here.
So now the positioning mind games. We're into the last 5 seconds before this final round begins. And I expect these Xeraths to be swapped around here. Using the Trap Claw to try and predict anything. And now we get to witness this double Rage Blade Xerath. Just watch him go. Watch him just annihilate this entire team. As soon as he gets that mana, he's just going to start firing off and blasting this whole squad to death.
Although, as you say that, there's still...
There is nothing you can do against that. It is just too insane. And there we have it.
So, Juanza managing to make this Darkstar composition work. The double Guinsoo's coming in so big on that Xerath, plus having the Karma there to ramp up that attack speed was super good. But unfortunately there, you just couldn't get it there as Achin. I was so surprised to see him stick with his Battlecast.
Hey. I'm glad to see it. We got to see a double Rage Blade Xerath winning out the round, which was pretty exciting.
Yeah.
Juanzi feeling fantastic off the back of this win. And I have to say, that was quite an exciting lobby as well, because we had so many health bars around the 10 to 15 mark. We saw 3 people falling out in the same round, which, like, this was about as close as TFT games come.
And the big thing was that was Qinghua as well, who went out 8th place. Yeah. So going 10 points now, 1 point. So he's still got a bit to climb before he can hit that 16 mark. Whereas when we look at Juanza, he's already there. He's on 18 points right now. If he can get another first place finish, he wins the entire thing. So Juanza, I love watching this guy because the decision making that we talked about in the early stages, where even looking at, okay, how do I want to hit that 30 gold or 40 gold? He's able to use his items to hit that point instead. Like, there's a lot of plays that are coming through that are super cool to see from a bunch of our players.
I'm excited to see that Godlike managed to get 3rd place as well, because he had a rough start to the game. We saw him stabilize at 4-2, and you could see immediately his meteoric rise from that point when he got the level 2 Victor. Able to stabilize at least somewhat there, managed to finish off 3rd place. But Juanzi, you know, managed to get this Xerath going, managed to steal away 1st place as well, because Achen was so far ahead of everyone for so long in this game.
And that was the big thing here for me, was just Achen. Like, I was talking about at the start of the day, I love Battlecast. Like, heavy rolling on the Battlecast, the Hyper Roll Battlecast, I love playing them. It's just such a fun build. But when you get to this late game point, the only way you're hitting that 1st place slot is unless you transition away from it, or you either get that 8 Battlecast. Now, he did manage to pick up 1 Battlecast Spatula, but you need to get to 8, otherwise you just don't have the healing and the damage coming through properly. And Urgot with no items like no blue buff, Spear Shojin, even a rapid fire cannon so he can hit the back line, meant that you're pretty much fine as Juanza to just keep going against Achin over and over, and that Xerath was just too big to deal with.
Certainly was. Take a look over some of the highlights of this game. A lot of this game around the middle stages was about the mechs, but the longer it went on, the less it felt like the mechs were really the story, and it came down to these Darkstar compositions. Juanzi winning out the competition when it came to that, because this Xerath just went absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it here. The Karma and the Xerath doing so much work. Double Rage Blade just means he's getting so much damage off, and there's not really very much you can do.
I just love watching it.
Yeah,
I just love that you see the first slow 2 autos, and then it's like... like an artillery cat. It feels like watching a cog ball in the actual game.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just like, yeah, I don't know. You're not quite able to get it up and rolling there for Achin, and after what was such a strong performance, I really expect to be get to 9, and he just transitions into something like the P-back composition where, okay, let's just move everything about. We'll start to bring in these echoes. We can like add red buffs and giant slayers to him. Then we can start going over towards these Aurelian Souls. He already had the Urgots, but not willing to transition into that point just felt really, really strange for me. Even investing like the amount of gold that he did into holding these Zeraths and then making the Battlecast Zerath just didn't make a huge amount of sense to me. But unfortunately for him, like he still gets second place. But the issue now is that Zhuanzi is sitting at that 16 point. So he just needs a first place finish. Whereas when we look at the rest of the lobby, well, Tsinghua has it on 11. You've got no one else at this point in time who can actually hit those 16. So they're going to be waiting for another game to come through, as you can see in your screens, before Achin is able to hit that 16 threshold.
And you know what? If Zhuanzi wins the next game, he's through. He's completed everything. He's already won the tournament. And that would be an insanely impressive performance, especially since he starts things off with second place, gets the first place. If he were able to do that, like, that would just be insane.
Yeah, it would be absolutely amazing. If we can have that work, though, for Zhuanzi, because the biggest thing for me is just the flexibility for this guy. Every single time we were like, hey, you know what? He's the big Blade Master player. And then he's like, hang on a second. He's got Star Guardian Sork. Now he's gone Darkstar. Now he's gone... Like, he just seems to have all these different styles that he can play. But the thing I'm liking is that he's avoiding mech all the time. Like, that is the thing, is that mech is the consistent one. But Zhuanzi all the time is finding these ways to find compositions that plays top 1, top 2. He's managing the economy in the early game super well to make sure he hits level 9. That seems to be the issue for a lot of these guys, is that they're going for something like mech that, yes, is consistent, but oftentimes what ends up happening is that you can't find enough of the units to push in towards level 9 or even to get that first or second place. So you're already settling for third or fourth, and at that stage, you're falling too far behind.
And the thing is if it's consistent, it's only consistent if you're the guy going for it. If everyone in the lobby is going for it, it's no longer consistent. It's too contested. We'll see if everyone's going to continue going for mech in game number 3. We're going to jump into a quick break. Please do join us after for what could be the last game of the day very early on. We'll have to wait and see after this.
Hey yo, everybody, this is TFT. Hey bro， 记得吗 ？Let's go, everybody that's like me。每次炫耀，我们是出手，想要装备，全部他们抢走。今天的手气不太 OK， 一起在被发配成队，快递到，不太还没装备，路不大，四处全部配练。天舞感区预感的第一号去被狂卡成弟弟。我们的战术极限有效，但是没有前提不够肉。够大，50块，这个历史吧，没装备的异性就像刮痧，这个球王让我打一下下，哦别我的对手，让他胡乱看我，就人潮皮皮草草，无敌羁绊，速度血量，爆出的是不会被断，找不出意外，不会翻盘，到处退场，有点遗憾，但气势不凡。我就在下一局等你，下着我们的期待的胜利，大家一直都在等你，最强羁绊我们待在一起。我就在下一局等你，下着我们的期待的胜利，大家一直都在等你，最强羁绊我们待在一起。参加这 party， 一定是一周年一届的胜利。参加这 party， 大家在云顶等你 ，You and me。
When a dream drifts away and your world comes crashing down, there's a new dream with your name. It will lift you from the ground. So rise up and take it. that you'll make it. Yeah. Oh, when a dream drifts away and your world comes crashing down, there's a new dream with your name. It will lift you from the ground, so rise up and take it. I promise that you'll make it. Yeah. Mama told me the sun shines brighter right after the rain, and she showed me the love grows stronger right after the pain. And I know the smiles glow wider when trouble has gone, and together we'll walk through the fire. You're never alone.
忘掉所有。
来吧，希望和梦想的孩子们。受指引便是恩典。
我让他们得到解脱。
不是你死，就是我亡。如果你要来杀我，希望你把朋友给带上。
我要动手了，因为所以。啊！等等，是我在打你啊！对不起，对不起啊！
你的灵魂有了意义。
Welcome back, everybody, to the TOC Regional here for China as we move on with our day. We're heading into our third series of the day. Third convergence of the day game, I guess. My name is Munchables, if you didn't know. This is Dagda, if you didn't know. He's the brain box. He's the 5 head on the desk. As we head into our third game, and it has to be said, you were telling me off for pronouncing it wrong. Juenzu has been dominating our series. He is now in a position where he can win the whole thing.
Yeah, he looks absolutely incredible. Second place into a first place finish means he's sitting on 18 points. So the way that this championship is set up, that on the finals day, you hit that 16-point mark, then you need a first place finish to make sure that you are taking that first place home. But the beauty of it is, even if he can't manage to find that win, the amount of points that he's already picked up for himself means that, hey, look, when we're looking towards our second and third qualification points, which is the highest average points on the day and the highest points overall, Juenzu set himself up brilliantly to make sure that he's one of those 3 players advancing to that TFT Galaxy Championship.
Yeah, he's pretty much sorted for himself. We'll just see if who else can manage to find themselves in that top 3. And also, I mean, Juenzu, he could just end the day early if he can win another game now.
Yeah.
I don't expect that to necessarily happen. The fact that he's been able to place top 2 games in a row, it'd be pretty exceptional if he was able to do that a 3rd game in a row. So we'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to come out on top on this one.
And the most interesting part is that Juenzu, out of everyone, has the lowest games played. Like, this was the guy who came in, he had like 400 and so games played, like in the comparison to the thousands that others had played. So I'm really impressed with Juenzu as he's come into TFT, just how potent he has been and how he's able to consistently secure these wins. So like even on day 1 in Group A, he was the one that placed first in those group stages as well, and then managed to progress forward.
I mean, the key thing to me is that he seems to know the meta best. He seems to be the one that's best at reading the game, figuring out what everyone else is doing, and being able to pivot accordingly. And I don't think that he's necessarily been hard pivoting every game or anything like that, but generally speaking, he's only hard committed to his composition as and when he sees that it is viable to do.
But almost always he's uncontested. I think that's the important part, is that oftentimes it's like, okay, well, he'll go for Star Guardian Sorcerers, the Protector style build, but only when he says, hang on a second, nobody else has actually gone for this, right, I'm going to go in towards this. Or if he wants to go Blade Masters, he'll be like, right, well, I've got this early recurve. Usually picked up an early recurve as well off of the first PvE round, and then he's like, right, now I can actually go for this. So definitely a player that will very quickly figure out kind of how, as you said, everyone else is looking, what builds they are most likely to go for, and then transition himself into one that is relatively not contested.
And you can see the golden spatula there in the middle of the stage. And, you know, he's been getting some early recurve bows. We'll see if he can get himself an early spatula here in game number 3, because if he can win this one, he is the one player that is currently able to win the tournament. And just to re-explain that for any new viewers that haven't been watching all day, the way that this format works is you have to get yourself 16 points total across the first few games, and then once you are beyond that 16-point mark, getting a first place will win you the whole tournament. So Juenzu, currently the guy that is in that position, he is on 18 points, so he can just grab the spatula with the next one if he can win. However, nobody else is on high enough points, so if Juenzu doesn't win this game, we will have a 4th game ahead of us.
Exactly. The people at the moment who could maybe contest that are the likes of Achin, who was sitting on 11 points. So if you can have Achin finishing that top 4, top 5, he should get enough points to start moving towards that position. But definitely Juenzu, he's got a nice little cushion for himself where the stress doesn't have to be overly on top of him, and he can start to play around a little bit this game, figure out what works for him. But definitely expect the decision making to be tending more towards those late game where we're looking at level 9. So he's going to be, let's imagine, a little bit greedier when it comes to these builds, so then he can go, okay, can I actually pull this one out of the bag?
I think he's already figured out what works for him based on his play so far. It definitely feels like he knows what's going on here. We're going to get onto the convergence for game number 3 of the day. And I'm really curious what Juenzu has up his sleeves, because if he could actually pull this out, it would be insane. He's grabbed himself a recurve bow to start off, so
Tsinghua as well, though.
He's already off to a great start.
Yeah, so we're looking Juenzu, Tsinghua, both have these early recurves. Achin with the tier, so already starting to see where these compositions might go from this point forward. The nice thing for Tsinghua is that he did manage to pick it up on that Xayah, so you can actually build off of this Xayah in towards a a Blade Master composition by already having that. I'm just surprised we've had dwarf planets all day. Because there's a 10% chance to get a dwarf planet.
Yeah.
The fact we've gotten, 2 in a row now, 3 in a row now, is just, it's kind of nuts.
Dagda, I'm feeling lucky. I'm going to go play Space Pirates when I get home and see if that's going to work out. I will say, Tsinghua, he's got himself a static Shiv and a Xayah. He could go Pikachu. That is an option. I'm just going to throw it out there, Dagda.
This is one that I'd be surprised to see him go for.
In a tournament.
So in a tournament, exactly. So for anyone who doesn't know, the Pikachu build for Xayah is just 3 static Shivs, 3-star Xayah with Blade Masters, and you can tear through a lot of people, but as you can imagine, 3 recurve bows and 3 tiers, kind of hard to get in the current meta. So
Look,
I'd be
all
very
I'm saying
surprised.
is we've had Dwarf Planet, 3 times today?
Yeah, true.
It's possible. Yeah. I'm just saying it's possible.
Anything is possible when you're part of a team. But this is
Well,
solo
they're
play
not
for
part of
TFT,
teams.
so
Although
there isn't that option.
they are the captains of their own teams, as this is team fight tactics. There may be no I in team, but there is an I in win.
I thought you were going to go with fight, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I was just trying to figure out where I was going halfway through the sentence.
Okay.
All right.
So Juanza,
talk me through it here, Dags.
Oh, well, actually, I love this little graphic. So Juanza, you can see just beside his name, little crown to say he has got those 16 points. So going to give himself the opportunity to move forward. But yeah, going again, these 2 Xayahs, you know he's eyeing up those Blade Masters. The 3 at the end here, I imagine what he's doing is waiting to see, okay, do I get a box that might allow me to keep pushing forward here with my gold and hold on to these units, or am I going to sell these, pick up that early Fiora and get this early Yasuo as well? And there you go. Asking you shall receive.
Yeah, he's going to be pretty happy. He got a whole bunch of units out of those orbs. Would have liked some items probably, but you know, if it ain't broke, I'll fix it.
God,
Level
he's
2
got
Ziggs.
2 Shens there as well. So like already he can go straight towards this Blade Master. The thing here though, I wouldn't be surprised to see Juenza tank the first few rounds. Make sure that you're getting down towards those recurve bows, because when you've got this brilliant Blade Master start already, you want to make sure that you're able to ramp up. The only thing for Juanza is, as you said, hasn't actually gotten a huge amount of items so far, so still waiting on a lot of these to come through in the later stages. Means that it's not like he's guaranteed the Negatron cloak, or he's already got another recurve bow, so he's a little bit far from home when it comes towards actually receiving all the Blade Master items that he wants.
And just look at this start coming out from AlphaGo as well, because he's already committed a Zephyr and a Last Whisper in this game, going for these early blasters. He is desperate to get himself a win streak here. He is desperate to find himself closer to the top of the scoreboard this time around.
Yeah, and I mean, he has a composition that can definitely do it. The early blasters and the potential here as well, if you can find something like a Fiora to go for early cybernetics, means that he can very quickly start to snowball. So I think that's what he's kind of banking on here, is running away with these early stages and seeing what he can do. Hushin, though, I mean, he slammed the Titan's Resolve. He is going to be looking for a mech, I imagine. Even having the Brawler's Glove, looking for a Negatron. So again, curious to see how he does start to move forward as he swaps over to the Battlecast, not going for the Darius anymore. And I think the best option here for him is sell the Jarvan and the Malphite. After this, if he loses, just hit that 10 gold and then start to get towards level 6, level 7, where you can really get these mech options online.
Yeah, he's going to sell one of them and see if he wins. It's not looking like a win, though, with those big old Rebel shields. But we'll have to see. Titan's Resolve can always flip things on his head. But with the level 2 Ziggs there with the BF Sword as well, this is feeling pretty doomed. Juanza, sorry, feeling pretty good. So sells the Malphite, will get that 10 gold.
Yeah, and look at Juanza's bench here. The double Shen that we were talking about, the double Xayah, Fiora is already there. So he is holding on to a lot of gold right now, which is, a lot of units on his bench, which does mean he's not going to be hitting those breakpoints for Econ, but because he got so much gold to kick things off with, I don't think he's too worried about holding on to some of these units quite yet.
So can we just take a moment to mention the capitalization in Godlike's name and how it does actually make it a weird way to spell it. Because the D is not meant to be capitalized, and it does say Godlike now, which like kind of sounds... Sounds like a German chocolate
just go back to
bar or
Ackerman. That's, you know.
Go to Ackerman.
Yeah. So for anyone who doesn't know, Godlike was Ackerman, who played in LMQ in the LCS and also on Orange.
He went to Worlds on behalf of North America.
Mm-hmm.
After going to Worlds on behalf of China
in
2013.
Not too shabby, is it? Yeah. Either way, though, definitely someone who's very well versed when it comes towards Chinese esports. So good to see him back on the stage here, especially opting in towards a new esports. Decided instead of changing regions, he would just change games, but stick within the Riot logo. Doesn't want to change things too much. And he, though, hasn't had the best of starts here today. Hasn't actually been able to get himself up to the towards those later stages. He's find himself kind of falling out around that, you know, 5th, 6th.
He did manage to find 3rd place in game number 2 at
true.
least, so kind of redeemed himself somewhat. He's definitely within the category of people that if he could get a good placement here, then the next game could be his win for himself. That's the key thing. Is it's all about consistency here until you're above 16th place, and then it's about getting that 1st place spot.
So just keep my eyes on the items here. For all the Blade Master enthusiasts, going to be a little bit disappointed. No recurve on this, but did see Archit, I think, picked up the Chain Vest. Didn't quite get to see. Oh, she went for that Negatron, so he is maybe still eyeing up the option of those Blade Masters. And I think when we look towards the Chain Vest that was picked up instead by Juanza, he may just teeter away from the Blade Masters that we were talking about, even with the build that he has. I'm curious to see how he starts to mix things up now, and if we instead see something like a mech build come through for him.
There's only one way to find out, Dagda. We need them to fight.
With tactics.
That's a very British reference. I don't know if anyone gets that reference at all. But let's take a look at where we're at, because AlphaGo and Wuliuchi currently still on 100 HP, as well as Juanza. And now we're going to see Tsinghua try and ruin that for Wuliuchi, but I don't know if he's got what it takes here. The Jace going to do a whole lot of work with that Morello.
Yeah, this is where you're in a pretty good spot as the Jace, but does get feared. That burn just about out to take him down. Unfortunately, Rakan going the opposite direction, though, so Tsinghua should be able to pick this one up, especially when we get down towards this 5-second counter. You're going to see a lot of damage coming out from the Sigs in just a couple of moments.
Or will That's the question. Yeah. Jarvan doing okay, but not quite enough. Malphite able to tank him up. Wuliuchi loses his 1st round, and now Juanza and AlphaGo both maintain their win streak. They are now officially on that win streak. They're on fire.
So Battlecast Demolitionist here for Tomato. So a reasonably strong build here where you've got the Battlecast with that Morello. So that Cassiopeia will be churning out quite a bit of damage. The Demolitionist obviously providing stuns to just get a few more Battlecasts out. So Tomato at least might be able to hold on reasonably well, but his econ isn't in the best of shapes. 17 going in towards the Krugs. I mean, it's not the worst, but definitely would like to hit that 20 gold going in towards Krugs. If you're hitting that 30 gold coming out of Krugs, you're in fantastic spot.
So I've got a question for you, Dagda. I'm going to put you on the spot here. Who's your favorite right now? Who's got the cheekiest build as we're looking at it as of right now?
I mean, to be fair, we haven't seen everyone's build so far, so a little bit hard. I do like this build from Tomato, though. I think it does provide, obviously, we talked about a strong mid-game build. I think is really great. The interesting one for me, at least from what the decision-making is going to be, is Juanza. He's still on 100 HP. We're actually going to get a look at his board, because as we talked about, very early Blade Masters, but hasn't quite been able to find the items that he would have liked. Slammed the GA, and I want to see now how he builds from this point forward.
I love how Juanza, he's finished 1st and 2nd in the first 2 games.
Yeah.
He's the only one that can currently just win the tournament.
Yeah.
And he's sat on a win streak on 100 HP. Can you imagine if he finished game 3 of the tournament, the earliest you can win this tournament, after winning his 1st day to make it to the finals, and then wins the last game flawlessly? Can you imagine how dominant he will be looking going into the actual... this is just a qualifier.
Yeah.
But imagine it qualifying in that way.
I mean, it'd be pretty damn convincing, and he is looking the best right now. I mean, he looked really strong in Group A on day 1. He's now looking super strong in the finals here as well. And, like, regardless, Juanza has definitely cemented himself as one of the best TFT players that we have in this tournament thus far, regardless of, you know, where his finishing is in this game just alone.
I'm certainly impressed, Dagda. And granted, that doesn't take a lot, but he's done it. And I just love it when his little Moldive is on fire like that. Not actually on fire, you know, just on a win streak. But when we look towards the bottom half of the scoreboard, not feeling so good for players like Hushin, Hushin, it feels like almost in fact, both games today, we've had these performances where it's like, it's almost great. He's almost got the pieces to make it to these higher spots, and he's finishing top 4, but not quite able to have the kind of performances where he's in that top 2 spot, not quite able to put the pieces together in the right way.
I'm honestly really disappointed, to be honest, by Archen. I think he hasn't had the best of performances. I mean, look, we did see him finish second in the last game, but I don't think his late game was quite as strong as I was expecting. Now sitting at 56 health as well, when we're only, like, at 3-1, he actually did win the last round. He's put himself under a lot of pressure. I had kind of higher hopes for Archen after his day 1 gameplay and how he did perform yesterday in the Redemption, but I think he's struggling now that he's really going up against, you know, the top players in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Archen doing all right. He got second place in the last game. He is going to be second in the standings overall. But the thing about the standings and the way that this tournament works is we've got a few players that are within range now of, if they can do well in this game, they can win in the next game. So it's very possible that, this is all assuming, obviously, that Juanza doesn't just win everything in this game. We have a possibility where we can have multiple players fighting for that first place with the tournament itself on the line.
Well, Archen will have stabilized pretty well here. Just got his Rebels, has that Zed, got the blue buff on towards the Sigs as well. Even having that Fizz come in as well is pretty big for him, so that 4-cost carry. And a lot of people are kind of talking about Fizz as the best itemless champion in TFT right now, so even the fact that he just has him on his board this early is absolutely fantastic for him. So should be able to stabilize and now start working his way back up the lines, as we're actually looking at Huchin as you said, it's struggling a little bit to start things off, but still looking forward towards this mech, trying to see if he can make that one work. But 56 health, not the strongest of boards, all single star or one, like there's not really a huge amount here.
Like getting on 3rd round, still not having a level 2 on the board, it just sucks, man. Like, there is no way to sugarcoat that. It is just so rough. And obviously, he's on a bit of a loss streak for himself. His gold is in a good spot. He's got that 40 gold. But we're getting to the stage now where he's almost at 50 HP already. He needs to start to stabilize. He needs to find some level 2s and figure out what kind of composition he actually wants to go for.
Especially when you're looking at Wolio G, who is sitting on the Space Pirates, so starting to build up and already looking like maybe he is going for that 4 Space Pirate build. Trying finally to go for this, especially as we talked about, back starting to be against the wall for some of these players as Juanza. This is the pressure that you can create. That even though overall, like in this game, Juanza's still sitting in second, but because he's so close to getting himself that victory, you have to ramp up the pressure and go for these more, I suppose, well, less consistent builds that maybe can put you up into that first place so you can join them on those 16 points and give yourself the opportunity to actually either, one, qualify in the natural way, which is going to be getting that first place finish after the 16 points, or just getting the highest average points or the highest wins overall.
We'll have to wait and see who's going to do what when it comes to qualifying, whether anyone qualifies. It is possible that we never qualify. No, it's not. That's not true. But it is possible.
There is no limit, though.
Yeah, it is possible that we have a very long day ahead of ourselves because the way that the tournament works is someone has to finish first while they're over 16 points. And we still have, like, Tomato's on 4 points right now.
Yeah.
Wuliuchi is on 6 points right now.
So
there is plenty of space for these guys to start to nab some of the top spots and give us a few extra games.
Yeah, now we don't have unlimited games, but there's definitely, like, if we start to kind of work our way through the list, there could eventually be a point where, I mean, Tomato ends up at that 16 points as well, but I'd be kind of surprised. I do feel like we're starting to get the best players, or at least figure out what that looks like.
I believe mathematically speaking, the maximum games it was possible to have with this format is 9.
Okay.
Or maybe it was 7, I forget exactly, but I think we're going to be a long way off of finding ourselves there with the way that this is all started off. We very clearly have some forerunners and very clearly have some players that are really lagging behind at the bottom of the scoreboard. Let's kind of check in with where we're at currently, though, as we head towards one of the final minion rounds. We are starting to see these compositions at least somewhat take form. And once again, we're seeing a whole bunch of mechs across the table.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that are going to go for it. The kind of the way people talk about mechas at the moment is like, right, I didn't really get items for the likes of Blade Masters. Didn't really get anything for Star Guardians, Protectors. I suppose I'll go mech. Like, it's just like, you know what? Chances are it's going to work pretty good. Exactly. The backline is so... like your damage sources are so variable, whether you want to go for the Victor, which is obviously tier A, that's the one you want to go for. Maybe you can go for the Shaco instead, because you know what, we haven't really hit those like the needlessly large rods, those tiers. You've got options, which is why it can be super consistent in just getting to that top 4, but the only issue is, of course, at these early stages, trying to find that Fizz, especially if it starts to get contested.
So now, on to the Space Crabs. We'll see what items come on through, and as I've said in previous rounds, this is somewhat of a deciding moment for the game of which items come on through for who, whether people get items at all, because I know I've been in the crabs and found myself like 1 item, maybe 2, and it can get real rough at that point.
Oh, we will get to find out exactly how this one's going to go. Still curious to see like the likes of Juanza, AlphaGo, Tomato, what these guys have picked up for themselves. Tomato actually hitting a relatively, well, not relatively early, but definitely a kind of a midway point when we look at those level 7 marks, hitting it just before we got into that Krug round. But
feels fantastic though. He just got himself a tier to get a blue buff. He's now just finished level 2 Rumble. He's just suddenly come online.
Yeah, and is actually going to roll the full way down here, seeing what he can pick up. The Rumbles, it's a hard call here because he's trying. Okay, you're going to have to sell them now to get that Fizz, but there is an argument there for holding on to the Rumbles just to deny the other players that are going mech from those. And the issue here for Hushin, though, is that because of how low his health is, that gold becomes far more valuable. So holding on to these Rumbles just isn't the way forward. You're not going to have the luxury of trying to look for a Rumble 3 either, with how hard it's being contested and that low health plus low econ. So instead, sending them off, and still though, double Giant Slayer.
Yeah.
That's got to hurt.
I'm like, all right, he's come online. He's got the mech. He's got his Victor. Yeah, no, he's against the Vayne. Never mind. Tsinghua going to show him what he's made of. And let's just quickly remember that Dranza, he can win right now. He's still in first place. He's still got 79 HP. He is still feeling fantastic in this game.
I still want to see what he's committed to, though. Trying to see if I can glance his board very quickly. So actually, he looks... Maybe we're going back towards Darkstar for him, or maybe teetering over in towards a mech. I think the Darkstar is going to work out a little bit better with how highly contested the mech is. Yeah, but it's interesting to see players just opting in towards this Darkstar. It wasn't something that we highlighted at the start of the day. It's not something that we see like a huge amount, I'll say, in like relative terms compared to the Star Guardian, the Darkstar, even the Astral Snipers we see a little bit more of. But the Darkstar has definitely been working out, especially if you can find that Xerath, get those Gwynsus. But again, these compositions that are so reliant on legendary 2 cost, where you don't really have any kind of, I say, ramp up with the likes of the Bard, or guaranteed to get to that 9, are a little bit more difficult to pull off.
So now, looking at the eyes of Achin right now, he's on a 7-win streak, and he's looking to change up his composition at least a little bit here. So he's got the mechs, he's got Demolisher, Victor coming into the composition as he's going to stack this Rumble up. And he has pretty great items for that mech as well, with the Ionic Spark there coming in with the Hodge and the Titan's Resolve. He's going to be feeling fantastic.
The only thing for Achin is not having that Shroud does leave you a little bit vulnerable to Zephyrs and the likes of some CC and that kind of thing. So may not have the best of times if he does come up against someone that can actually provide a lot of CC or even get a Zephyr. At the moment, though, still good. Still going to be able to tear through these protectors who are grouping up really well for him, but that Syndra is tearing through the back line.
Garrett is tearing through everyone, though. There's no way you can deal with that one, Godlike, unfortunately. The Titan's Resolve, once it's stacked up, is just too damn disgusting. And now, onto the carousel we go. And Hushin and Godlike, they're going to find themselves something magical. Let's see what it is. Godlike going for a tier with a Riven to start it off. Hushin, he's not even sure what he wants to go for. Wants to try and deny something. Goes for the needlessly large rod in the end.
It may even be just to get the Soraka finish. I don't know if he has a 2-star Soraka or not, but Hushin definitely, this is a hard place to be in. Looking at the Rabadons actually is what the game plan here is, as we just glance back at his board. So trying to see if you can add that to the Ziggs and then work up towards a Gangplank. The transition here is give all the Ziggs items over towards that GP and hope that the blue buff and the Rabadons is enough to actually get him to ult and then get off that massive amount of burst damage. But a 1% chance in the Gangplank would be super lucky for Hushin to actually get that one to work.
And I want to quickly reiterate something on how this tournament works in terms of top 3 qualifying, because obviously we've already mentioned 16 points plus a first place equals qualification. But then the next 2 qualifiers, second one will be on points alone, third one will be on most first/second/third places. So, if you are one of the players here that is not in possession of 16 points, basically anyone except Zhuanzi, finding first, second, third place here is really important. Even if, like, let's say Achem, for example, he's on 13 points. He only needs 3 points to be able to win out in the next game. But finding high placement is still going to be important for him when it comes to potential tiebreakers later on in the day.
Exactly. And I'm curious, like, he has this spatula, right?
Yeah, he does.
We're getting up to the last creep round that is going to provide a single item, at least for quite a while. So I want to see now if maybe he picks up the likes of this recurve bow, because he does have 3 infiltrators in and could potentially go towards a 4th. Maybe he just goes all in on this infiltrator, stacks an Aurelia, tries to send her like swinging through folks.
Infiltrator ASOL, I'm with you, Dagda. I see where you're going with this one.
I don't know, because I'm like, what do you do with this spatula when it's not like, we're not on salvage, so it's not like he's going to be able to sell off the unit, break things up, and then work into, oh yeah, well, I can make this spatula into X item. He's got to try and use it up now, otherwise it just becomes a wasted item on your bench, because it doesn't actually provide any stats unless you use it.
He's looking for the Force of Nature, mate. That's what he's looking for. We'll have to see on that next minion round if he's able to do anything with it. Garen's across the world doing a lot of work right now. This is going to be a win for Hushin. AlphaGo losing this round out in the end. Hushin doing a decent job to hold on at the bottom there, but he's on 14 HP. And we are getting to the point in the game now where 14 HP might be enough. Syndra versus Shaco, who can one-shot harder? Apparently the answer is Godlike.
Well, Godlike is still trying to ramp up here, so the Star Guardian Protector, at least for the moment, does tend to hang on until you can get to that level 9. You add in your Janna, and then you can consistently go towards the 6th Star Guardian build. But definitely having a front line with this Nico is going to work out pretty well. Would love, as you can see him hovering on that BF sword, to get a GA for himself for that Nico. Just guarantee. At this stage with the Warmogs, probably 2 ultimates out of that Nico, which could do so much work for him. But going to be leveling towards that level 8 after this, I'd imagine. But the Econ isn't in the best of shapes here to actually go towards that. So he's only going to be sitting on like 10 gold when he hits 8, which isn't really ideal for him.
Well, we see Godlike running all of his gold in here into the slot machine to see what he gets. The answer is Soraka, apparently, as the Victor goes in to get himself his 4th Sorcerer as well. He's got 4
Star
Protectors
Guardian
as well.
Yeah, 4 Protectors. He's got his Star Guardian online now, got those Sorks as well. So I'm looking to see if he can find this Janna. He just does that hard swap over into the full Star Guardian composition. But the problem is, just because Godlike was forced to roll earlier because of slow health, it means that when he gets to 8, he has to hit 8 at this point to keep up with the rest of the lobby for fear of falling behind. But he just doesn't quite have that goal to actually make it work when he gets to this point.
Syndra barely survived for a second there, but she does end up going down in the end. And
Nico knee, though. Nico is so strong right now. That Warmog's doing work. Actually, I don't think she's been hit yet by that Morello's, which is fantastic. Although now, I think when Victor does get this ult off, that should be the end of it.
That might just be the round over. And the ZZ Rock not going to do a whole heap of anything there. The Soraka are able to keep him alive. So, in the end, it is Godlike losing the round. Now 17, same for Hushin. Real dicey at the bottom of this table. Hushin was in 4th place up to this point. He would really love to keep that standing. He'd really love a top 4 finish to be able to push himself over into the win territory, be able to get himself to the gold zone where a victory gets you the tournament.
Still hovering on Godlike. Still sitting down here. Hushin and Godlike. You're so low at this stage and no real econ. Like, you are hoping for miracle rolls to try and keep yourself in this. And fortunately, they're not coming quick enough. 17 health up against Wu Liuqi. Mei with the cybers actually, or sorry, with the snipers. Actually, no, not quite going to be able to take him down. But still, you're playing with fire here as Godlike.
Well, Wu Liuqi is playing with Unleashed Power as he gets annihilated. Tomato going to lose the round as well. And our full middle of the table, if you look on the right, all lost the round there.
Oh, there it is. Okay, now he can go for a full rotation into the Star Guardian. So taking out these protectors. You keep the Victor in this situation. Okay, actually ends up selling it to give that to the Janna. But now you're only sitting on the two sorcerer buff. I would have preferred maybe swapping over. I mean, Janna with this Shojin does so much work, but yeah, I think you're heavily reliant on the damage from Syndra right now, so I think it might have been a bit too quick of a transfer over. Maybe looking for that tier 2 Janna before going for that move, but we'll have to see if it pays off.
Well, luckily he's got Nico to deal with this mech for the time being as Syndra starts to build up, and with that blue buff, with Star Guardian, Syndra is going to be able to run away with this one. Looks like Hushin. I mean, this is really unfortunate for Hushin and Godlike that they have to face each other at the bottom of the table, but it looks like Hushin's actually done it in the end. The Garen ult annihilates Syndra and takes Godlike out of the game. And that is going to be the second time today that Godlike gets just 1 point.
And that's why I tend to like the Victor sticking around that little bit longer, especially with Spirit Shojin. Just giving the opportunity to hit that back line when you're up against something like a mech, and with how many mechs we have in our lobby right now. Like, we're looking at what? Achin has it, Huchin has it. I think there was someone else, maybe AlphaGo was also picking up a couple of them mechs. So just having the... Actually, no, he's gone Cybers as well. But either way, the opportunity there to delete the backline between the Syndra and the Victor, I think would have worked out a lot better. Maybe even helped him survive, because he was only on -1. So if he'd killed any unit, he would have actually survived there.
So now we're getting into dicey territory, and once again we find ourselves in a situation where somebody's at the top of the table, sitting pretty, and everyone else is incredibly close in health totals. You got Tomato at the bottom of the table. Hushin found himself on a win streak. But it's Tsinghua who is sitting pretty right now. He's the one that's in charge when it comes to this game overall. And we'll see if he can keep this rolling, because he's in third place already at this time. All he needs to get is top 4 finish to be able to get himself into that win zone. But more importantly, getting a first, getting a second would do wonders for the tiebreak.
And this is where if I'm Tomato or Hushin, I start going, right, I'm not going to make it. My game plan here needs to be to stop Juanza from winning. So I think in a lot of these situations, you start going, right, Juanza's going for the Starkstar build. Let's start seeing if I can take away some of these key carries, like if I can get that Xerath, maybe I can take away a couple of these Jins, Shakos, whatever it might be, just try and shut them down. But Tsinghua, once again, keeping this win streak going up to 6 now. We'll be looking over the next couple of rounds to hit that level 9. You can see he's just investing all that gold in towards it. Trying to see if he can get a consistent Echo here to swap out both the Lucian, and then also trying to add in the Chrono from the Thresh and the Mana Reaver.
There are so many points on the line right now. Tomato, Hushin, and Achin all on sub 5 HP, or 5 or less, I guess, as Achin's on the 5 exactly. Wuliuchi as well. He's only on 15. I think that he can probably survive maybe 1 round, but it depends on how heavily he loses it. I don't know. This one's getting real close.
Achin's found Tsinghua, though, and you've got Giant Slayers there to take down your mech super easily. You've got that Echo who's already into the back line, and Achin, it ain't looking pretty right now.
Oh, Leona tanking up so damn well as well. That's going to be Vayne finishing this one off. Achin goes down. 11 damage.
Tomato went down to -9, though, so Tomato is going to finish into 7th.
Hushin's still fighting right now. He went down as well.
Oh my god.
All 3 of them get eliminated. Hushin finds himself in 5th place. He gets the best of that one, but Tomato is having a rough day, to say the least. He has had 7th place 3 games in a row.
The big thing here, though, is now with that finish, Hushin has put himself onto the 16 points. So he once again can look on our next round to go for that first place finish. But Hushin hasn't quite been able to find any of these first place finishes, has been finishing more so in the middle of the table. The big thing, though, is still Juanza. He's in this game, but he's going to be struggling with Tsinghua, who has got this super strong cybernetics composition and is really starting to ramp up when it comes to his levels, getting that level 9 now.
So I'm just having a look at the scores quickly. Hushin is actually going to be on 15 points, which is a little bit heartbreaking, because he is 1 point away from the zone that he needed to be. Hushin getting kind of pipped at the post there. Achan, as you say, is going to now be on those 16 points, though, so he's good. He got enough done that next round there's potential for him to win. And now it comes down to Wu Liuqi would need first to make it into that zone. Juanza obviously already in the zone. AlphaGo is currently on 8 points, so he'd need at least second place.
This is a big one for me to see how much damage you can get from Tsinghua on towards Juanza, because he is looking to ramp up. He's still looking to try and hit that level 9. On 40 gold, like, you have now put so much pressure onto Juanza. He could potentially go down. The third place finish here is great. He needs to start getting towards 9, get these Dark Star, and now there's the 9. I want to see what Juanza can pick up off of a couple of rolls. The Zerats need to be coming through. No Guinsoo's Rage Blade inside from at the moment. It may just be the third place finish here for Juanza, or Juanza even on this next round.
We'll have to wait and see what he's going to be able to finish up with here. I'm just totting up some of our totals as we are getting some players eliminated. Wu Liuqi now getting kicked out there. Gets himself 5 points. Going to be on 11 now, so still needs another win before he can get himself towards the actual final zone.
So Tsinghua is playing himself, but he's level 9 and has better units. So this is going to be Tsinghua picking up this win here. Will, with this as well, pick up the level 2 Urgot. So being able to pull in a level 2 Urgot when you've got that Thresh as well is going to work so well. That's going to be combining now on his bench. So Tsinghua's in a really good spot here to win this thing, but you can see Juanza still trying to work here, still trying to ramp it up. Does manage to survive that last round. We'll have to see if he can get some key characters coming in, champions coming in for himself, and key combines to get those levels up.
Does feel like that Vayne is pretty much just going to win everything. The Zareth coming in maybe could make something happen, but with just a QSS, is it? It's not QSS, it's Quicksilver something.
The Shroud?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that one. We're going to jump into the final round here. This is going to be a ghost round for
AlphaGo, but it's Juanza's all too real. Zephyr on towards that Shaco as well is not going to be looking good. Vayne, we talked about that self-peel too. Like, Juanza, sorry for you, but you're gone.
He's out of there. So, does not win just yet. Gets himself third place at the end of the day, which means he's, I mean, we can tot his points up. His points don't actually matter too much at this point. Although, I say that, if someone else wins, he pretty much guarantees qualification if he can maintain first.
He's super high placement though, 2, 1, 3. Like, Juanza looking very good no matter what way it works, to actually find himself some way of getting into the TFT Galaxy Championship. Either way though, Tsinghua now, with this win, will put himself straight up in towards that 16th place. He needs to find another win for himself as well, though. So we're starting to get a couple of these players that are teetering up towards that top spot. And same with AlphaGo, actually.
Yeah, I want to mention the fact that Tsinghua, obviously he's the favorite to win right now. He's still on this win streak. If AlphaGo can make this happen with some kind of miracle positioning and whatnot, he needs first place. Or in fact, no. Both of these guys are going to make it to the winner's zone. They're going to make it to 16 points no matter what. Right now, AlphaGo is on 8 points, so second place will do. Both of these guys are going to be in the gold zone, we'll call it. So with that, after this round, we're going to have 4 players that can win it out.
Sorry, I'm just laughing. Both Fiora Zephyred each other. It's like that Spider-Man meme of, wait, you! Either way, though, it looks like with this one, AlphaGo still trying his best. This Vayne is doing a lot of work at the moment, and this is looking pretty good. So actually opting in towards the Blitzcrank is giving a little bit more control to getting in on that backline, getting the likes of the Ashe, tearing away that Thresh as well. Like, these are 2 pretty core units for Tsinghua here, where you want to be pulling in that Urgot, making sure that you're getting the use out of that Urgot as soon as possible. But even the CC that this Ashe is providing needs to be coming through. So this Blitzcrank, the late game decision making here to add that is actually working out pretty good. But AlphaGo is trying to keep it on his bench here to hide that positioning, and will eventually, I'm assuming, just swap it out super fast, but no, instead decides, you know what, I'm going to hold off for another time. Goes with the Chrono still off of the Caitlyn and adds that Sniper to this Vayne.
The Fioras both Zephyr each other once again. I love how we have basically identical Vaynes coming on through, but one of them just went down, and this is looking pretty good for
this
AlphaGo
Aurelia
once again.
is doing so much work for AlphaGo. So turns around, kills the Echo that was in the back line, providing a little bit more appeal for that Vayne, and then instantly just dashes into the back line and starts tearing through Qinghua's side. So although Qinghua did look good to start things off, it looks like it might be AlphaGo. Might be looking to pip him just at this end. Could come down to this item. Oh, Frozen Heart is super nice for Qinghua here. Because you can pop that on, I think he still has space on his Echo, just trying to spot it out there. If you can give it to the Echo, that attack speed slow on towards the likes of this Vayne, this Aurelia as well, is going to work wonders in just slowing down the way cybernetics work, which is that slow grind with auto attacks through your composition. Something like a Frozen Heart just disrupts that so well.
So AlphaGo right now, emphasis on the Alpha, is looking pretty good to potentially snag away this first place spot. He's searching for some Threshers, some Vaynes to try and finish off a top tier unit at the end of this game. Neither of them finding Vayne 3, by the way, which, you know, I think Vayne 3 for either side would pretty much lock this one in.
AlphaGo did use that Nikos though to finish off his Wukong for the front line, so having a little bit of a stronger front line could aid him quite a bit. Last second swap around with the Zephyr, see who he can catch.
Little switcheroo. The Vayne's going to be on opposite sides, neither of them Zephyred. It's going to be Echo blocked by the Zephyr.
Huge.
That's pretty big.
And especially when we're looking at where that Frozen Heart went, did go on towards this Vi, who's now in the backline with it, slowing the attack speed of this Vayne, which maybe just be enough. But honestly, the damage that this Echo has done and that beautiful Zephyr on towards that carry makes it that AlphaGo actually to knock him out.
Blimey, that was a lot of damage coming out. And it is going to be AlphaGo that grabs the win in the end. Qinghua, unfortunately, losing out in the essentially mirror match there. But either way, both of them are going to be qualified now to win during the next round if they're able to get a first place, which means we now have 4 players that can win out at the end of the day. Zhuanzi, though, importantly, has 24 points. He is at the top of the table, so if someone else wins, so long as Zhuanzi still places decently, he's still going to make it to the main event.
Yeah, but that is... it's looking like this next game could be our last one, because with half the lobby... 4 players sitting on that opportunity to now take that first place finish. And when we've kind of started to see, hey, look, you know what? Like, Hushin hasn't quite been able to solidify a lot of those wins. Tomato isn't looking too hot either. Like, a lot of these guys, it would take a miracle for them to suddenly come out and start winning these. I think it is going to be difficult overall now to not have, like, our top 4 players, one of them picking up the victory here.
Yeah, so the 4 players that are currently qualified right now is Zhuanzi. We've got... Qinghua as well is going to be qualified. Yeah. AlphaGo and then Achin as well.
Yeah.
So those are the 4 players. Hushin, heartbreakingly 1 point away, which is really, really rough. Tomato is the guy currently at the bottom of the standings. He would need a first place in this next game to be able to win with a first place in the following game. Tomato is about as far away from victory as it's possible to be right now.
Yeah, and it's kind of heartbreaking because I was hoping, I mean, you were looking at Tomato coming into today, yeah, that maybe you'd be able to do something, but it hasn't quite worked out. Same with Liu Qi, playing the mech into cyber, into snipers. He's trying this whole plethora of different things, but even when in game number 2 we saw him get this early recurve, get this early Vayne, I was like, right, he's up and rolling, going to be able to work into this sniper composition, but it just hasn't quite worked out for him at all, and as a result, he is struggling. But you see there, AlphaGo is going to be the winner. For anyone who doesn't know, the 3 little sentences underneath his name are going to be his health at the end of the game, the win streak that he's had, and his lowest standing in the game. So 5 win streak, 5 is going to be the lowest that he ever placed, and you can see how strong this Giant Slayer in towards the last Whisper builds really can be.
Yeah, he was feeling pretty fantastic across the course of this one, and you can see that it was actually a relatively impressive performance, the fact that he did go down all the way to 5th, but was able to stabilize, able to keep himself competitive, and also got later towards the end of the game. He was able to just sit pretty at the top of things. But we can take a look back over some of the highlights of this one, and I have to say, Ziggs had a heavy presence towards the start of the game. We had plenty of Ziggs around.
And it's nice to see, as we talked about, the meta shifting towards Ziggs, towards these Rebels, towards just different styles as this little week has gone on. Because we are looking at, okay, at the start, a lot of Vanguard pressure, no one really looking towards the Ziggs and towards Rebels or Brawlers or anything along those lines. Now instead, we're starting to see Brawlers rise because that health is so much more valuable against these magic-heavy early games. And then looking at the the early Rebels. We're starting to see the early Battlecast come out as well, and just a different style due to the presence of all the magic damage in the early game. And I think that's my favorite thing looking at tournaments like this, is how these metas start to shift and shape themselves as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, we'll see if the meta does continue to chop and change, but across the course of this entire tournament, Cybers definitely feels like it has been the composition, not only because of the prevalence of mech and the fact that you can just build a Vayne that can deal with these giant mechs, but also the fact that we're seeing so many people go straight to 9 as fast as they possibly can so that they can just start to stack these Echoes, and Echo has been annihilating backlines.
Yeah, the only thing with the Cybers is, as we were talking about, you heavily need to be able to get like the likes of these Giant Slayers or even Infinity Edge Last Whisper combo, because otherwise your mid game just isn't quite strong enough. And even though we saw with the addition of Vayne, the cybernetic compositions are a lot stronger because it's easier for you to hit those 6 Cybers, so you can get that buff a lot earlier. It's still a composition that is heavily reliant on that Echo as a late game source of damage, plus this Vayne, as we talked about, being the main carry. So if you're not getting the Vayne items, then you're struggling to get to that level 9 to guarantee you the Echo, and it all starts to fall apart. So still a composition that is heavily reliant on hitting recurve bows and some of these BOF swords.
Which is, I mean, that's a rare thing to say, right, in TFT.
I know,
a composition that relies on specific items. We don't hear about that one very often. Yeah, we have seen the Cybernetics, though, do seem to be winning out at the end of the day. And I have to say, Star Guardians have been struggling. We've seen a couple of people go for it, and we've seen some success out of these Syndras, but even the success we've seen on Syndras, it's not really been in Star Guardian compositions. It's just been like running a Syndra until you can replace it with a Victor in a mech composition instead.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing, is that a lot of the successful Star Guardians that we've seen have been more about stacking the Nico than stacking the Syndra, and then you kind of get lucky with hitting that Janna early. It's heavily reliant on the Janna, because changing that magic damage into true damage is where this composition shines. So if you're not able to get that, well then, one, you don't have a Janna that's actually providing a bunch of CC. If you don't have the right items going forward onto like your Nico, well then you don't have a front line to let this Syndra ramp up slowly but surely. And then at that stage, you're kind of just getting walked over by Mech, who's happy to see you because, hey, there's infiltrators for your backline. You tend to group up to a certain extent. And even then, the likes of these cybernetic comps are very quickly churning through these Warmogs Nikos.
We almost saw it from Godlike in that game. Godlike really attempted it. He found his Janna, but he was on like 7 HP. So it was like, too little too late for Godlike. Ended up going down in the next round. And the Janna was nearly able to have an impact, but not quite enough. And it came down to swapping out the Victor in the last couple of changes he had at the last second. Or maybe it was Hushin, actually, that went for the Star Guardians. I'm not 100% sure.
It was Godlike who went for Star Guardians.
Yeah,
yes.
So I was right. I should have just trusted
my
instincts.
trust yourself. Yeah.
But either way, that's where we're at right now. We've got 4 players fighting for that first place spot, fighting for their qualification. It's really heating up in here, Dagda, despite the air conditioning that we've got on the go. We're going to jump into a quick break. We're going to game number 4, though. And we'll see if one of our top 4 players can qualify themselves. We'll find out in just a few minutes' time.
Yo, everybody, this is TFT. Hey bro， 记得吗 ？Let's go, everybody, that's let me。每次选秀我们是出手，想要装备全部他们抢走。今天的手气不太 OK， 一起在被发配成队。怪力的普特还没装备，路不大，四处全部配备。天舞感区预感的第一号去被狂卡成弟弟。我们的战术极限有效，但是没有钱还不够肉。够大50块，这个历史吧，没装备的异性就像刮痧，这个球王让我打一下下。哦比我的对手，让他胡乱看我，就人靠皮皮草草，我的羁绊速度血量，爆出的是不会被断，找不出意外，不会翻盘，到处退场，有点遗憾，但气势不凡。我就在下一局等你，下着我们的期待的是你，大家一直都在等你，最强羁绊我们待在一起。我就在下一局等你，下着我们的期待的是你，大家一直都在等你，最强羁绊我们待在一起。参加这 party， 一定是一整年一届的胜利。参加这 party， 大家在云顶等你 ，You and me。
本国。
voice in your ear. For the ceiling, I want your feet moving until you can't take another step out on my dance floor. I want your body hot, fire burning up the spot, shaking fast, fast like you're going into shock. I want your feet moving until you can't take another step out on my dance
Welcome back, gamers, to the TOC. We're ready to jump into game number 4, and we have 4 contestants currently that are fighting to win this game. If they can win this game, they will qualify themselves for that all-important World Championship. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda, and I feel like I'm probably not meant to call it the World Championship, but I'm going to call it the World Championship.
The TFT Galaxies Championship.
The first proper international tournament for TFT. Yeah. That's what's really important about it.
Yeah, and I'm super excited to see who will be joining a lot of the other players, obviously from OCE, NA, EU, in that tournament. I think we're starting to get a good feel of like our top 4. As we talked about, Zhuanzi's been looking really good. Achin sitting up there. Qinghua as well is looking absolutely fantastic. So I think we really are getting to grips with now, okay, these are our top 4 contenders, and these are the guys now, if they get that first place finish here, can solidify themselves the championship win.
Yeah, and you've got Hushin there as well at 5th place, who is 1 point away from being able to win to start things out here today. And that feels like the story of Hushin this entire day, right? Being just so close and yet so far every single time. His positioning so far, he's finished in 3rd place, then 4th place, and then 5th place. It's been getting slowly but surely worse. And had that last one been a 4th place instead of 5th, right now he'd be in the winner's zone.
And 2 HP. That was all that it was. So like a unit on the board dying, you end up dying a little bit later. I mean, you could have just made it there and then, but not quite able to. But as he talks about, I mean, like a 3rd place finish to start off the day was fantastic, but gradually hasn't quite been able to find it. He's got to try and ramp things up. And like, there are games where you just high roll. And if there was ever a moment in time for some of these players to high roll, especially we look down towards the bottom like Tomato.
Let's go Tomato.
If he can get that 1st place win, he goes towards 16 and then suddenly he's back in the game.
Ready.
So still all to play for.
Let's have a look at the standings then, because as we mentioned before, 16 is that magic number. So you can see the top 4 are all now in the winner's circle. Zhuanzi feeling fantastic at number 1. Even if he doesn't win the whole thing, even if he doesn't get 1st place, he's pretty much guaranteed himself qualification unless this next round goes horrendously wrong. And even then, I feel like he's in a pretty good spot. But then as you look towards the lower half of the table, Hushin, Wu Luichi, Nearly said Waluigi. I'm not going to lie. These guys in a fantastic position to get into the winner's circle should one of those top 4 not win the next round. Godlike and Tomato, I mean, they've got a long way to go, let's be honest. Especially the fact that Godlike has 2 singular points across this day. Like, usually on a scoreboard, number 1 feels pretty good. But here, it means you finished 8th.
Yeah. And it's kind of been that way for Godlike the entire day, where we think, okay, cool. I mean, go towards Mech. He's going to try and get this rolling. And the Blade Master's composition that he started the day with didn't quite work out for him. Then he ends up mispositioning, goes down too early, even when he gets that 3-star Yi. We then look at the last game, trying to go for those Star Guardians, wasn't quite able to get them up and running either, even finding that Janna. It feels like I think it's the biggest issue is his mid-game decision-making. He's not been able to quite play the strongest board because his health just seems to be dipping so quickly and heavily focused on, hey, this is the composition I'm playing, rather than, hey, what's the strongest board I can be playing right now, just seems to be hurting him because he's getting to the point where he actually has his composition complete. The problem is he gets there with 20 HP, 1 loss, he's out, and he's out.
That's the problem. The meta is much more about being able to maintain a strong board on the way to your composition, then pivot as you need to, change things up and find the synergies along the way. And find also champions that can hold the correct items for you, still use them effectively, and then be replaced later on in the lineup. And that's something we've seen pretty consistently with. We've seen some Ahri, Syndra's holding items for Victors, similar with Frontlines holding items for Mechs and for Nikos later on. So we'll see if Godlike can pivot at this point in the tournament. Same for Tomato, although for Tomato, for Godlike, he just needs first or second to be able to make it into that golden circle. Tomato would need first place specifically, which makes it feel like a pretty distant goal.
And this is where you got to kind of go, right, can they do it? I mean, we said, hey, look, you do hit those high roll games. It could be that Tomato and Godlike, honestly, for the first couple of games, just stroke a bad luck. It does happen. This is TFT. It's trying to best play with the inconsistencies that are there, but you've got to see if you can find that consistency, and that's been what's been avoiding Tomato and Godlike.
Here's the problem with that theory, though, is Tomato has managed to finish 7th 3 games in a row.
Yeah, he's real consistent.
Inconsistency isn't his issue. He's got different issues. As we are going to be heading on towards, I can't remember what this galaxy's called, but it's the one where you can break items.
Salvage World.
Salvage World.
It's kind of nice as well because, you know what? You got a full item carousel to begin things, so you're actually getting 2 items off the bat. Already, Tsinghua, recurve bow and a giant spell, just going to hold that there. It'd be interesting to see, though, as we start to go forward, what players do manage to turn these items into. Because, honestly, this is where you got to have the galaxy brain. You got to be able to figure out, right, if we've got this new carousel, this full item carousel that's coming up, right, I got to think about what are both items, how can I utilize both these to the best of the extent, or it is a case of, hey, look, I'm just happy that I've got these items already, because something like a redemption can play around for quite a bit, but you can also turn it into a blue buff. So you've got a lot to try and work with here in this galaxy, and it encourages you slamming these early items, so then you can carry this early to mid game point, then selling those units and remaking all these items in whatever form you might need.
Look, all I'm saying is you could do a blue buff, or you could do a static shiv deck.
It's a blue buff.
I'm just saying that you can.
Yeah.
I know that it might not be good.
The
but
level
it's
1
exciting.
static shiv, or the 1-star static shiv, is not the strongest, although that is going to be pretty nice to have that early vein coming in for.
All right, static shivs,
Archon.
here we go.
Yeah, straight off, let's do it. Early brawler rebel composition here. You've also got him holding on to the battle cast as Juanza. So for anyone who doesn't know, by the way, the little tips that are coming up on screen are very much for newer players who haven't seen TFT before. So don't worry, we're already explaining what most of those are going to say.
Yeah, in case anyone was wondering, that was just us explaining that this is Salvage World, if I'm not mistaken, which is the one where if you sell a unit that has a completed item on it, it will break the item into both parts, as Dagda has just very in-depth broken out for us. So we'll see some shenanigans when it comes to that across the course of this game. Annie going to be purchased, which does lean towards potentially going mech here.
Already, you can see, hey, look, you got the dual gauntlet on the Ziggs. There's more Ziggs on the the shop there as well, so you can start to slam that Morello that was on the bench as well, and let's just go all in on this Ziggs damage, bypass a lot of these early Vanguard. Even for the likes of the early Celestial that you're seeing here coming through from AlphaGo, you can try and stop that healing from coming through with the Morello, and Ziggs can do a pretty good part of just shutting down this Xin Zhao nice and early.
So, into the first round we go. Let's see how things are going to start out. Early Blitzcrank is always pretty nice, but that IE on Sire, it's going to do a lot of work. Even against a level 4 opponent, this might just look pretty good for AlphaGo if the autos can come in.
The Blitzcrank hooking in that Frozen Heart Rakan actually really hurt him in the long run, but Blitz, enemy team Blitz, enemy team Blitzcrank, what is this?
Brother Blitzcrank, check PayPal Blitzcrank. My goodness, the betrayal!
Oh God, really? So not only do we have him yoink that Frozen Heart Rakan in, he then yoinks the Xayah to safety behind the Xin Zhao.
Unbelievable.
Sell him, get rid of him right now. I don't want to deal with this.
Brother Blitzcrank, how could you do this? He's got a Zephyr as well, and he's just wasting all of his potential. It's like me in school. Anyway, we've got 4 players that have won a round. There's 4 players that haven't won a round, Actor. That is the way it always goes.
Especially after that first PvP. That will tend to be the way that it goes. Yeah. Unless you had someone who quit, then it kind of messes things up a little bit. Either way, though.
Well, no, their opponent still wins the first round.
What if they win the first round and then quit? Well, technically, yeah, okay, whatever. Either way, we're going to be looking at Protector still going to be very, very popular here. Across the board, it looks like the Ludens may not do enough work here. Ludens does scale with levels, and unfortunately level 1 Ziggs doesn't do a huge amount, but Xin Zhao level 1 will still do a lot of work.
Yeah, he's going to be alright in the end, so now we only have 3 players that are 100 HP Dagda.
Yeah, and this is where, again, talking about...
Adding a massive amount to this cast, by the way.
Thanks. The big thing here for this Galaxy, just a reminder to folks, is that whatever items you see will not be the items that they end up with. So when you're looking at this, so say like the likes of GA in the Last Whisper here, you've still got a lot of flexibility there. That could end up being something like a Giant Slayer instead, a Shred of Stillness. Like you got a lot of options to start mixing these items around. So it means that compositions tend to get locked in a little bit more so around the roles you get when you hit level 5, because you got so much flexibility when it comes to your item choices.
At least within reason.
Within reason,
because obviously, if you don't have any AP, you're probably not going Star Guardians, etc., etc. But so far, so good here for Godlike. But with a win there, it does put him in a bit of a weird spot, because he was on a bit of a lose streak, as you can see by his health. But now with a win, he kind of wants to try and keep winning.
Yeah.
And he's not in a position where his board is strong enough to necessarily just keep winning. So it can become a little bit uncomfortable.
So I'm looking to see what these guys have picked up. Tomato and both Godlike going for the double recurve. So both these guys eyeing up Blade Masters, it looks like. At least when you go over towards the Tomato end of things, the double recurve and has the needlessly large rod to make a dual gauntlet for the likes of this Master Yi could work really well. But this is where, for Godlike and Tomato, you either, one of you comes out super far ahead and the other goes the fast 8, or you both end up holding hands down to that 8th place spot as well. Be curious to see who backs out first, who's the pivoter. But Godlike right now with that Yi in his shop may just gobble that up alongside the Xayah.
Find out who will be the pivoter and who will be the pivotee. There's a Master Yi in the shop here.
Okay. So not going to go for the not going to go for the Master Yi. Instead, opting to go for Space Pirates. So surprised to see him go for this many. Oh, there we go. Okay. So we'll end up taking it. But I was going to say, surprised if he's going to go for this many recurve bows to then not opt towards Blade Masters. But he does decide to pick that one up in the end.
It was shenanigans after all, Dagda. It just doesn't have the Blade Masters to actually play the Yi just yet. So he's going to be hoping for some items out of these Space Pirates instead.
But you don't get the items until you hit the 4 Space Pirates. It will just be the gold for the moment, but definitely helps. I mean, if you can very quickly ramp up towards that 9, or even just get a little bit more gold into your back pocket, it's always well and good.
I was just testing your knowledge, Dagda. I was making sure that you knew that. I was just going to see if I could slip that one by you and see if I could get away with it. See? You're welcome, audience. This is what I'm here for. Just I'm like the examination board for Dagda, except instead of giving you results based on your postcode. I'm going to actually
get your teachers
test
to
your
tell you
knowledge.
instead. Yeah, I get you. Either way, going over back towards Wu Liuqi. Still sitting at level 5, so he actually hasn't put... there's often at this stage, if you're playing a little bit more aggressive, you will have double leveled at this stage. He hasn't just yet. Has only put a single level in, so Econ looking a little bit better. And definitely this is the right call when he is kind of hovering, as you said, like back and forth between that win-loss streak. He's not in the best of positions to start kind of double leveling and trying to put pressure on everyone else.
So AlphaGo so far, feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. 100 HP to work with. This is a similar story to previous games as well. AlphaGo being one of our players that is going to be able to win if he can win this round. He won the last round as well.
Just going back towards Tsinghua, though, I don't know if we get to look at his board again. He's found an early Aurelia already. That 5% roll at level 5, massive. He already had the Celestial, sorry, not the Celestial, the Zaya, the Celestial Blade Master for himself too. So Tsinghua is looking real good coming into this game.
I love that there was a double bard on the board there for Tomato. He was desperate to get some levels going, apparently. And now it's time to load this board up. He's got himself 3 cybernetics. He's got himself a whole heap of components as well.
And here, I think you just put that the Giant Slayer on towards the Vayne. Could be hanging on to see what he gets off of this, but certainly putting that Giant Slayer on towards Vayne is going to work wonders. And even if you decide then, hey, you know what? I've got a heap of these bows coming in. I'm actually looking at a lot of Blade Masters in my shop. But I've just picked up a double Giant Slayer with cybernetics. All right, Tomato, this is your game. Tomato, this is the game where you can take first place and actually go and maybe, just maybe, put yourself to that 16 points.
Now, I'll concede, Dagda, that the double Giant Slayer is definitely the way forward. But I'm just saying that Static Shiv exists, and it is an option for him, okay? There is there's potential for a Pikachu start. No, I'm kidding, obviously. Yeah. Giant Slayers are going to come through for Tomato, and this could be the miracle, the beacon of light for him, because it has been a rough day so far for him. You know what?
Oh,
these Rika bows.
I thought for 1 second. I saw that Rika bow going to the Vayne. I was like, is that the static? But no, I like this better. Fiora, getting this tier, you can oftentimes turn into a redemption. And when you're playing Cybernetics, having this Fiora with the redemption, obviously giving her the item is great. But more importantly, she will kind of go down, saying your second, third unit to fall in a battle. So it means that then you get that redemption coming in at a pretty nice time to give a big buff of health to the more important carries in the backline.
So for this Vayne then, for Tomato, what is the dream third item? If you've got a double Giant Slayer, where do you want to go? Because I'm thinking maybe GA, maybe IE. Just 3 Giant Slayers?
Just 3 Giant Slayers. You can just go 3 Giant Slayers, or actually, the other option.
To be fair, that makes a lot of sense, because the mech is made out of 3 units, right? Yeah. So you need 3 Giant Slayers to kill the Giant, because it's like if you're against Power Rangers, you need 5 Giant Slayers.
I like the way we're on the same
Power
page
Rangers
here.
in the Transformer. Yeah.
No, realistically, it very much depends on the way this lobby goes. If you end up in a situation where, you know what, there's not like a Nico with a Warmogs, we're not really getting a huge amount of mech players, then you're better off going in towards maybe something like a Last Whisper or something along these lines instead. Guinsoo's, ages ago, used to be built on her, but I'm not a big fan of it anymore. I'd rather you do, if we don't get a lot of these high health targets, although we already see a Warmogs Nico here, I think the triple Giant Slayer actually does work out pretty well.
This Lucian is looking pretty tasty at level 2 here for the side of AlphaGo. He's got himself a blue buff, a red buff, and an Infinity Edge as well. So he'll be zipping around the plays. If he can get to 4 blasters as well, that Lucian is going to tear through teams.
Yeah, I imagine he'll sit on the 2 blasters for the moment. The plan is more than likely to actually replace that Lucian, even though he's doing a ton of work now. The mid-game Lucian is the strongest, not so much the late-game Lucian. So eventually we'll start to move around those items. And again, don't forget, as we sell them, you can start to break them up. So he still has a lot of flexibility here. That blue buff can remain as a blue buff if it wants, but you can even start to pair Frozen Heart and Redemption instead if you want to, when you eventually sell that Lucian. Infinity Edge on him as well, though, so I'm curious to see what plan is here when he does, obviously looking at the cybernetic build, how he wants to make that work as we get towards those 6 items.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned flexibility. This is why Yoga's so important to TFT players, is that they can bend the way that the game needs them to. These double Giant Slayers up against this Lucian, though, the dot ticking away from the red buff is not quite enough. It was so damn close. But AlphaGo now loses his win streak.
Yeah, which is pretty important from and going down to Tomato as well. We talked about how strong Tomato is right now. Sitting in this first opening as well, I want to see what he decides to go for. Is going to be the last Whisper. So that's what we talked about, the opportunity to either go towards another Giant Slayer or that last Whisper. It looks like it will be the last Whisper as this final item.
I was expecting maybe the Careless Whisper or something along the lines, maybe going towards the 80s, but he is going to go with a much more modern build.
Whisper Song would be a little bit more modern, I suppose. What was the name of them? The twins? I don't know.
Varian.
No,
Larry.
The
the Chuckle Brothers?
Yin Yang twins. That's what it was.
I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not going to lie.
It's all good.
Well, I feel like that's most of my life at the minute. Yeah. Is Dagda talking and me just wondering what is happening. Which I feel like goes both ways. Caitlyn, though, with a recurve bow and a Spear of Shojin.
Yep, but look to her right. That's a Yi that already has a rapid fire, a dual gauntlet. You have that recurve that's sitting on the Caitlyn. You will eventually sell her. You're not going to be hanging on to that. She's just providing the chrono at the moment. So when we do potentially have a Negatron cloak come in, that's where Godlike can look to ramp up. And when we had Tomato swapping in towards the Cybernetics build, well, that means now Godlike could do uncontested Blade Masters.
And we just need to see him do it quicker than he's been able to in the past couple of games, because we've seen him try and go for these builds, not find the components until the last second, and then it all falls apart.
The beauty of this, though, is he's on 72 health. He's actually, never mind,
He's
63.
63 health.
He's still reasonably okay, because honestly, you're going to get to 4-1, you level towards 7, and that's when this composition can come online. You roll down to, say, about that 20 to 30 gold, trying to see if you can pick up either the Aurelia or the Riven and start to get your level 2 Yi, get a couple of these items online as well. So, going to be in a reasonably okay spot.
Despite being level 1, that Nico is pretty tasty right now. That is a tanky old Nico on the front line.
His health isn't, though. This is Jwanza sitting at 56 health at the moment. He has only just hit that level 6, so he's kind of a little bit behind the pack when it comes to his leveling. Playing a much more greedy game this time around.
And I want to mention that Jwanza, this is not the kind of play that we've seen out of him across the rest of this tournament. We've seen him win streaking and staying at the top of the table. We have not seen this guy tend towards this loose streak strategy where you build up your economy and then find a composition later.
I think he is struggling a little bit, though. I think having, like,
I agree.
had to hit, I'm assuming he had to roll at level 5, because it's not like he has a heap of gold saved up. 54 is pretty good, but I think he did have to roll a little bit to try and stabilize, hit that Syndra. Now having done so, all right, cool. Well, now after this round, you can try and level to 7. You've got about, 70 gold to work with there, so you'll still have a reasonable amount of gold left over for yourself. And you can then catch up with the pack after that point.
Tomato, similar story, who has stabilized now on a win streak halfway up the table. He's got a couple of annies in his shop, but he's not fussed. He's already gone. He's well and truly committed to the Cybernetics with that vein already stacked up. He just needs to hit 6, so he needs to get leveled up as fast as possible so we can get towards the Echoes.
Trying to see what else we've got coming in across the board here, but yeah, I mean, gold going to be pretty reasonable at this stage. Coming towards Tomato. Oh, the 1% Urgot, let's go. Either way, yeah, it's not really going to fit. His composition right now, apart from Vayne, kind of sucks because it's all 1-star units. Hasn't been able to find any 2 stars of any of his units. And at this stage of the game, that's just not going to cut it. You need to be able to find some of these pairs to finish them off and actually keep yourself here. There's going to be at least 1 to give him a bit of a beefier front line. Ooh. And hitting 8 will add in the Thresh as well.
Yeah, managed to find himself 4 chrono during all of the shenanigans that you just witnessed as well. With the Thresh stepping in, he can potentially pull the Urgot into play, which is a pretty massive power spike at level 8. Finding 2 legendaries on the board is pretty insane.
Yeah, this Yi is doing so much work, though. Vayne needs to be able to get on top of him. No more CC, that goes wide, but there you go. Double Giant Slayer doing work.
He's going to be all right. That's going to be 6 wins in a row now. And it's just a matter of finding himself the correct units, finding himself an Echo at some point in the near future. And having 2 legendaries already does make it easier, but he's still only got a 6% chance.
I like the decision from Tomato there. You can see him hovering over the Ash saying, do I complete this? You only lose a single gold for combining it when you do sell the Ash. And right now, when we just talked about how weak his front line is, not having a lot of these 2-star units, he needs something that's going to provide a little bit more for this lineup. As 2-star Ash can help quite a lot in just providing a little bit more CC and giving time to this Vayne to make things work.
Now, the streak continues, but this Syndra could give him a bit of a hard time. Nice knocking from the Wukong, and the CC chain is just magnificent. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is team fight coordination and mechanics coming through from Tomato.
Does manage to pick off Zhuanzi though, sitting on 41. So we are keeping our eyes on a lot of these guys like Zhuanzi, Aiken, or Achin, sorry. Ching are the players that are sitting above that 16 threshold and can close out with this game in the first place.
Tsinghua and AlphaGo both, if they win right now, will qualify themselves. And they're both sitting in the top 2. They are in a fantastic position. Tomato appears to be the biggest competition for them with this massive win streak that he's building up for himself and with this composition that he's building up for himself as well.
The thing is, though, you've got Tomato, AlphaGo both competing for those cybernetics. I didn't quite see what Tsinghua was playing, but yeah, the double cybers here means that we're going to see a lot of crossover. It's just that when I look at this, Tomato's further ahead. Already has that Thresh, massive Vayne, great items for the Vayne as well, whereas AlphaGo is more heavily reliant on this Lucian, a mid-game carry, but we're starting to teeter into the late game, and this Lucian, especially with the items he has, just isn't cutting us.
He ain't going to cut it, and let's be honest, if you're going to try and eat a tomato, you've got to cut it. You've got to get them slices on the go, so if the Lucian's not cutting it, swap to something with a sword! That's what I say. But then, you know, I am just talking out my arse. So
yeah, that's talking absolute nonsense.
moving away from that analogy, we look towards the carousel dagda. Nushin is going to go for a chain vest.
We've been going for a while here. But my God, I don't know what that one was like.
Look, all I'm saying is, godlike, he's got a GA and a BF sword. Those are 2 different swords. There's a Giant Slayer in there. He's geared up to take on Tomato because he can slice it.
Slice it, dice it, whatever way's nicest. Here we're going, though. We're looking at...
Plum Tomato up there. I'm just saying, I mean, if we're talking fry-ups here, Plum Tomato.
We never did get that fry, actually. That place we found. Either way, anyway,
I'm just waiting
coming
for
back
you
to
to make
TFT.
one, mate. I've been hoping every morning.
You don't want that at all. I'll probably end up killing you. I cannot cook.
That's okay. I'm down. I'll die for a fry-up.
Oh, there we go. 2-star Ziggs coming in here for Huchin. So, gonna level up that mech quite a bit, but unfortunately for him, he's not actually finding the likes of this Rumble. Would love to have a 2 stars across the board, give his mech a little bit more oomph, but the item's still super great. Bit of dodge chance coming in off of both the Shroud and also that Shroud of Stillness. Having also that Titan's Wrath, or Titan's Resolve, sorry. I'm still thinking Nautilus's W in my head, but Titan's Resolve is going to do a lot of work.
That Victor is going to do a lot of work as well. He's got perfect items for that one, and it's just smashing through the health bars of Archen, who has fallen from grace, to say the least. He is falling real quick through the scoreboard towards the bottom now. Hushin gonna be hoping he can maintain this win streak. Needs to get level 2 on the Victor. Needs to get level 2 on just basically anyone else in his lineup as well.
And it's interesting to see Hushin, how he's played as we went forward, because he actually started off as the Cybers and then teetered over in towards the mech, realizing, hey, look, you know, this is a composition that is too contested. I'm going to just swap, see if I can instead get some of these higher placements. Mech only starting to come online, but at least he's somewhat starting to stabilize at that 28 health.
So, we're getting to the point in the game now, Dagda, where people are going to start to die. Wuliuchi could be the first target, as he's going with this bit all over the place comp, to be quite honest. He's going for the Dark Star, but Jin's still only level 1, doesn't have any BF swords to work with. He's Thieves' Gloves. And he's up against Tomato, who I'm pretty sure Tomato can just absolutely destroy this composition. Shaco not going to be able to do enough here. And Vayne is just going to chomp through this lineup, the CC out of Ashe as well. It's not quite going to finish Wuliuchi just yet, but he's running out of rounds here. And he's running out of ways to try and hold on. I don't even know where he can pivot to.
He's trying to go for, as you're saying, the Dark Star. Could try and teeter off in towards something like like Teemo, go full sniper, Astro Sniper, something along those lines. But as you said, running out of time, hasn't really got great items across the board, and even when he's looking for the Shaco to be his big carry, you can see he's already got the BT, the GA, doesn't have the rapid fire cannon, needs to try and pick it up here, but also needs the 3-star that Shaco. He's just too far away from any major carry and any real threat to the rest of the players.
One positive for Wuliuchi is a across this tournament so far today, he's finished 6th, and then he finished in 4th place. If Wu Liuqi can lose this game, it will be the first time across this entire TOC tournament that he's able to achieve his goal of finishing 7th or 8th place. So Wu Liuqi, the stars are finally aligning. He might finally be the first one out of a game.
I don't think now's the time. I don't think he really wants that, to be honest. But
Well,
look,
he said he did at the start of the day.
I know it was written on his card that he sent us over. But either way, I think he still definitely wants to try and keep this one going. Jin still level 1. Ash not going to be able to provide too much here. Needs to get the stun on towards the Yi, not quite able to do so. And now he'll just be closing out this game. Wu Liuqi may just about actually with this Shaco be able to survive. It has killed the Yi, but will go down. But 1 HP, that was so crucial, those kills.
Hushin as well, down to 2. These guys are not looking so hot in this game, and not looking so hot overall either. Hushin, though, he just needs 1 point, and he'll be in the gold zone. Now he just has to pray that nobody in that top 4 is going to be able to win this round. It's going to be rough. For anyone that's just joining us, for anyone that's been missing out on what's going on, the way this format works, you've got to get 16 points and then get yourself a win. We have 4 players currently on 16 or more points. We've got Zhuanzi, we've got Achen, we've got Tsinghua, and then we've got AlphaGo as well. If any of those 4 players wins this game, the tournament is over.
Yeah, and you can see it's Tsinghua and AlphaGo both sitting in those top 2 spots. So these are the guys that we're keeping our eyes on if they are able to make this work for them. At the moment, though, we've been looking a lot at Wu Liuqi, who is trying desperately to survive here against Achin. May not be able to do so. It needs this Shaco to do a lot of work.
Time to find out if it's going to work out.
He's got us.
This
He's
Nico
got us.
is Nico's feeling pretty fantastic, just locking everyone up. But I think Shaco might just have it in the end. He's going to be scouting around because he knows this one is in the bag. Wu Liuqi. Now the win streak begins. Hushin, though, unfortunately, is going to be the first one out.
Yeah, and Achin now taken very, very low. So Hushin might be able to work his way up there. Godlike. Finally living up to his namesake, though. He's got this Yi, the Giant Slayer tech, not quite able to find himself, and the likes of the Negatron cloak that we're talking about, but certainly looking pretty okay. Decent items on towards his Shen in the front line as well. Just really needs...
away.
Yeah, the biggest issue here, though, is that, like, trying to go for these... no, not able to find it. The biggest issue trying to go for something like the Yasuo 3 even, is that because he's now hit level 8, he's gone from a 30% chance to find a level 2 to a 20% chance to find a level 2. So if I was him, I'd honestly just give up on the likes of the Yasuo 3-star, sell both Yasuos, try and roll down if I need to. But when he's on a win streak like this, maybe just let your economy get back in shape before you really start to roll down. You're not under much pressure, especially when you're looking to... Okay, never mind. Now you're under pressure.
Yeah. That's,
yeah, he met Tsinghua and things changed real quick.
As if by magic, the perfect round to ruin your statement comes out here. Nico going to do a decent job to try and tank up, but that Syndra is looking real scary. We've got some wins across the board here, as Syndra will be able to finish things off.
Is that Zhuanzi's losing?
Wu Liuqi has been knocked out here. Zhuanzi still surviving at very least. We have 6
Force of Nature,
players remaining.
That could be pretty big. Achin's going to be the one that gets his hands on that. Zhuanzi, not going to be happy about it, but we'll take the Rabadons as a consolation prize here. Godlike, I mean, you're still looking for this Blade Master. I think your best bet is to go for the Warmogs or maybe the Dragon's Claw in this situation. The idea here is just to beef up that Shen in the front line, make him a little bit tankier. But unfortunately, as we talked about, with going this Blade Master build, not sticking on the level 7, you're not going to 3-star a lot of these units, and it then makes the composition as a whole a lot weaker. Although at the moment, he's really struggling because he's not even finding the likes of this unit.
This is rough. This is painful to watch. We've all been here. I think it's the point where we need to start selling things like the Thresh here, mate.
Yeah, just sell the Thresh, sell the Shen, and sell the Yasuo. You've already lessened your chances so heavily that you need to be able to find something. It will be the Riven, but this is why it's not the best idea to go towards this. Now, it hasn't affected the 3 cost units, the probability of finding them, but just the actual functional units of this composition, like the Shen, aren't going to be able to get 3 stars.
So I want to mention one issue of the fact that Godlike has annihilated his own economy here, and that's that he needs a second place here if he wants to make it towards the golden zone where he can win in the next round. He has to get second place at least. He's only on 8 points right now, so Godlike, he's got to get himself on a win streak here. Does get himself 1 win. He's got to find that level 3 Yi. After rolling this much, he's got to find it.
That's the big thing. And you can see he's trying so hard. But if...
There it is!
Okay, he's actually managed it. That's a big game changer now for him. This could just carry him through. He needs to avoid Qinghua, though. Qinghua, honestly, I think might win this at how strong he is. Those double Giant Slayers. He's got that blue buff for his Echo as well. He's in a really good spot. 45 HP means he can outlast a lot of these folks as well. At least get himself into a nice position. But the members that we have to look out for, remember, Qinghua, AlphaGo, and
he's got the perfect opponent here.
And Juenza are all sitting still alive in this game.
Not for long with this Master Yi in play. He is melting health bars. Syndra trying to do some work on him, though. Time to chop through. Master Yi will go down.
That's going to be it. Syndra, with his double Rabadons, is doing work. The CC, though.
Yeah. Godlike, I don't think will die just yet. He'll survive this one.
Yeah, but Juenza will survive. This is what we're talking about. This front line needs to be beefier. The way you do that is through getting these 3-cost units.
Well, a Warmogs will help.
It will, but I mean, who do you even try and stick it onto at this stage? Maybe the Riven. Honestly, I think moving the Riven into the front line could work out pretty well. Give her the Warmogs, the shields that come through, plus that Warmogs could do work.
You could delete the Warmogs and use the Giant Spell alongside the BF Sword and give Master Yi even more attack speed.
True. Wouldn't be the worst of ideas, actually. See, that's the thing. You got to big brain this when you're on the salvage world. But okay, that's going to be a Blade Master that he gives to Zed, and now he's Blender. So, well, this is the new version of Blender. This is actually a massive pickup. That's serious. Look, he needs to. I would give that the Blade Master to Zed. He becomes super, super strong. He can steal a lot of that attack speed away, and it looks like that might be the game plan here from him. Although, there we go. Yeah, I think he Warmogs the Riven. There's the Blade Master. Trying to go towards the Mana Reaver just to see if that Aurelia can do enough work. But honestly, with a level 1 Aurelia, level 1 Darius, you're not going to quite be able to do as much as you need to here. But still, this could actually be just about enough to help carry this.
All he's got to do is buy time for this Master Yi. Keep your eyes on the Vayne at the top left of the screen as well, because that's what Tomato is relying on. Tomato desperate for a win here. Both Godlike and Tomato essentially need to win. Godlike only needs second place. Tomato needs first place. Master Yi goes down, though, and that is Godlike out of this game. Potentially out of contention as well, depending who wins.
Tomato needs to win this game. If he wants to keep his hopes alive and everyone else in this tournament, he needs a first place, because those other 3 members in our top 4 all are one first place away from a win.
Here's the thing, right? Tomato already needed first place just to get the 16 points. Now, if he does not get first place, the tournament is over. So, Tomato really not in a good place when it comes to the standings, when it comes to the tiebreaker rule.
He has, like, this is the high roll game we were talking about, though. Double Giant Slayer, Last Whisper, Vayne, amazing. Blade Master on this Echo with the blue buff. Fantastic. And getting this Aurelia into a good spot. The issue, though, is Qinghua. That Aurelia is terrifying and tearing through everyone.
Vayne is still
Tomato!
Vayne
This is going to be close.
Nah, Aurelia's got it.
Oh, drop the aggro.
He rolled.
Wukong gets it. Tomato will go to 17 health. Will stay alive.
This is what I wanted, Dagda. Look at this. Last game, look at the health bars on the right of the screen. This is so damn close.
Juenza's going to go down here, though. Juenza is out. He will finish in 4th place. Now it's AlphaGo, Qinghua, desperately battling against each other to get this first place finish.
Tomato is desperate for this one. That's a level 2
that's
Echo
your
on the
Echo.
bench. You could get rid of one of these Wukongs to try and buy
He's
that
gonna,
one out.
yeah,
but he
I
wants
think
the
you,
chrono.
yeah, this is the right call. You sell the Blitz here, see if you can roll, maybe. But actually, sorry, I take that back. Holding on to the Blitzcrank could work out pretty well, because when that Blitzcrank gets yoinked in,
This
he
might be
yoinks
the
someone
last
back.
round. This might be the last round, but here we go. Thresh could be the difference maker. As you say, pulling a Blitzcrank in, pulling an Urgot in.
Qinghua is facing off against Tomato. So AlphaGo could potentially lose on the Ghost board, and then whoever wins this could be the winner.
Vayne hasn't autoed yet. Got Zephyr, then got Echo.
Oh, the Aurelia's
now
down,
free
though.
firing.
So Jinghua has lost his Aurelia. Now this Vayne has the opportunity to go absolutely nuts. AlphaGo has... AlphaGo survived though. Jinghua goes down. It's Tomato versus AlphaGo. Can Tomato from last place have the victory here that gives him the 16 points, keeps the tournament alive, and pushes us to a Game 5?
AlphaGo, if he can win one single round, will qualify himself. He will win this regional. But Tomato, against all odds, he's fighting to keep this alive.
It all comes down to this Aurelia. This Zephyr that is sitting currently on this Vi, if he can catch the Aurelia of AlphaGo, he can come back from this position. He can find himself that first place win. But that's 2 Zephyrs I think I saw on the opposite side. So these Zephyrs, if they can pick up the Vayne, will make the difference.
5 seconds to make these last second swaps. Let's see where they're going to go with this one. The Zephyr moving, as is all of the other Zephyrs. The Vayne dipped at the last second. And let's see who gets what here. The Zephyrs come in.
The Vayne's caught. Vayne and Ash are both gone. This Aurelia is going to have the opportunity to tear through, folks. AlphaGo with the double Zephyr may have just done it. There's the yoink onto the Vayne as well. She's still not dealing damage. Aurelia going nuts in this lineup. And there's the Urgot pulling through, folks, as well.
Looking all right,
somehow, though, Tomato manages to bring it back. Tomato has pushed us to a Game 5, given himself the 16 points, and somehow, some way, has come right back into this.
My Lord, Tomato. What a way to do it as well. He got 7th place. Then he got 7th place. Then he got 7th place. And now he gets himself a 1st place. If he can win one more game, he qualifies after 3 7th places in a row. Tomato might just be able to.
How many folks are above the 16? Because, I mean, we now had, so we got 4 already.
I didn't track because I thought it was going to be over. And then Tomato threw it all up.
Hushin has it. Like, looking at these, so there's, I think 6 of our players now are at 16 championship points.
Godlike isn't.
Godlike is not. And I think Wolio Chi isn't either.
He only needed 5 points.
I don't think he finished 4th.
Like
Did he finish 4th?
6 or 7.
Yeah, I think he's just missing out. But at least 6 of our players, anyway, at this stage, are on those 16 championship points. Yeah, because Juanza finished in 4th, which means he won't have got those 5 points. So this is where, this is going down to essentially whoever wins this wins. Like, it is all the marbles for this game.
Many marbles. Many marbles, and they've all come out of my head. As, we're going along on this one, and I have to say, when it comes down to the tiebreakers for who's in 2nd, who's in 3rd, 3 people qualify from this next game. The 1st place is going to qualify someone just in terms of the win of itself, unless it's very possible that the tournament doesn't even end on this 5th game. We'll have to wait and see. Let's take a quick look at the scoreboard and come back to these points, though, because Tomato, that was a comeback in half.
It really was. And the fact that he managed to secure that 1st place keeps the tournament alive, puts him into the position where now, even though he hasn't had the best of days, where he's finished 7th pretty much the entire way through until this last game, if he wins now, that doesn't matter anymore. He just gets through into the championship points, and then you have all these top guys like AlphaGo, Jinghua, Juanzu as well, who are all going to be looking to see, hey, I need to now have the highest total points or the best average finish, because otherwise I'm out. I'm done. And it could be that one turnaround play that brings Tomato back into this.
That'll be the big difference maker here. We've got a couple of players that have finished in 1st places across the day. I think Juanza, just based off of what I'm quickly glancing at my notes. This is definitely not an admin ruling here, but I feel like Juanza has the tiebreaker right now for best average placement.
Yeah, but it depends on this game,
It does depend on this game. It depends on the standings from that last game as well, because I don't have those scores in front of me right now. So I'll try and figure out during the break who is holding that tiebreaker and what can change to change that one up. But man, I'm just excited how damn close this game was.
I know, and when you look at like these last couple of fights, Tomato having that 2-star Thresh, being able to pull in the likes of this 2-star Urgot, made such a big difference. And we get to see it from Tomato's perspective here, where it's looking pretty dicey. That Aurelia that you see on the left-hand side of your screen doing so much work, but not able to get onto the Vayne in this situation. Actually, no, sorry, this was the one he lost. We get to this fight here. where you're seeing AlphaGo is trying to get on towards this Vayne in the back line. You do get at least the Vi getting onto her there, but then all these extra pulls coming through, that Urgot doing work, Vayne able to drop that aggro herself, which is what we've talked about throughout the day, just making such a big difference.
Yeah, beautiful stuff coming out there. Irelia versus Vayne, very much a skill matchup in League of Legends. It felt like a bit of a skill matchup here with the Zephyrs being swapped around at the last second, trying to snipe each other out. And hilariously, we saw the Zephyrs working out and like hitting the right targets, then Tomato just winning anyway, just because the Vayne was too strong. And it's kind of the double-edged sword of the Zephyr, right? Because yes, you're going to stop them doing damage right at the start, but you also stop your characters targeting them right at the start. And then Vayne was able to just kite around, dodge aggro, and finish them.
Yeah, and I think not only the Irelia not getting onto the Vayne early enough, but also the fact that you didn't have like the Echo jump on towards the Vayne, or at least be able to aggro onto the Vayne. And then that Urgot being pulled in by the Thresh as well, that was what really sealed the deal. At that stage, you're just putting in so many extra units that you're getting overwhelmed in these fights, and you're not quite able to get across the line as AlphaGo would have liked.
Beautiful stuff from Tomato, and it means we have a 5th game on our hands. We're going to jump into a quick break, and after the break, we're going to go into theoretically our final game. There's always the chance for more, though. We'll have to find out in a few minutes' time.
Yo, everybody, this is TFT. Hey bro， 鸡蛋吗 ？Let's go, everybody, just let me。民族炫耀，我们是出手，想到装备，全帮他们抢走。今天的手气不太 OK， 一起在被发配成队，快你的不太还没装备，突不打死就全部赔了。天舞感区域感的第一号去被狂卡成弟弟，我们的战术极限有效，但是没有钱还不够肉。够大50块，这个历史吧，没装备的异性就想刮痧，这个球我让我打一下下，我比我的对手让他胡闹看我，就人靠皮皮草草，我的羁绊速度血量，爆出的是不会被断，找不出意外，不会翻盘，到处退场，有点遗憾，但气势不凡。我就在下一局等你，下着我们的期待的胜利，大家一直都在等你，最强羁绊我们待在一起。我就在下一局等你，下着我们的期待的胜利，大家一直都在等你，最强羁绊我们待在一起。参加这 party， 一定是意义中连一届的胜利。参加这 party， 大家在云顶等你 ，You and me。
本国。
A new day I wanna see you smile again. Now the storm is over. Your best chapter begins. You're gonna win. I wanna see you smile again. I wanna see you smile again. Now the storm is over. Your best chapter begins. You're gonna win. I wanna see you smile again. Yeah, oh, 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 oh. Yeah, oh, 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 oh. Your best chapter begins. You're gonna win. I wanna see you smile again. I wanna see you smile again. Now the storm is over. Your best chapter begins. You're gonna win. I wanna see you smile again. I wanna see you smile again. Now the storm is over. Your best chapter begins. You're gonna win. I wanna see you smile again. Yeah, oh, 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 oh. Yeah, oh, 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 oh. Your best chapter begins. You're gonna.
Give me Silver Scrapes, baby, because it's time for game number 5. And it may not have been a best of 5, but I guess it has been after all. Tomato, at the end of the day, pulls it back against all odds. It keeps us here for another one. I'm Munchables, this is Dagda. And I guess we're going to find out who the TOC champion of this region is going to be. And at this point, I've got no idea who's going to win it.
No, I have no idea. And that's the beauty of it, is that you can, like Tomato, just make that massive upset run with that first place finish. Now finds himself crucially on those 16 points and puts himself in the opportunity to take that win now here today. But we still could have maybe some more upsets if Godlike or even Hushin is able to, actually not even Hushin, just Uliuchi is able to make that run up the table. But you're seeing still, Zhuanzi is making a good point for himself that I, regardless, will find myself moving towards the TFT Galaxy Championship with the points that he has, with the averages that he's been able to put up here today as well.
Yeah, but Tsinghua is contesting. If Zhuanzi has a really bad game, Tsinghua does a decent job, he could beat him on the tiebreakers. Same for AlphaGo when it comes to points specifically. So honestly, it is very much up in the air. Very much going to be dependent on this game. Who can win this one to turn things around for themselves? But Tomato specifically, I'm real excited for now because this last second turnaround, I was hyping Tomato when we came into the day, Dector. And then he came 7th 3 games in a row. And I lost all of my faith in him. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, boom, wins a game. If he can win another one back-to-back, he's just going to snag away this qualification. And in style as well.
Yeah, and if you're a fan of Godlike, Ackerman from LMS, and also, of course, actually, I think, yeah, he changed over to his current name before he joined RNG. You want him to be able to...
Other way around. RNG first.
RNG,
then
sorry,
LMQ,
then LMS.
And then changed his name back to Godlike and was like,
it's been a long
TFT.
day. Either way, if you are a fan of him, you want him to be able to pick up that first place victory here today or in this next game, because that means that then he can secure himself that opportunity to, again, hit the qualification points, deny the other players that first place finish. And same also if you're a fan of Wolio Chi as well.
Well, I'm not a fan of either of them at this point. I
Yeah,
don't
it's
want
been a
6
long
games.
day.
I'm
We
not
have
gonna lie,
done.
guys.
This is game 7 for us today. 6,
Yeah, because
7,
we did
7.
2 show matches.
Yeah.
This is our 5th game here.
TFT.
So
Yeah.
it's been a long old day. We've been here for 9.5 hours at this stage. So fingers not on broadcast, but at the studio. So we'll have to wait and see how this one's going to go down. I just want to see some exciting gameplay out there. I want another one of those games that we just witnessed, where we have 4 players all within 1 loss of going out, and it being a real close end to the round. Because that's really why you watch, right? These kind of exciting games where there are multiple compositions that can take each other on.
And even when we look at like some of the variations, like even though we got Cybernetics versus Cybernetics, it was like those small variations, like the 2-star Thresh, the Urgot being on the bench, that actually were the clincher in the end. So I'm excited to see when we do get to these stages what ends up being our #1 composition when we come into our 5th game of the TOC tournament.
Well, our players are going to step back onto the stage once more. We'll see what they got up their sleeves here. It's going to be Dwanza stepping up as well.
Yeah, Dwenza and Archin are going to be thanking their lucky stars for Tomato, because they weren't having the best of times in that last game. So the fact that Tomato at least keeps this tournament alive gives them the opportunity to try and snag that 1st place. But this, I imagine, is going to be our last game, unless we can have some miracle run from God like Amoliochi.
I will say, the odds are in favor of this being the last game, but the odds were in favor of the last one being the last game. So
Just the bet. Actually, it was 50-50. Wasn't it at that stage?
I'm going to cast a curse at Dagda. I'm going to say that we are going to 6 games. Because that
Wait,
way,
but
if
then I
cast
said it the
a
opposite
curse
way.
it, well, just say it the correct way now.
I cast a curse that this is our last game. Is that the way I was supposed to do it?
No.
I'm
You've
so
just
confused.
ruined everything, Dagda. What have you done? What have you done? Dagda hates people. He hates friends.
But I
most
love
specifically.
TFT,
He
and I just
loves
want to see
TFT.
more TFT. That's all.
I want to see more TFT, just a different day. I'm all TFT'd out. Oh well, we're gonna game 5, and we'll see. I just want to see some space pirates, man. I've been teased. We've seen a couple of 2 space pirate compositions. I've not seen enough Gangplank today. I want to see someone one-shot a whole composition.
Honestly, I thought like Salvage World might have been the opportunity when we saw it, just because you are able to break up and recombine items. So like stuff like a GA, those Rabadons, maybe you can work your way around this, pop some of those early items on towards some of these blasters like Lucian or something along those lines. So just wait until you can get to those later points. But I actually haven't seen it, and a lot of players just seem to go, look, again, I don't want to all in on this 5-cost unit. That's not the best way to try and hit that consistency number, but we'll have to see what we decide to do, as we will be going once more time back onto the Convergence.
Here we go back into space. As you can tell by the music. Tomato going to get a tier.
Jinghua going to get a recurve.
And we're in Super Dense as well, so we're going to have free Force of Nature coming through once these players hit level 5. So this is going to be a pretty good one for Cybernetics specifically as well, being able to slam yourself the extra unit down.
Yeah, and I mean, look, we've seen Cybernetics already looking super, super good. So, as you said, being able to add that Super Dense to count as an item onto some of these units, just super good on spreading the love around when it comes to that Cybernetics buff. But we'll have to wait and see what the game plan is exactly, because oftentimes with these Cybernetic comps, when we do get to the super late game, almost all the units have some sort of item on them. So, but at least it does give you a nice little buff in the earlier portion of the game.
All right, Dagda, I've got an idea
Sorry,
for you.
found my cough button.
So what if you go Space Pirates into Cybernetics? So you get all of your items.
Oh no.
And then
No.
you have all your items on these Cybernetics, and then you just win.
No, that's not how it works at all.
Why?
Because you got to try and go back and find like Leona,
That's
who's
fine.
a 1-cost, Fiora, who's a 1-cost.
You just keep them on your bench forever. It'll be worth it. It'll be worth it, trust me. Just trust me.
All
on
right.
this one, Dagda.
You
Have I steered you wrong before?
Yes.
Oh.
A lot.
Well, just trust me anyway.
All the time.
Just be a bro for once, Dagda. I wish he loved me more than TFT.
Never.
Alas.
You just can't.
It is not the case. All right. Let's stop talking about shenanigans, and let's talk about TFT-based shenanigans here, Dagda, because if you look at the bottom right, these are our player cams. You can see the little crowns. Everyone that has a crown, they are a potential king, and I'm not talking about as in you need to send a picture of Mario to them on Twitter. I'm talking about they can win off of the next game.
I have no idea what that reference was.
That's okay. Someone out there in Twitch chat knows what I'm on about.
Okay.
That's
Either way, yeah, coming into this, Juenza already got, actually, if he wants to go towards Battlecast like we saw prior, he does have that red buff already there. I want to see if that is the decision, though, because as we talked about, Battlecast, very inconsistent on getting any sort of first place finish with it, and that's what Juenza's got his eyes on right now. Although, there is the argument, if Juenza does start to fall behind, that he just goes, right, let's hit points, let's get consistency, because there are the 3 ways of qualifying here today. We do have the finishing, get 16 points, get the first place finish. We've got the highest highest total points on the day, and then highest average points over each of your games. So multiple different ways that you can end up finishing out your games. So we'll have to see what the decision making here is from a bunch of our guys.
It's going to be an interesting one, that is for sure. Start things off with this Lucian for AlphaGo here alongside his brawlers. It's not worked out though. Lucian will be able to kite him slightly, but he's going to go down.
Will eventually, yeah, he will go down, especially as you start to get that axe coming down. But either way, AlphaGo, you're looking at like an early Infinity Edge potential for a GA as well. So could look towards something like these snipers if you wanted to, with Jin being the focus as the carry. Even Darkstar as a whole could be an option here for this player, but we'll have to see if that is going to be the decision. Looking over towards Huchin here instead, though. So that was a whole bunch of units to hit that 10 gold mark. So got a lot of boxes of gold to start things off, it looks like, especially when he's sitting on this Zoe, the 2-star Zoe too. Potentially looking towards these early Star Guardians, the Sorcerers and Protectors already starting to line themselves up on his bench.
So, into round number 2 of PvP, Dagda. And this is going to be a big round, because a win here would mean a win in 2. I just try to build some suspense, you know.
I mean, solid effort, I will say. Hasn't quite gone the way that you want, just like it hasn't quite gone the way that Huchin would want to here. So, he is going to end up falling. And just, again, the players that haven't quite made it to that 16 points are Wolio G and also Godlike as well. So if either of these players can make that first place finish, they're in a great spot, but they need to make sure that they're not dropping out too early. We're actually looking over at Godlike at the moment. I believe he picked up the early recurve. I just want to have a look at his board once again. But we've seen him try this Blade Master a couple of times. Hasn't quite worked out from the positioning in game number 2. Didn't quite go his way, got caught out by a big old mech, and then when we got in towards the rest of these games, hasn't swung Godlike's way either. Sitting on this early Last Whisper, definitely looks like he's going to be trying to go towards some sort of sniper, or maybe a Cybernetics build, but definitely with that 2-star Caitlyn, and also the Cyber's already building up, it looks like it'll be Cybernetic Chrono in these early stages.
Definitely feels that way to me, Dagda, and I've got a good feeling for this game. We're not going to see Fiora ruining everything for now, but that ace in the hole will finish things off. AlphaGo. He's in trouble here, Dagda. Down to 88 HP already. That's a terrible spot to be in. He's a couple of losses away from being out of this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best of health. It does give him first pick on this carousel, though. Imagine Recurve already going to be trying to hover over it.
Not bad.
Should be able to pick that one up. It's going to drop right in front of him. We'll gobble that one up. So Recurves have clearly become the go-to item between Cybernetics, between these Blade Masters. We're going to get a look on the left-hand side of the screen as well, what the items that have already come through. So Qinghua, looking like he's going towards that mech, has just picked up the Titan's Resolve, has that Hand to Justice as well. When we look over at AlphaGo, as we talked about, who picked up that Recurve, definitely looking more towards that Sniper or that Cybernetics build, especially when he's got already those 2 BF swords. He's got that the Brawler's Glove can turn into Last Whisper, i.e. he's got a lot of opportunities here to work with. A couple of different item choices, so glad to see that he's starting already to round out the items and the composition that he wants to go for.
There's potential for a decap. Oh no, there's not. That's Thieves Gloves. Never mind. I was baited. I was baited and outsmarted by the game there. And in case you're new to TFT, this is not going to be the same as the last game. You cannot uncombine items.
Exactly, and that's why I'm actually not a big fan of these Thieves Gloves. Although Thieves Gloves are good at like solidifying early wins, which we have seen come out from Woliochi, the big issue is they don't really scale that fantastically. And when you could look towards, you know, big impactful items like the Infinity Edge, Last Whispers, Shrouds, like Brawler's Gloves change into so many useful items. I would rather see him go towards something like that rather than just slamming these early items and then not really making much of a fuss out of it. Like, think about it right now. You could have that Last Whisper already, could pick up a BF sword at some point in time, and then you got an Infinity Edge Last Whisper combo, which goes well in the Cybers, does well in Snipers. You feel like you're leaving yourself far more open. Woliochi, it looks like right now, is kind of opting more for, hey, I want a consistent finish. Maybe I can end in some of the higher brackets. Maybe I get a good finish. I can actually get high points, high average scores. We'll have to see what the game plan is here for him.
Yeah, we'll have to figure it out as we continue. Woliochi and Godlike, though, they're the two players right now that, you know, it's not been ideal.
I feel like Woliochi, although he's sitting on that streak at the moment, definitely not considering what he wants to do if he wants to get that first place finish.
Tomato, though. Tomato is the guy they have right now because he managed to finish first in the last one. He's got 16 points for himself. And if he can win this one as well, you can see him on his screen, on your screen. He's on a win streak right now. Sneeko going to stun everyone up. The Syndra finishes everyone off. Already has a blue buff for the Syndra, by the way. If Tomato can make this happen, he can qualify himself despite the fact that he started today off with 3 7th place placements in a row.
Oh wow, Tomato is actually, he might be high rolling his way to a decent spot here again.
Tomato.
So 3 protectors, already got that level 2 Shin, plus 20 gold coming into this round is pretty good. It's when you already think, hey look, he's holding on to a Nico, a 3 cost unit, 6 gold is invested into the Xin Xiao as well. Like, he's really, really strong. And hasn't actually dropped a game yet, so that win streak is keeping a lot of that gold in the right spots. I honestly think that we could potentially see him push again towards that upper echelon.
So I do have the completed standings in front of me, Dagda. And over the course of this game, when people start to get knocked out, I'll try and put out some final scores. Because, I mean, it's relatively safe to assume that the game is going to end here. For you guys at home that are wondering what the conditions are for us to go to a 6th game here, it would be Godlike or Woliochi winning this one out. Woliochi, by the way, he's on a win streak and still on 100 HP, so I'm not saying it's over just yet.
Yeah, the big thing for Woliochi is that he has invested into those early Thieves Gloves. That's what you want to do, is because you get completed items, you get a little bit more as well, so they're more of a mid-game focused item, or at least early win streak item. But when I look more so at the likes of the other players that are coming into this, we can even see Juenza. He's sitting out nice and early. When I look at, or in a good spot nice and early. When I look at Tomato and the items that he had, well, we're looking at this early Nico that had already got the at least 1 belt on her for a potential Warmogs. He had also got the chain vest for a GA sitting in his belt for. There was a lot there that you had to work with for Tomato. Tomato's just really strong, whereas Woliochi is kind of building off of this Thieves Gloves base build.
No way is Juanza going to win this round. He somehow, his Syndra has survived for so long, and then the last ult comes through. Tsinghua going to be a little upset about that one, because that felt like a win for him, and then it was sort of robbed at the last second. Now Victor comes in for Hushin, who is in last place, but maybe can turn things around with these 4 protectors.
4 protectors, doesn't quite have the 4 Sorks, but still those Star Guardians coming in. So he's in a pretty good spot. I would rather see him cam it on the rolling though. Like, you need to, as we talked about with this comp, hit level 9. So already he's like desperately trying to find this Syndra 2, but or at least the Nico 2. And you're investing a lot of gold right now, but you still need to try and carry on through. So should be able to get back to 20, but especially when you've just leveled. I suppose actually when you leveled and rolled and you're still on 20 gold, it's not the worst of situations, but definitely just with that Nico now needs to be the carry for this squad.
Well, it will be for now at least, as Hushin going to find himself a win here. And it's a much needed win because he was on a 6-loss streak. This is the point where now he's looking to have stabilized with these 4 protectors with the Nico at level 2. He's looking to get a bit of a win streak going. Tomato now on your screen, and it's going to be all about that Syndra. But it's important to mention that these Nikos and these Syndras are going to be contested between Hushin and Tomato now.
And the thing is as well is that the items that are related to both compositions are going to be heavily contested too. Hushin's in a little bit of a better position, which sounds weird because he's on the 63 health, but being able to pick up a lot of these early like BF swords going in towards the GAs, the completed Warmogs is already there, so if you want to go towards something like an Ionic Spark, this is where it becomes a little bit better early to be in these lower place spots because you just guarantee the items, to a certain extent, will be going towards your squad.
Yeah, off the carousel, being able to get the early placement really, really helps out. But it is worth mentioning that Tomato does already have the blue buff and the dual gauntlet. So his Syndra, certainly no slouch if he can get it towards level 2, as you can witness right here. But will be popped off there by the Jhin at the end. Action finding himself a win here. And that is, there are no more win streaks now. Wu Liuqi as well is actually going to be on his 2nd loss in a row now. Wu Liuqi's composition seems to have fallen off somewhat. And now we go into the eyes of Godlike for this carousel.
So, going to see AlphaGo go straight towards that recurve bow.
Hushin went for the needless as well, as you'd expect.
Yeah, exactly. So, I think definitely both guys are going to be pretty happy with the way you're going. I'm curious to see what AlphaGo's decision is here. I'm hoping we get those little item scroll come out from the left-hand side to see what everyone has, but I'm not sure what AlphaGo's composition is right now. It could potentially be something like that Blade Master, where he might be able to build off of that early recurve.
Looks like Godlike going for the cybernetics this time. He's seen how well it's worked for everyone else. He's like, it's my turn to go for this one. But we did see Tomato grabbed himself a chain vest, so he wants to get his own Syndra a little bit buffed up and a little bit safer with that GA. So we are going to hit 7 units now. Level 7 coming through for Godlike, who's looking to get himself on the board a little bit more effectively. Has the 3 cybernetics. Needs to get high level, though, before he can really bring things like the Echo into the composition. And this composition can really hit its strengths.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen how potent it is when you do hit 9. You get that Thresh in. This is like the go-to comp at the moment. And why everyone is trying to get their hands on it. More so even than the Blade Masters, it just seems to be that little bit more reliable than Blades, which is why oftentimes people go, right, I got a BF sword, got this recurve, I'm just going to slam this Giant Slayer and all in on the cybernetic build.
Feels pretty good for Godlike here, as you can see the Vayne just free firing the Syndra. Gonna make short work of it. Goes into GA. One more roll might just finish the whole job though, but goes down. The wild cards out of TF to finish it off, and he pops off a little bit of Gangnam Style as well to boot.
So Godlike at least keeping himself in good standings at the moment. 81 health, good economy here as well. Was gonna, like, especially if you want to start putting like a bit of gold in towards these levels, he'll hit level 7 with a decent chunk of gold as well, so could look for about a 4 or 5 level 8, and he'll be advancing pretty quickly towards, as you talked about, the level 8 where he can start to have an easier time finding Echoes, getting these Vaynes, the Aurelias, the later game champions for these compositions.
Getting himself some carries other than Vayne, so that if Vayne does end up going down right at the start of the round, you still have options. You still have carries that are going to be able to take you through. Obviously, Vayne's still going to be your primary carry in this composition, but Aurelia does a lot of work. Echo, especially if you can get things like the Swordbreaker on Echo, like being able to disarm the entire team, can do so much work.
Yeah, and we talked about how good it is as well to have, like, on a super dense galaxy, the opportunity to go towards cybernetics, because that force of nature can act as an item. You can see it sitting on the Fiora there, or at least did see it sitting on the Fiora there for Godlike. But also the fact that you're able to start to hit 9, actually have 10 units on the board. You can add in a lot of the Chroners, maybe some Mystics if you really need to. There's a lot of options you can play with at that 9 spot.
Sorry, I got excited there. I think Vayne rolled the Trouble Bubble at Zoe. That was sexy play coming out. So when we look at the scoreboard here, both Tomato and Hushin doing pretty good recently. These are the 2 guys that have been going towards the Star Guardians, if I'm not mistaken, but despite the fact they're contesting it, it's still working out, because Syndra, especially in the mid game, just an exceptionally strong unit.
Yeah, and especially when you hit that level 2, they've already got great items for her, but I have to see what they decide to go with in the long run. Looking at the items that did just get picked up, I mean, you're pretty happy with them. Shojin if you wanted to, for something like the Thresh when you go super late, but honestly, I think even looking at something like the Infinity Edge, for the Aurelia that'll eventually be coming through, potential for a blue buff as well over the next little bits to add into that equation. Even if you wanted to go instead towards like a GA into the ability power item, the Jugotless as well for the Aurelia could work out. You got a lot of options, but definitely items that you could stack onto the Aurelia, or just fire up your Vayne even more.
Yeah, I was wondering with the idea of this Infinity Edge, you could just drop it straight on the Vayne like he has, or there is obviously the conversation of trying to wait and see if you can get another recoup.
I've actually looked at so many cybers this game that it's gone. I've actually looked at so many cybers this game. I thought there was already 2 items on this Vayne, so that's why I was like, I know, let's work into something else.
Oh dear. Well, Tomato is feeling pretty good about the way this is going right now. This Syndra doing so much for him. Jinghua down at the bottom of the scoreboard. Jinghua was one of our guys that was in the winner's circle very early on in the day. He is still on 25 points, so there's still potential that if he does decently here, he can find himself qualifying anyway through our tiebreaker rules. But I mean, who knows? Like, this game matters so much in terms of those rules that who knows how this one's going to end.
And it does suck for Jinghua. As you said, he's been super good. Both yesterday, he was just about able to get into the 4th place spot, but on day 1, he was tied for points, where he was sitting tied with 3 people for 1st place, just about missing out. Then just about gets in on the redemption day as well. And starting off so well, it feels like it's been a tournament of almost for Jinghua. And it'd be heartbreaking to see him go out this early and almost make it once again towards that TFT Galaxies Championship, especially with how well he's been doing.
Luckily for him, though, he has just grabbed himself around there. And Jinghua now going to find an upgrade. I think that was a Shaco I saw.
It was.
Didn't quite catch it. So at least he's finding something. Gets himself 1 win. Maybe gets himself some stabilization. Because we are getting to the point now where these guys in the bottom 3, around 40 health and below, this is the danger zone now where you've got to start to stabilize. You've got to get this composition online, figure out what your win condition is, and start getting towards it.
The thing is, though, Tomato, the guy who had the upset run in the last game, still sitting on top of the leaderboard when it comes to health. We're starting to see Godlike as well, another one of these players who could potentially force us to another game, could potentially get himself to that 16 championship points, sitting in 2nd as well. So there's still a lot to play for here, and we'll have to see exactly how everything is going to round itself out.
Well, Tomato has just been absolutely rinsed here by Achen, who would... he'd love to finish this one off strong because he's not in the best standing when it comes to the tiebreakers. He is, when it comes to his points, he's in the golden zone. You can see the crown on his player cam, so he can win if he can get 1st place. But when it comes to average placement, when it comes to total points, he's not doing so hot. I'll have to wait and see if he's going to be able to pull out the miracle run. Here's the thing, 6 of our players, if they can get 1st place, are going to be able to just win on the spot.
Tomato just ekes out Archon for that Giants belt. So Tomato, I'm imagining that is going towards the Nikom in the front line. I think it might be a Warmogs for it. I'm not entirely certain, but we'll see what way that one works out. Either way, Tomato really starting to double down on these Star Guardian sorcerers that he has. All, as you said, contested with Hushin, but we're starting to get these definitive comps. Some of them are contested, like that Star Guardian, like the Cybernetics that we've seen quite a bit. Other ones, like the Dark Star that we saw coming out from some of the other ones, not going to be as heavily contested.
So I just want to quickly mention the fact that Jonza is the only player that is running a Moldiver, which does give him an inherent advantage in this tournament. And I feel like it's likely that he's going to be able to finish things off just because of the fact that he does have that Moldiver. Even if he is on 36 HP, it's 2nd to Feather Knight when it comes to sheer power on the little legend.
Archon has just hit that level 8, so he's going to be looking to ramp up pretty quickly at 4 or 5. Looking at Jinghua here, though, has gone for the mech. Great Victor items. Trap Claw, though, burnt a little bit too early, and he may not get a 2nd ult out here, although looks like he would just about be able to get it going.
Yeah, there's just not enough threat on the side of Jonza. He needs a level 2 Syndra real bad. If he could get the Syndra to level 2, he could give it the Hextech Gunblade and work with that, but as of right now, despite his Moldiver, the composition just not able to come together enough. And he's looking down the barrel right now, which is so rough for him. Yeah. If he finishes in 8th place here, after how consistent he's been all day long, 8th, sorry, he went 2nd, then 1st, then 3rd, then 4th, but all 4 of those are top 4 finishes. If he then goes 8th here and that loses him his spot, I will be heartbroken on his behalf.
Can I just say,
Say what you want.
looks damn scary. That Victor has a blue buff and double Rabadon death cap. And already when you look at that Nico, pretty good shape as well. So Nico, as we talked about, is about providing a front line that survives long enough to get that damage off. Well, if you look at that, you've already got the Warmogs, which keeps her alive for quite a while. Then you've also got the Zerat portal to provide a little bit more of a front line. And they're happy to tear through so many people.
The funny thing to me about this Victor build is it's like a lot of people go for the Morello on Victor, so you get the percent damage across the team, but he's basically saying, look, I don't need to do percent max health damage if they don't have any max health after the death breath. I'll just one-shot them, and then I don't have to worry about it.
It makes it easy.
You don't have to reduce healing if they have no health to heal.
I like it. I like it.
Solid logic. Can't really argue with it. Just needs a Void Staff to polish that one out.
Wrong game, lad.
Oh? Oh, sorry.
Either way, I still think you're looking more for items now off of these, off of this creep round, where you're trying to add some sort of armor or even maybe a shroud towards the likes of this Nico. Just trying to keep her safe in the front line. Looks like you got one, got two. There's the shroud. How do you do that? How do you just manage to pop it? I need to learn the secrets of Hushin in this, because this is some real nice high roll coming in for him.
It's all skill, as Ezreal would say. Yeah. He's going to be able to grab himself a little bit more tankiness on that front line, and as you rightly say, the Shroud comes on in. That is a big old Nico. It's a big old Victor. Victor's level 2 as well. Hushin feels absolutely amazing right now. He's going to be laughing as he waltzes this one in. He's on a 9-win streak. His composition is godly at this point. Would love to get that 6th Star Guardian as well, just to really round things out.
And for Hushin, who has gone for the more consistent route throughout the day, where it's like a 3rd place finish into a 4th place finish into just a little bit more of a I'm middle of the pack day, is now having such a strong position and then loses to Tsinghua.
We're going to talk about Hushin, say how great he's been doing, how great his victory is, and then Garen. And then Garen. This is the problem when you don't have the Morello. No percent damage. And Death Cap ain't going to one-shot a mech. So.
Well, that's the thing, is that like as a Victor, his damage is super relevant against mech, because it's all about percentage, right? It's how much of that mech's health you can deal as a Victor. Oh, Juenza.
This is what I'm talking about here, Doctor. This is my kind of composition.
Yeah, I mean, that's 6 Star Guardians, plus the double Dark Star between the Karma and also now this Xerath. Juenza on 22 HP may have just found his Exodium.
Come on, mate. I'm ready. I'm ready to watch this pop off. He's going to make sure that that Syndra is a threat as well. Now, Xerath going to go for the ult. Going to start machine gunning down this team. Janna there to keep them all CC'd. Obviously, Xerath ult did run out, though.
Yeah, and this is now looking dicey. Actually wasn't able to get the Karma on.
Syndra's still going.
Syndra's got this. Elisa's, yeah, there you go. So it is quite close, but Juenza needs to reposition a couple of his units. Karma does need to be attached to the Xerath, not the Janna. Also, the Janna, I'd actually like to have the Janna positioned behind the Xerath, because the Janna's tornadoes give attack speed across everyone. So if you've got the Xerath guaranteed to get smacked by one of these tornadoes, fantastic. He's going to attack a lot faster. And with that Janna in, don't forget, those auto attacks are going to do true damage, because that magic damage is being transitioned into true damage thanks to Janna. So you are doing a lot of work here. So Juenza looking good. Just needs to finish off this Xerath, and maybe, just maybe with 22 HP, he can ride that wave right up into 1st place.
I'm excited to see it, but Wuliuchi, one of the 2 players that is not in the crown zone, might just be falling out of this game. He's on 5 HP, he's on a loss streak. He'll be able to win this round, though. And this is despite getting that Giant Slayer and the Last Whisper early on in the game. He is going to be able to win this round, but on 5 HP, I don't know, it doesn't look good.
It's grim. Juenza as well, going down to 5 HP. Tomato on 7 HP. We're starting to see the top players falling away, and our top 4 starting to solidify. The big thing here is, though, Godlike sitting in that 4th place, 20 health. He needs to get a 1st place to keep his dreams alive of taking home the gold.
Hilariously, Hushin, who right now is the favorite to win this whole thing, is on exactly 16 points. This would be as scraped by as possible for Hushin if he wins this game now. He got 1 point in the last round, and that 1 point was enough to push him into the amount of points where he can win.
Oh,
if
God.
Hushin wins this round and gets through this way, I don't even know what I'm going to do. I'm just going to laugh myself to sleep tonight. But hey, it's not over just yet. AlphaGo, Achen. I mean, look how close the health bars are.
Godlike has just had a massive upgrade as well there. Did just find that Vayne too. Also has, if you look, the Wukong sitting on his board, does slot that in. So right now, his goal is to hit 9 and then put in this Thresh. But either way, that may have just been enough to at least stabilize, especially when you're looking at this Gangplank build. Not exactly ideal. Mech in a weird spot here. Will take a bunch of damage off this Giant Slayer and also the Last Whisper combo.
And with the Infinity Edge, this Vayne is just taking names right now. One-shotting absolutely everyone as the lasers fly out. This is going to be Xinhua taken down to 1 HP. We have our first casualty. We have 2 casualties, in fact. Tomato and Wu Liu Qi go down. Tomato brings us to the extra game and then falls out in 7th place. It is a disaster, but Wu Liu Qi, he gets his dream. He gets that 8th place that he has been fighting for all week long.
Yeah, the issue there for Wu Liu Qi is now, because he finished in 8th, he doesn't even get enough points, even if we go to another game, to get to 16 points. So he needs to get first place in the next game if we get there, and then another first place after that. So Wu Liu Qi, it's really not looking too good for you right now at all. Godlike, though, he's still keeping his dream alive. 20 HP, the Cybernetics build is looking pretty damn good as Wukong is spinning through this composition.
If Godlike can win, we are going to a 6th game, ladies and gentlemen. And Godlike, he's on a win streak. This Vayne is looking real strong. But Jin is going to ruin that. Jin
does manage to take him down. Whew. So 11 HP still here for Godlike.
Close this is. I can't believe how close the lobbies have been today, Dagda. Well, we've still got, what, 5 players in? And there is just a 35 health difference.
Yeah, it's been insanely close. Last Whisper now picked up for Godlike as well, giving that over towards the Aurelia. Means that she'll be shredding armor in the back line, gives a nice little bit of attack speed to her too, alongside the Hand of Justice. So overall, Godlike still potentially in this. It is getting so close though. Especially like 5 health for Zhuanzi, 8 for AlphaGo. Hushin is the only one that looks like he can kind of outlast a lot of these people.
I mean, the thing is, like, we're looking at all these boards and we're like, yeah, this is a pretty good thing. This is relatively strong. And then you look at Hushin, and he's got this Xerath that has a Hand of Justice and a Rage Blade. It's level 2. It's got Dark Star buff. It's got everything going for it. You're like, I don't know if anyone's actually going to be able to deal with that in the long term. Oh, dear.
AlphaGo gets a Blitzcrank, too. Let's do it. Yeah, look, this is coming right down to the wire. You do have the Echo with that Frozen Heart that just got picked up by Godlike. I want to see how much work he can do in this backline, if he can stop a bunch of this attack speed. Mana ramping up, even the being able to stop some of the...
Oh, wait. Hang on. Hushin is not the guy with the Xerath, in fact.
No, I think that's Zhuanzi. I'm pretty sure Zhuanzi is the Darkstar at the moment, or at least the Xerath, but here we go. This could be it for Godlike. Vayne does stay alive, but it doesn't matter. It's the only one left, and Godlike is gone. Wu Liu Qi is gone, which means we do not get another game. The winner of this game...
3 people just died, Dagda. We're in our last 2 players. Out of nowhere, we are in the final 2. Both of them on a win streak. Achen up against Hushin here. Hushin with this Nico is massive, with the Victor, with the Urgot as well.
Hushin could win this with 16 points.
No way.
After having some of the worst games to start things. Well, actually, that's not fair. After having a 3rd place finish.
Distinctly average game.
A distinctly average, apart from the last one where he finished 8th. That gave him exactly the 16 points.
For anyone that missed it as earlier, Hushin finishes 3rd place, finishes 4th place, finishes 5th place, then finishes 8th place. And if he can finish 1st now, he has just the right amount of points for that to be enough for him to win this whole damn tournament. The Victor is still going absolutely nuts here. Teemo goes down. One more death ray brings everyone into GA. Oh, no! Teemo Shroom. Oh my goodness, Achen might have it here.
So this is where you need to be so pivotal with your positioning on this Victor, because you need to be hitting across the entire backline, but crucially onto this Jhin. Jhin is the carry right now, although you can see Teemo's doing a lot of work too. So he needs to at least catch both them in these death rays so then he can set himself up for victory. He's going to add in this Mystic, it looks like, though. So if you add in the Mystic, actually it looks like he's also added in the Janna, but adding in the Mystic means that, okay, I need to focus on this Jhin. That magic resist should be enough to try and help against the Teemo. He won't be as big of an issue. We need to catch this Jhin, but now we got to look at Victor. Looks like this Jhin will be the one that he goes towards. So getting that damage down. Doesn't quite. That Celestial, though. The Celestial keeping the Jhin just alive now will go down, but it's looking like, at least for the moment, it is going to go back the way Hushin here as that Ray.
It's not enough.
Not enough.
Jin's still going. One more
No.
auto isn't enough. Chen takes a bit of damage, but these rounds are so close that the damage isn't enough to finish anybody off. Now time for a carousel. Time, the last chance saloon, essentially, right here in front of us.
I don't even know what to try and pick up here. Maybe the Ionic Spark, obviously for the AP damage, also being able to reduce some of that magic resist, but it looks like Hushin is just like, right, I need this front line to stay alive. As long as Jhin is hitting bugs and hitting anything else that isn't my backline, I'm okay with that. So it does manage to get at least a little bit more survivability.
That's
for
one
him.
extra auto that he will survive from Jhin, in all honesty. My goodness, here we go. Time for the last round. Potentially.
Potentially.
Actually,
We could have two more.
If Chen wins this one, I'm pretty sure 28 HP should be enough.
Yeah, he has one.
With
more
how close the rounds have been.
Ashen's on his last legs. You do have at least for Hushin another round to try and make this work. Swaps the Victor over. This time doesn't guess right though. Will instead be cutting across to the Teemo. So this may give enough time for this Jhin to do work.
We'll have to wait and see. Death Ray
Oh
still
no,
hits
the
Jhin, though.
whole
He
way
started on
across.
Jhin. Jhin goes down immediately. And this Victor goes with yet another Death Ray.
There goes
Jhin
Jhin.
has fallen, but Teemo's still going strong. It's all on these shrooms and where he places them. Victor gonna get hit by the last shroom.
Wait,
we're going to another round, 14-10. And if this round is close enough, it's possible that we have another PvE round ahead of us.
Well, I think at this stage you actually get enough damage, especially at 6-6, off of just the damage from the round alone.
Just the round
So
end.
it's just a case of who comes out on top here. We're not getting one more round. And
This
there's
is as
nothing
close
left
as
to
it could
upgrade.
be.
There's no more upgrades. This all comes down to positioning. This all comes down to how good these beams are from the Victor, and if you can get these good snipes with the Urgot for Hushin.
Let's see. Let's wait and see. Keep your eyes on the Urgot. Keep your eyes on the Death Rays. Keep your eyes on the Jhin and the Teemo, who are clumped up right now.
Keep your eyes on this Nico as well. If she can keep her front line there. Big Gnar ultimate, though, is going to group up everyone for these shrooms that are coming in.
Completely missing the carries, though, right
Yeah.
now. Victor's not hitting either of
Oh,
these
Archie's
carries,
done
and
it.
it has done everything. A Chen finishes it off in the end. The snipers, Astro snipers, to win the day.
Just about able to clutch that out. Not quite able to get the positioning there for for Hushin. It is going to be Achin standing there, raising the golden spatula for himself. I think realizing just how heavy that thing is.
It's a hell of a trophy as well. What a way to do it. Chen will be our champion, grabbing the first seed. We're going to have a winner's interview, so I'm going to pass it over to Wendy for the translation.
So you must be very excited now. And actually for all the opponents, they are very strong as well. So have you ever thought about like you can get this champion? I think it's a very tough game. And also I think in the first 3 games I didn't perform that well. But I think I'm quite lucky. I believe for today's final is really intense. Because in the last game, 6 of you are able to get the championship. Because you have to reach the 16 points. So how do you feel about in the game 4? Could you share about your mentality and And what did you think in Game 4? I think in Game 4, I must got that champion. I must got the #1. And also because we got the super dance, so I just got the Astro and the Sniper.
基本上啊，我觉得是大家都是捏着一把汗的，因为完全不知道谁最终可以拿
And
到这个第一名。
then for Game 5, you and Huxin are super strong, get a very good composition.
票的身边，所以在你最后的决赛圈的时候，你觉得能够战
But
胜
then
他最关键
for
的
the
是什
very
么？
last
是你的
game,
心态吗？还是你的站位？
which part do you think is a key point that getting that victory
阵容占了一点点小
at
优
the
势
end?
吧。
I think my composition is better.
只是阵容吗？其实可以看到你今天的成绩可能在前面几把不是非常的
I
好。
think for your result
在
in
今天最后的这一局，你觉得可能这样
in
的
Game
赛
1,
制对于
2,
所有的
3, your result is
选手来
not
说
that
你觉得
good.
是会喜欢吗？还是说其实会觉得运气比较多一些？
So how do you feel about today's victory? Do you think like luck is a very good, very crucial point?
是比较开心的。对于他们上面的人来说，那肯定有一点点。
I think for
好像是在第2局，对不对？
for Game 4 and some of my opponents may not feel that happy.
都是老对手，而且你们两个人
And
阵容好
also
像当时也是差不
Juanzi,
多的。我想知道你跟
you
老
are
对
quite
手在
familiar
对阵的时候，尤其在
with
决
him,
赛
and
圈，
previously
你
you
觉
are
得会跟
he's your
最
teammate.
后的这一局的决赛
And
有
then
什
you
么不一
have
样的
the
感受吗？
same components in some of the games. So how do you feel about playing against him?
把第一、2给包揽了吧
Yesterday,
还真
Juanzi
是这样。
Juanzi talked to me that let's get the top 1 and 2.
跟老队友的
And
话
I
感觉
think
特别
this
开心吧
comes
两个人
real,
走到了最
and
后
this comes true
他也是
today.
我的室友嘛。
And
对
he's also
对
my roommate, so I'm very happy to be able to get the Galaxy's championship together with
第2、第
Juanzi.
3的这个规则也是比较不一样的。
And also for the second and third seed,
能够拿到
the
第2或者
rules
是第3的
is
一个门票。
quite
但是我想
different.
知道，就是你们两个
But
人
I
因为都是
believe
非常
that
厉
you
害的
must be
云里
very
的高手，
happy
你们
that
都是室友
Juanzi have
这
a
几
very
天
high
有没有就是
possibility of
让自
getting
己
the
或者说
second or
你们
third
两个人有
seed.
更大的一个，比如说进步，或者
So
说是
do
你
you
们的一些
feel
成就。
like you and Juanzi have improved a lot through this tournament?
就我们两个人经常在一起，两个人一起研
I
究
think
啊什么的，
two
讨
of
论了
us
很多啊，什
we
么阵容厉害，什么阵容不
always
厉
like
害，就
discuss together which synergy, always composition is
不
better.
说话了，对不起。
Sorry, I'm too
需
excited.
要一些时间来计算分数，才能知道我们的第2、第3名嘛，所以可能要跟你多聊一会
And
儿。
still,
不过你可以用这个时间来平复一下自己
we
激动的
still
心
need
情。
some
但
time
我
to
觉得可能
calculate
很多
to
人都会想
calculate
知道，
who's
因为
going to be
我们
the
这个
second
TOC 也
and
算
third
是
seed.
非常顶尖的比赛了。大家也
And
都
I
是从比
believe
如说有
this
线上也有
TOC
线下比赛
tournament
当中
is
脱
a
颖而出的
crucial
这么多人，最终
competition.
8个人到今天的决赛当中，我想问到你，
And
这
we
一
have
路
some online
印象最深刻
selection,
的
and
有
we
没
have
有
this
哪一场比
tournament.
赛，或是哪一个阵容，或者哪一位选手
So,
呢？
do you have what's your most impressive matchup?
那应该就是刚刚这一把吧。
I think should be my last game. The game I just played
就刚刚这一把印象比较深刻吧，最深刻吧。
is
那
quite
肯定是
impressive.
因为再加上之前有一把，因为我也是老8开局，就第一场 A 组第一天的比赛。因
I
为也
think
是
also in the
老8开局，
group
然后那一
stage,
天也是最后
in
勉勉
one
强强进入
matchup
了一个复活赛，然后有一个复活的机会。
I didn't
就
play
A
that
组的第一
well,
天的
but I
最
still
后一
be
场
able
还
to
有今
get
天的最
the
后一场。
确实，我觉得 A 组当时那一天我看的也是很激动的嘛。
get
而且我相信
into
作
the
为1号
following
种子的
up
冠军选手，我
competitions.
相信一定会代表我们的赛区去到我们的全球比赛
And
当
as
中，争
a
取一个非常好的
top
名次。
seed, as
那
a
我们
first
第2
seed,
名的
I
成绩
believe
呢
you are
终于
able
是
to
经过计
get
算
a very
得到
good
了
result
所以我们来看一看第2
in
名
the
到底会是
international
谁。
stage. And now we're going to see who's
好
going
了，
to
恭
be
喜
the
卷子
second and
35分，
third
恭
seed.
喜！让我们有请我们
And
的
for
2号
卷子
种子选手，卷子选手有请。
will be the second seed
哇
for this
正如
TOC
阿成
tournament.
刚刚有说到的，他很
As
希望
Achen
卷
has
子选手
mentioned
可以来到上面，要抱一下。两个人是室
He
友，
really
来有
wants
请卷子可以
Juanzi
站到
to
我
get
的
the
身边
to
其
get
实
that
我知
ticket.
道卷子在台下的时候，在最后一局的时候，已经大概
I
有
know
算到自己，
that
除非是第8，要不然的话总分应该是最
Juanzi
高，应该可以
before
拿到第2
before the
个门
la
票。
I
那我
think
想问一问
actually
第
before
2
game
最后一
5,
局的时候，其实你
you
是
are
在
kind
待
of
过一会儿的，
kind
那
of
时候
know
会
you're
不会
going
紧张
to
呢？
不是一会儿，是好一会儿。
get into
其
the
实我就已经
championship
无所谓了，我就想着
if
苟个分
you
儿，
are
然后
not
好
going
成
to
绩就
have
行了。
the 8th
就像他
place.
说的，我们昨天就在那吹牛逼呢，昨天晚上吹了一晚牛逼。
Actually,
我和霍
yesterday
金晨到时候咱们 们世界赛一起见，就互相奶，然后
We just have some dialogues and
我和阿晨一块夺冠了。
chatted like, let's go to the championship championship together, and I'm very happy this is able to come true.
你们其实今天在第二局的时候也都是决赛圈
And also
第一和第二。
in Game 2,
因为又是室友，然后又非常的了解彼此。
you are able
我想知道
to
你们在决
be
赛的时候
the
遇到的都是老
top
熟人
1 and
你们
top
两个人还
2.
打过训练赛，对不对？那你当时有什么
And
想法？
actually, you're very
你就知道
familiar
我
with
就知
each
道你肯定
other
是
and
这样
play
的
scrims together. So how do you feel?
我已经懒得调站位了，因为
Like we are
原本是克制战你，
we are challenged in the game.
神装，然后你随便动我不动。
And he got the Dark Star is got a very high
进
damage.
行了最后一个轻松的决赛圈的一个比赛。那我也想问，
So
其实
in
你
Game
在最
2,
后
in
一
the
把的时候嘛，因为
final round is very
1号
relaxing.
种，因为
It
可能
got a
在
very
前期的时候
relaxing
运气可能不是
atmosphere.
那么的好。那我也想问问你在台下看的时候，你看到阿成跟胡鑫两个人决赛
And
圈，你心
also
里是什么样的感受？
on
你
the
会觉得为
backstage,
阿成
when
捏
you
把他吗？你当时有没有
saw
觉得他胜
Ah
算
Chen
更大一些？
and Hu Xin playing the final round, are you a bit nervous?
宇航狙，然后阿成
Because
打女团开了4局，他很看那儿，还有
Hu
Timo 的
Xin
发挥
got the Star Guardians. It's really hard for Ah Chen. It really depends on the positions
又拉一个怪
for the Astro and Sniper.
保护他的 Timo 和进 ，Timo 和进和第一时间里面吃
But
伤害。
Timo got protected.
最后还成功吃鸡了，而且
Due to that very good position, Ah Chen is able to get the victory.
打爆。
And I must say, in Game 5, Ah Chen is the one that took me away.
好好的就是商量一下，说为什么最后一局不能可能给我来一点点就是小
But
小的
maybe
福利啊不会，我们赛场上还是很公平的。但是我觉得今天你的心态应该是有很大的起伏的，因为可能第一、第
And
二局、
also
第三局成绩都非常的好。
For Juanzi
而
in
且就是在
in
前
the
面也是
like
表现
Game
得
1 and
很好
2, you
在第四局的时候
perform
会
so
不会觉得稍
well.
微的有紧张，或者是
So
有一些
in
小
Game
小的
4,
就是
did
就
you
是觉得自己
feel
可
a
能
bit
也许拿不到
nervous?
第二号种子这个门票。
说实话，说假话。
Should I talk the
第一把
truth?
试完机，我的一个平均分包括一个
And
就是总共的平
actually,
嗯
均分
after
和
Game 1,
和
I
我
knew
的
my
决赛的一
average
个总积
points.
分已经领先非常多了，就
I
已经没什
knew
么太大压力了。
I knew I have a very
就
good
当时
points,
从
so
而
I'm
且
not that
最近
nervous.
自己也练习了很多，也看了很多，包括
I
跑
didn't
好
feel
去拿
much
也讨论很
pressure.
多
And also,
我比赛
I've
前还是有一点点的一个自信的，
started
包括
the
比赛
current
因为才特别
synergies,
紧张
and also
顺风就奔着
we have
第一去
discussed
然
a
后
lot
后面几
with
把
my
还不是
friends.
很顺
I'm
一直
not
在
that
后面走连败
worried
比赛
about
难免
that.
比较难打，然后就苟名次，每次还能是苟到一个
So I
第二、
just
第三、
try
第四
to
然后
get
成功地
the
把分拿到手就
a
可以
good
了。
result like
思
the
路非
top
常的
2
清
or
晰，而
3 or
且也是第一
4.
天的时候拿到
So
一个
I'm not
就是
that
第一名的
I'm
好
not
成
that
绩，今天也
nervous.
成了
I'm
2
quite
号种子，再
confident.
次恭喜，期待可以带
So
着我们在之后的全
congratulations
球总决赛也
again.
有个非
You
常
are
好的成
able
绩，
to
我们可以继续
represent
地去关
our
注什么样的
region
阵容
to
比赛好。那我
the
们3号种
to
子
the
最终
championship.
也是计算出来了，我们来看看
And
3号种子会是
finally,
谁呢？
our third seed comes out.
好的，恭喜 AlphaGo 成为我们的3号种子，
Congratulations,
平均分
AlphaGo.
6.13。让我们有
With
请我
the
们的3号
average
种子
point of
AlphaGo。
6.13, you became the
哇，
third seed
这都
for
是
our region.
A 组的老选手了，来，有
We
请
are also
AlphaGo
from
来到
the
我的身
Group
边。
A.
我相信你应该在台下是最紧张的，因为
You
平均
must
分
be
这
the
个事
most
情还要
nervous
看很多。那你
nervous
现在拿到3号
person.
种，拿到这张门票，现在什么样的感受？
So how do you feel
首
about
先就是
getting
感
this
谢
ticket?
就是我们支持我的人
First
啊
of all,
像
I
我
really
俱乐部的
want
老
to
板
give
还有我们
thanks
的宇
to
哥
all the
还有
people
家
who
人感恩
supporting
支
me
持
and my
在线上的
companies,
观看线上
my
观看对
my friends, my
其实
parents.
你们
Thank you
3
for
个人都是
watching
第一
me.
天 A 组当中的
And
选手，然后
3 of
今天
you
3
are
个
all
人都同时
from
拿到了
Group
这一张
A.
门票，你觉得3个人有没有就是一种
And
特别的缘分呢？
So how do you feel about that?
算了一下，前4全是我们 A 组的。
Actually, the top 4 are all
所以
come
说非常
from
的
the
自豪，可能觉
Group
得这
A.
个 A 组确实是
So you
强
must
手
be
如云。
quite
那我们
proud
B 组
of
同样的也是不甘示弱，
proud
非常
of
的厉害
that.
可能运气
But
会稍
also
的
Group
欠
B
缺
is
了一点
very
点，因为
strong
后
as
排
well,
的一个
but
阵容会比
maybe
较厉害。那
they
我
are
想问
not that
接下来可
lucky.
能要进入到的是我们的全球总决赛当中，你是以3号种子一个
But
身份进入
now
到，有什么样的期
You
望
guys
和目标吗？
will get into
希
the
望
World
应该是
Championship.
那个为我们赛
So
区
what's your
争光嘛
goals?
然后争取
I
把
will
原计划
try
玩
to
得越来越
fight
好
for
对
our region,
确实
and
这个原计
I
划
will
玩
play
的
for
是真
the
的好，而且也是
cybernetic
玩这个玩到了
and
现在的3
improve
号种
my
子，希望大家也
cybernetic
可以
as
作为
well.
各位棋手也可以去学习一下，
And
这是我们的
maybe
这
for
个原计划的一些套
For
路，
us, we can learn from the cybernetic from you. So congratulations again. And then we will present the ticket for the Galaxy's Championship. So we have invited the CEO from Tengjin Esports
这一次
to
颁发的
present
呢
the
是我们
prize.
的云顶之弈银河战争总决赛的门票。
So this ticket is for the
这样的门票也是非
TFT
常的合适，我
Galaxies
相信3位
Championship.
选手一定会好好的珍
This
藏。
is a very
那同样
special
的也会
ticket.
通过这样
I
的一张
believe
门票
this
去到
ticket
我们的
is
选手
very
总决赛，也是我
meaningful.
们的金一波先生给我们的3位选手一同合影留念。
And then we take the
可以
photo
看一下我们前
together.
方的摄影机。 好，再一次感谢金一波先生，可以稍事的休息一下。同样的，也希望我们的3位选手呢，在未来的这一个征途当中，可以
And
继续
I
的展
hope
现自己
all
的
of you
能力。
can
经历
prove
了
yourself
一轮
in
的
the
历练
following
和洗
journey.
礼，这3位星海棋王脱颖而出，他们
So-
将会代表我们的星系。
After this tournament, the 3 of you are going to
希望我们的这3
explore
位选
the
手可以
outside
在
world,
更大的
explore
舞
the
台上发
galaxies.
光发
So
热
I hope you
也
guys
期
can
待
have a
棋盘
good
上的王
performance
者
in
风
the
范
big
可以展现
stage
给全球的观众们。再
and
一次祝
present
贺我
our
们的3位
ability
选手
to the
阿
people
花
from
狗
all
阿
over the
晨
world.
还有我们的卷子。
So
希望他们3位
congratulations
可以
again.
在远大征途一帆风顺，也同样期待
I hope
3
you
位
guys
可以
can
凯
do
旋
well
归来
in the
那至此
following
呢
journey.
我们的英雄联盟云顶之弈的公
Until
开
now,
赛到现在
our
也
TOC
即将要落下
tournaments
帷幕了。我们非常期待这3位
They
选
will
手
be
可
the
以
end
代
of
表我
our
们赛
TOC
区去往
tournaments.
广阔的宇宙当中，证明我们赛区才是最强的赛区。好
And
了
I
那
hope
我们
you
再一
guys
次
can
感谢我们
prove
的3
that
位选
our
手，恭喜
region
他们
can be the
我们现
strongest
在云
region
顶之弈
for
的公开赛已经
TFT
全部落下帷
tournaments.
幕了。星海飞船现在起航。
And this will be the end for this tournament, but the journey will not end.
Ignition. Liftoff. Liftoff. 30 minutes after the hour.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have ignition. We have liftoff as we have our 3 qualifiers for the TFT Galaxies Championship. What a day it has been. what a way to
that penguin, I don't know what it was doing. It just sat there awkwardly. All right, we're gone.
we had this magnificent ending ceremony. We do the interviews, everything's standard. He gets his spatula, we hand out some golden tickets.
Yeah, and then penguin. Oh god! All right,
he just came out and a bunch of smoke and snow moving his arms.
I don't know.
I don't
Either
know
way,
why.
yeah. Look, the penguin was there doing things. I'm not really sure why, but either way, sorry. Either way, look, congratulations to the 3 of them. Very well earned here today. They looked absolutely fantastic and earning themselves that position. And it was awesome to find out the 2 guys were roommates because it feels like I can't look at you. It feels like what's going to end up happening is that, like, oh, you know, you're sitting there in the room. You can't really. It's like I can't do the dishwasher today. You know, I can't empty it. It's like my hands are so tired from carrying this trophy all the time. I just can't get involved. But
yeah, and I mean, look, Juanza and Ashen, they have a powerhouse when it comes to TFT. That flat is full of TFT potential. They must have just been playing it. And, like, I remember coming in at the start of day 1, Zhuanzi only had 400 games in TFT. Clearly, Achan has been like hardcore coaching him up for this tournament. You gotta stop giggling, mate.
I can't. Oh God,
dear.
it's been so many hours of TFT.
It's been a long day. Do you know what, Dagda? We're gonna close out here. I've been Munchables. This has been Dagda. Apologies that we have just completely apple crumbled at the end of things here, but that's gonna be it from us. As Frodan would say, it's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun. We'll see you in the next one.